Ah.
Oh
no! All right, just trying to make a Mr. Rogers style entrance, like, well, howdy, neighbor. And then like,
well, hello and welcome to the Humanity, where we do things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt, and I've got my regular glasses on. I'm all kinds of backwards.
I swear, Matt actually was here before the show. That wasn't him literally just like walking through, like, oh, we're doing the show. He was here before, but yeah. And I'm Tommy, and welcome in everybody. Very excited for tonight. If you're new to the show, like we said, that's Matt and I'm Tommy. We're a couple guys who grew up very Christian. Recently, I guess in the last 4 years or so, deconverted or atheist-ish, depending on the day. And we're just doing a show talking about our experiences, reacting to some videos about Christianity, giving our thoughts and what we think, and just trying to figure out life without all that religion-y stuff. But tonight, super excited because we're once again doing a Bible character tier list. I say once again because we did it once before, like a year and a half ago or something, but that's way before people were really like watching the show like at all. So, and it was fun just doing it. Just there was mainly the two of us. We did have some chat interaction. I remember if you go back and look at the video, the freeze frame I grabbed for the thumbnail at our friend Susan, who was actually one of our first like YouTube fans that we didn't already know. Her comment, I don't remember the context. I just remember I need to grab that for the thumbnail. She just left a comment saying communal goat blowing ? So, like I said, I don't remember what the context for that was. So I guess we'll see. Will there be more communal goat blowing ? This week ? TBD.
I'm hearing myself echo.
I hear you just fine. You sound normal to me, but
it sounds like. Hold on. Okay, stopped. Did you do anything?
No.
Okay. Never mind.
Well, it's like they say, like just ignore your problems and they go away. So, but yes,
America.
So yeah, excited.
Ignore your problems until there's somebody else's.
Yep. Or if you got to do something, just throw money at it. But yeah, so it may not actually be our last show of the year, but it's at least going to be my last show because the next 2 Wednesdays are Christmas Eve and then New Year's Eve. And I'm going to be with family on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. I have plans, honestly, mostly involving watching college football because my team, Ohio State's in the playoffs, and that's just when their game is. So I'll be watching that. So I figured for our last episode of the year, I wanted to do something a little special. Matt may or may not be doing something on Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve, TBD. But again, we'll keep you updated on that. But yeah, I just want to do something special for tonight. Speaking of something special, our friend Emily, is that a Christmas tree, Hanukkah bush, Yule tree? It is a Christmas tree. So, yeah, that's right. Us atheists still celebrate Christmas. Here's what BS thinks of family. Well, BS, if you just want to do that, do a show on one of those Wednesdays, what we call that, like the Inhumanity or Humanity Adjacent or something. I remember last week for some reason, we were talking about someone else like pretending to be us and doing the show instead. So if Matt's not doing anything for Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve, then I guess someone else can. And speaking of someone else, Tilting Windmill, welcome. Oh, and Emily, combination all three: Christmas tree, Hanukkah bush, Yule tree. That's awesome. Wait to be efficient there with your holiday celebratoriness. Also, good to see you a week and a half ago. Yeah, that was a week and a half ago now. You and Chris. I guess it was good to see Matt then too. But we'll there the humidity. I mean, we are in Cincinnati, so that's a common thing. So Matt, you're still muted. Here, I'll unmute you.
I'm a bitch.
Hi. That's what you always sound like coming back from being muted as well. But yes, we are so much fun, all of us. But yes, everyone, and thank you, Windmill, for reminding everyone. Please remember to schmoosh. Don't just smash or squash or big schmoosh that like button. And yes, this is what we're saying every summer. Oh, the humidity. All right, but before we get to all that, real quick, just in case anyone noticed, I did decide to be a little festive tonight, and some of you may be thinking to yourselves, "Oh, look at Tommy in his ugly Christmas sweater." And for those of you calling this an ugly Christmas sweater, I say, "Fuck you! I made this when I was in elementary school, and I thought it was beautiful." See, we got like, got my name on it and stuff. It's got not just the star, but like other stars for some reason. If you notice, like the green on the outside, that's like 2 or 3 different shades of green that I just kind of like squiggled and blended together to give an
excellent.
And I just remember at the time being super happy with the trunk of the tree. I think I really liked how I went all in with like the wood grain, like bark. I was just really like super proud of that. Like 8 or I was like 8 or 9. Yeah. I honestly don't remember when exactly I made this. It was probably around like 2nd and 3rd grade area. And yes, it still fits because that was the 90s and sweatshirts were huge back then. So
oh yeah, they were.
Though I was not. So yeah, that's that. Feeling festive, and it's actually kind of cozy. Like the neck is maybe like a little tighter than I would like, but I'll survive. So, all right, but so that's what I'm wearing. Now let's get to what we drinking, Matt.
Well,
start with you.
Part of the reason I was discombobulated is because at like quarter till, I ran up to the corner store that has over 900 different kinds of beer in stock.
I've been there,
and it's not as big as a shoebox.
Right. Yeah, I think of it as the world's best walk-in closet.
Yeah. So this is a triple IPA called Fuck 2025. They're burying it. There's a coffin, and it's actually very good. It's orangey, citrusy, a little piney.
Good times.
Yeah, people figured out how to make a triple dry hopped India Pale Ale. So lots of flavor.
Yeah. Always appreciative of that. So I'm also going with an IPA, but back to the festive style after the disappointment that was last week's Bell's Two Hearted Variety Pack with their red and black IPAs that should have been so much better than they were, but they were okay. But I swear I'm over it. I'm not bitter. Though they were, in a good way. So yeah, back to starting with Mad Trees Holidays IPA with spruce tips. So
not just any tips.
Yeah, but just the tip. It is just the tip. So
just a tip.
Oh my! Always confused me for Dark Matter 2525. I think it's a tiny shirt. Oh, I do look exactly like him now. I also get Kratos. Is another one I get. If people are familiar with the God of War games, which I'm also playing right now. I just finished the 2018 one. I'm currently playing through Ragnarok. And if anyone else has played God of War Ragnarok, let me know if I'm wrong. But these sections where you play as Atreus are just piss me off. And I'm just so done with them. Every time it switches to him, I'm like, can we please not? like literally, or I was playing it earlier today, and like literally as I was playing through one of his sections, I just multiple times out loud just said, "This is not fun."
Is it just really hard, or the character is bullshit?
Well, no, it's for me. It wasn't hard. It was really more. I wish his sections just didn't have so much combat in them because just for me. Combat as Atreus just isn't nearly as fun as it is with Kratos. I wish his sections were more about like the puzzle and exploration, which they had some of that, but there were just way too much of the combat and like the one section. There's this one section where you're literally just like riding around on a giant animal for several minutes, like looking for fruit. With like some dialogue, like that's everything. There's a lot of the sections with him are cool. Is just as far as the story, like all the lore and different like character development and story development that goes on. But that's another thought that I was thinking as I was playing through it. Like this is like the video game equivalent of this could have been an email. So, anywho, no, but Emily has a question for. I believe this was for Matt when you were talking. We were talking about the liquor store. Yes, is it
No.
Deer Park Deli? I think the DP is Deer Park.
Yeah, so you go to Deer Park Dell for your for sure for your liquors. Decent wine selection, but for us, their beer selection is kind of crap. It's like gas station good. But the root cellar, which is no beer cellar. What is it called? Fuck, it's called root
I
cellar.
thought it was the root. I thought it was the root cellar. Yeah,
Yeah.
The,
So
the
they
beer
have-
cellar was that once really cool bar that was actually a boat on the Ohio River.
That was beer
awesome
cellar.
until that was awesome until they started having crappy live bands on the weekends that we had to pay cover for, and they sucked. But,
You could get higher alcohol
Yes.
beers in a pitcher at that place
Mhm.
because Kentucky.
Yeah, like Arrogant Bastard, Hop Slam, stuff like that. So
It was actually a pretty good price for a pitcher.
it sounds like
Yeah.
she knows the place.
Yeah,
All right.
their beer selection is crazy good. And D, there is an employee there, big girl. Her name's D, and she knows everything. She's autistic about beer.
That's the best kind.
So I said, I went in there one time and I said, she's like, what are you looking for? And I said, I don't know. I said, what pairs well with having your SNAP benefits cut? And she said, I have just the thing. And she took me back to it was a bomber, which is like 20 ounces of like real Baltic porter, like I think from Poland, and it's like
from Baltic. Yeah,
it's like $3 for a bomber, imported. So I was like, yes, please.
That's incredible. So, did it pair well?
It did.
Good.
Our benefits might have come back. I don't know. It's unclear. It's all up in the air.
Like so many things.
We're trying real hard to not have to need them anymore, but late stage capitalism and all.
And all, indeed. All right. Well, any other updates before we get to the listing? Or banter, or I don't know. Or as always, people in the audience, let us know what you're drinking or enjoying or eating, or it. I mean, I was going to say,
I've got another wallpaper comment.
Ooh,
I was doing wallpaper at this house, right?
Mm-hmm.
An enormous plaid pattern, like, and an individual plaid was like this big.
Wow.
It was in an old area, Marymount, and the house had this bedroom. It had like a slanted ceiling wall, one of those deals. The ceiling was like low and slanted on one side, but it was mostly wall, so that got wallpaper. But what she hadn't anticipated was that when you put a linear pattern like this, it lines up really nice. But when you take one of those walls and go like that with it, fuck all lines up.
Yep.
So I did a thing, and then she came up, and she has Prego brain, so I don't totally blame her. And she's like, "Ooh," because it was off by half an inch, because I lined up the bottom and not the most bottom line of the pattern, because I'm like, it's not gonna line up. I'm just gonna start in the same place. And then she's like, "Oh, can you redo that?" I was like, I can move all those panels up and fish it, like put in a little panel on the bottom, make it match real nice. And I showed her how the seams line up, and it's like, it's doable, and you wouldn't be able to tell. And then she changed her mind back. By the end, she thought it looked great, and no problem.
That's the best.
But yeah, that was a little frustrating.
Yeah, for a second there, for sure. But not frustrating. It's our buddy Chris.
Hello, Chris Moore.
Hello, as it were.
So
all right. Well, I froze there for a sec on my end. We'll see. I don't know if that happened with anyone else, but
I,
apologies if it did. But if it didn't, what? Okay. So, so another part of this tier list tonight was we're wanting to get some audience participation, like not just in the chat, but also if anyone wanted to hop on. So, I guess I'll go ahead and throw the link out now, unless Matt has any objections.
nah.
No, I'm springing you on this. So, all right. So I will put a link out in the chat, and then so for anyone who wants to actually jump on and join us as we're going through this
Jump on
Bible
it.
character tier list.
I don't remember there being this many.
Oh, and there's actually more than what's shown on the screen there as well.
Yeah, I
So,
glanced at it and I will need to be refreshed on some of these from the Old Testament because I grew up Catholic and we like paid other people to know those things. That's what the
yeah, so that's why I say
the nuns are for.
hopefully we can get some audience participation. And if you're watching on YouTube, I did pin the comment with the link in it. So if anyone at any time for any length of time, anyone wants to jump on. Now, some of our viewers, which I don't know how many people other than Emily that are watching us now have been watching us for as long as it's been since the last time we did this. But yes, this is the same tier list that we did before. We'll see if there's anything different this time. So, and I did adjust a couple of the tier names on here. Also, I'm also assuming people generally know how tier lists work. I mean, it's not just like a sheer like 1, 2, 3, 4 ranking. It's just there's different tiers. So we have God tier, best of the best, good, mid, bad, and the bottom one I named especially for this. And those who know the Bible will know this one and why we named the bottom tier lukewarm. So yeah, it's I don't remember where in the Bible it was, but at some point God was talking about someone he was pissed off at, saying like you're neither hot nor cold and you're lukewarm, and I just want to spit you out of my mouth. So one, we know God's a spitter, and two, like that's apparently
I had forgotten that. I'm sure somebody
well.
said that
I
before.
guess
It sounds familiar.
yeah. Well, I guess if it's lukewarm, I guess God doesn't want to be a spitter, and I guess he would prefer to swallow. But if you're lukewarm, he's just going to spit that out. So
What if he's
I don't
just
know how you can I don't know how you control the temperature of that in particular, but
well, God would know how, so I blame him if he's
right. Yeah. And I
displeased.
was about to say if anyone in the chat knows how to control the temperature of that, drop it in the comments, but maybe don't. But so but thank you. Yeah, so we did this before. But like I said, it was before we really had a bunch in the way of viewers. So we figured let's do it again now that we got more people. And again, if anyone wants to jump on and join us at any point, or obviously you can feel free to leave your votes, choices, whatever in the comments. Let us know. Let's see. That's why
Hey,
Christians insult each other by accusing them of being lukewarm. Yes. Hey, how's it going, Aunt Jer? I know I've seen you in chats on other shows like the Zadanza. I want to say Ember as well, but so that's the thing. Like I keep getting like all my YouTube chats confused, so I don't remember seeing you here before, or maybe I do. But so either welcome back or welcome, in which case, and also if it's the other, sorry for forgetting. All right, let's see. Anything else? Oh yeah, I guess we should probably go over the criteria that we'll be using.
what is the
Whoa.
criteria? Whoa, something got fucking glitchy. Tommy's frozen. It made a weird robot noise and then Tommy just froze. Well, good evening, everyone. See you later. Can anybody else hear that? That's crazy. Well, it's just me. You get to see more of the room now. So this is the TV. Finger, where does it go? That's the TV I always watch shit on. Now Tommy's muted, and he's gone. Still muted. I heard you a little bit. Very quiet, like you're in a tin can very far away. I blame the patriarchy. No.
But like, can you hear me at all? It's just quiet.
Oh, no, there it came back.
Okay, we're back.
Yeah, it was real. It was louder, but still quiet, and then you were back to normal.
Ah, awesome. Well, yeah, because
You were
I don't know
making
what
crazy
it was.
robot noises, by the way.
Nice, yeah, because for some reason, like my entire laptop just like blinked off and back on again, and so
That's not great.
yeah,
That's
not
a
not
new
at all.
thing.
Let's see. All right, let's see if I can get us set back up here again. All right, there's the screen. Here, I'm going to share a thing.
My shirt is accidentally festive tonight. This is just what I grabbed and already had on.
I dig it. I dig it. I mean, it's on theme, as it were. All right. So, at what point did you lose me?
I don't remember. You were in the middle of saying something like this and froze.
Oh well, at least I froze like that. But give me some soup. And Emily on the YouTube, it's the aliens. I know, right?
Hey,
and
by the way, everybody
can't hear the devil coming through the audio.
Oh yeah, he sounds like a robot when he does that. That's weird. Didn't expect that. There's a movie coming out in June, on June 12th, I think, called Disclosure Day from Steven Spielberg, and it's about what is known in the know as catastrophic disclosure, where it's an uncontrolled revelation of the truth about non-human intelligence, where like basically everyone on the planet finds out at about the same time what's really going on. And there's rumors that some of it is based on reality.
Ooh.
Because so that day is being called World Disclosure Day in the promo materials. Which
so what you're saying is
kind of bold. Could be, man.
It's like I'm not saying. I'm just saying. All right, yeah, June right around the corner, and then June will be busting out all over. Apparently.
Hey, right. I wonder if we'll have the same president then.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, before this gets even more attention from the feds than it probably already has, I think what I was about to go over was our criteria for the list. And I think we're pretty much just going to go with what we did last time, which is basically just what do we think of these characters? Not how good are they or bad are they according to the Bible, but really more just looking at the Bible just as a work of literature, like a big story or collections of stories, as it were. Just like almost like this is like a book club, and we're just saying, what do we think of these characters in the stories? So, yeah. Sound good to everyone else? I mean, I'm assuming it's all right with y'all. So, all right. Now, on the list, like when I first pulled it up, like the characters, they were like kind of in order, like chronologically, like through at least the way the Bible is like laid out with all the stories and whatever order they're in the canon. But it was only like kind of in order. So I think I at least roughly put things back together in some kind of order. The big question was like where to put like God and Satan because I'm like, obviously, like chronologically, they're pretty much right there at the beginning, but I kind of wanted to save them. I didn't want to do them like right out the gate. I wanted to, start a little slower, ramp up. So right
That
now
makes sense.
they're just kind of in the middle, like, or not the exact middle, but more at the like Old Testament, New Testament break. So you can see like down here, we got
Because
like
God's not in the New Testament.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, he's
not a
kind of in
character.
Revelation, maybe.
Is he?
Yeah, I think there's like you have Jesus, but then you also have God, or I don't know.
But God doesn't
But
say things, right? It's like third person, somebody talking about God.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember, but yeah. So basically, right up. So we got the prophets. The last Old Testament character we have is Jonah, and then it goes God, Satan, Jesus, and then New Testament. Now we can keep it like that, or if people want to maybe like save God and Satan for like the end or work them in. But
Let's
yeah,
just play it by beer and see what happens.
That's how we roll. That's really good. We need to use that more often. Why have we not been using that this whole
I don't know.
time?
It literally just came to me.
Wow. Play it by beer. I mean, that's all right. So, and good question here by Aunt Jer. Are we ranking them by how many atrocities they committed? If so, is it more atrocity ranks them higher and fewer atrocity makes them lukewarm achievers? Like, no, that will be part of the criteria, obviously, if they commit atrocities, but this is our like actual, what do we actually think of this person as a character? So if they committed a lot of atrocities, that's going to put them lower in our tier ranking because we here on the Humanity are anti-atrocities. So,
but if the atrocity has major style points, maybe we'll make an exception.
Yeah, like I said, we're playing it by beer. All right. Yeah, but also as we go,
we will not be consistent, we should say.
Yeah. And I can also, here's one of the other, this isn't necessarily like a reason we're actually redoing it, but I can remember from last time, there were some things I misremembered about some different characters that would have made me definitely put them in a different tier. I can think of Moses in particular. There was some stuff about him that I forgot that I think is going to knock him down a few pegs, at least in my estimation, but we'll see what y'all think. And, I don't know if I want to make it like every single choice we won't literally make it like a full vote from the chat on every choice. But if you have any thoughts, yeah, feel free to put in the comment. If you just want to say like the name of the tier or just your thoughts on what you think of them and why, different things they did based on these criteria. So yeah, I feel like I'm already over explaining this and we should probably just get into it and get it going.
Sounds good. Yeah,
but again, the link is in the chat for anyone who wants to actually hop on and join as well. So please do that as you see fit at any point for however long you want. If you just want to hop on for a few and then hop off, that's always cool. All right. So let's get going. Starting from, some might say, in the beginning, we got Mr. Adam. So, Adam. First human, at least according to the story.
Yeah.
So
seems like a decent guy.
Yeah, he's. I guess
got the short end of the stick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of have recently got this impression of Adam, almost kind of like the lovable oaf kind of character. Like that's kind of where I put him.
Homer Simpson.
Something like that. You know, your Homer Simpson. I can talk. Your Homer Simpson, your Peter Griffin, stuff like that. But
I mean, it wasn't really his fault because, do you think they even knew that you shouldn't trust what the snake tells you?
Right, yeah. So, or
because they don't even know the difference between good and evil and what that even is. So they're just assuming everything's fine. Snake offers some wisdom. They're like, "Cool, thanks, Snake."
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, I feel like with him and Eve, who's next. So, I mean, obviously, a lot of what we think of them is going to be very connected. So, we're probably going to be talking about them both at the same time. But yeah, basically, my impression, like with Adam and Eve, it's like, yeah, they were given just kind of a raw deal. It's like they are put in this garden which for the most part seems like it was pretty awesome. But then God is also like, oh, and I'm also just going to put this tree in the middle that if you eat it, you die. And I'm going to make it look really good too. But I'm going to tell you not to eat it, even though you don't actually understand what right and wrong is yet. But I'm going to expect you not to do it. Because if you do, it's not just that you're going to die, but like everyone's going to die, like for the rest of time.
So clearly he didn't do a stellar job, but also doesn't necessarily. By the way, Emily.
Yeah, I was just about to.
I'm not familiar with. I'm not very familiar with Adam and Lilith's story. I do know that on the show Lucifer, Lilith was a smoke show, and had like a whole like character arc, which was kind of cool.
Yeah, but yes, from what I remember, I've never like actually read any of the stories like involving Lilith, but I've heard people talk about it. I think, including on Ember's show, they talked about Lilith. Like, I don't remember when exactly it was, but yeah, they talked about Lilith. Yeah, it's basically she was just like not wanting to submit. Like, I think in some stories, it was like even going to the even I think in some stories, even to the like level of detail of like she wanted to be on top, but that was just not considered an appropriate position for such things.
But who doesn't like that? So
I know, right? But yeah,
it's that whole thing of like we can't like good things. The fruit can't like the fruit.
Yeah, right. But yes, maybe that's something we will have to do on future episodes, is go more in depth into that. But yeah, Lilith was Adam's first wife. She I'm remembering it now because I remember on Ember's stream they were watching it. It was actually like an AI art like video like version of the story, so it was like all kinds of weird, but
that's probably the best way.
Oh yeah. So oh, phew. Okay. I was worried about you, Spooky. I'm like, you're usually like first one in the door, but
like a wellness check. We got to send one out.
I know. It's like, and I don't even have Britain's phone number, so I had no idea how to get a hold of you.
There's just one phone number.
Well, I mean, the country's so tiny. I mean, what's the point of everyone having their own? They can just share. They just have the phone on the wall at the pub, and they all just take their calls there. So. Right. Anyway, so yeah. So from what I remember before, I remember us putting Adam and Eve like.
I don't know why, but it just popped in my head to say Britain owes us child support. Because America's like its kid. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like at this point, maybe they owe Canada child support because they're the ones that's got to deal with us a little more like in proximity. Point. So
that makes more sense.
Now there's a T-shirt. Great Britain owes Canada child support. Ooh, and hey, we got our first.
We got a joiner.
All right, I believe this is Chris. How's it going?
Howdy do.
Hello.
Hello.
I can't. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Anyhow, sorry if I'm a little bit late.
No, that's okay.
My default browser does not agree with Restream, and the fact that because of all the free stuff, you just kind of have to hop in between all the tech savvy stuff, and yeah. Anyway, sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, and here I'm just typing a little thing here because for some reason Restream, like if you don't have like your camera on or whatever, it doesn't show your like icon or something. It just doesn't show anything. So I just put a little ticker just so people know you're here. So welcome.
Yeah.
But you're not late. Like there is no late or on time. This is all just kind of free flowing.
Okay, so have you guys started already or what?
Yeah, well, we're on. We're starting with Adam here, but we're kind of doing Adam and Eve together. But we'll rank them one at a time. But I mean, obviously their story is so connected. But yeah, so I guess starting with Adam, and obviously, like I just said, you can kind of flow that in with your thoughts on Eve. So, like, what are your thoughts on the Adam and the Eve?
Well, the thing is that this is more of a most of the biblical characters are essentially victim by circumstance,
Correct.
but
This is
it's
true.
just
This is true.
it's just as by like guilty by association and guilt trip. Basically, like most of the stuff. If you go in by who is the worst asshole to the who is the saint, that's a little bit like more of a like like a better nuanced conversation, but that's just my personal opinion.
Ooh.
But
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, Matt, your face looked like you had something to say there.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I think we're doing it. It's kind of hard to describe how we're doing it. We are. So when you look at the different tiers, where do you think that person fits and why? Like,
Adam
what's
and
your
Eve?
criteria?
Because I guess the way I would describe how we're doing our criteria is basically just what do we think of them? Like if we were just reading the Bible, just like a story, like what do we think of these characters? Not based on like what we're not saying what does the Bible think of this character, but just reading them from our perspective. What do we think of them? So.
Okay, so you're saying as atheists, like what type of person they are, basically, yeah.
I mean, not even necessarily as an atheist, but just from like whatever your perspective is, just viewing them as a person. Like if this person was like real and you like what would you actually think of them if you knew them or whatever? So.
Well, to be quite honest, for me, I don't really. Adam and Eve are not exactly in my like in the. I would say basically, excuse me, lukewarm category.
Oh, really?
Because I don't know. It's just too corny, and how the tale is that you could easily fit like Gaelic mythology, and not as a copy and paste, but it's like too like innocent to like the innocence to like sus and and just like guilty goes from 100 to 60. So
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I would say like they're not very original characters.
Yeah,
they're not special.
Yeah. I guess I would say like from the criteria. I mean that definitely makes sense. Like all that what you're saying, but I guess our criteria is maybe like a little different than that. Like I'm not even. I guess maybe I didn't explain it very well, but we're not even necessarily talking about like how are they as written. I'm not thinking of them like what we think of them as like characters in a story, but more just like as actual people. Like if we actually knew these people and they were like in this situation and this is what happened to them, like what would we think of how they responded? Because if I remember when we did this before, we actually had Adam and Eve in one of the top tiers, but it was mostly just because we're like
their impact.
Like we just felt like they were just put in an impossible situation. And just got a real raw deal and
did the best they could with what they had.
Yeah. So does that make sense?
Yeah. But with the supplemental stuff of Abel and Cain, now you're kind of going like the whole sus from the get-go, but that's just me. And also the fact that I'm a not exactly a fan. It's more of a I like to dabble in TTRPGs. Yeah.
So wait, that's an interesting point about Cain and Abel because like Cain was their kid.
Yes.
So like they did do a great job.
And Seth too, by the way, I think, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Cain, Abel, and Seth. Yeah. So that's the thing, and we'll get to Cain because he's coming up. I think Cain maybe got kind of a raw deal as well, but
so I'm thinking Adam and probably Eve. Okay, I think we should rank Eve higher because.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, or at least even if they're on the same tier. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're necessarily ranking
price. She got
tier.
screwed harder.
Yeah.
It's not
So-
it's not a really a consolation prize
So-
thing, because like the villain of the story, however you want to look at it, is God. Because
Oh yeah, and we'll get to him later. Yeah, he's on this list too. So yeah.
okay.
All right, so here's our friend Emily says, "Yeah, I definitely would have eaten the apple. Tell me not to do something. That's the first thing I'm going to do." So, not judging Eve not judging Eve badly, just to be clear. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and this again, to our point, like this is just the situation they were put in, and also God should have known that, so that if He told them not to do a thing, and then they
Well-
were going to do a thing.
Well,
But-
then it
and-
kind of goes with the Epicurus trilemma, I think, right?
Mhm.
Because like if he is all knowing, like whence cometh evil, and
Exactly.
so on and so forth. So it's like, yeah, but I guess as a Christian, you have to just kind of swallow the dog and just it is what it is. But that's just not me. That's not
Mhm.
how I operate.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, and I think that's for that reason. Like so, I got them on best of the best. So, what do you think? What are we thinking, Matt? Just have them both on the same tier? Just like put Eve up a little higher, or
I'm good
Well,
with
well-
where it is.
all right? Well, while you're thinking of that, well, we have another opinion to bring in here.
I
It's
said-
Ember.
Hello.
Hello.
I
How's
said
it
we
going?
bump Adam down.
Oh,
Okay,
Adam's
so
down.
was
Okay.
how come
sure you guys
how-
were going to be here tonight. I was looking earlier before I started my adult Bible study, and I didn't see the thingy.
Yeah.
Weird.
Sorry.
Pesky
Yeah, well,
thingies.
which thingy? Like the just when we
The,
went
the
live,
scheduled
or
stream.
oh, maybe it's because I didn't actually schedule it, because I don't actually schedule things. So.
Well, what the fuck?
So that's why you didn't see it. Now, if you had seen it, that would have been concerning, because it'd be like, who did that?
Psychic
But-
powers.
All right,
No,
a
so
lot of numbers.
I think I know why I don't appear in the screen. It's because I don't have my camera. Like
yeah, and for some reason, yeah, Restream, like others platforms like StreamYard, like if someone doesn't have their camera on, like it would at least put like an icon or something on.
Yeah,
But yeah, Restream doesn't for some reason.
and we don't even
I
have
mean,
the option to
it
do
shows
that.
the icon, and then it immediately removes me.
Ooh,
So
yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
hey, and there's a
whatever.
Chris. Yeah. Who is that masked man? All right.
No, it's
Well, hey,
just
then
me.
I can
It's
take
just
that
guys
off.
in
so.
training.
All
like I
right.
said, I just
Well,
don't like camera anyways. But whatever.
yeah.
Okay.
That's cool. All right. So yeah, so we got Eve. I think we got her best of the best. Actually, if I'm remembering last time, we may have actually put her God tier, because she's like, I mean, or maybe I think if Lilith was on this list, she'd definitely be God tier. But I don't know what we think about like Eve in comparison to Lilith, or we've kind of seen them on the same level. I don't know, Ember. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, Eve, she thinks for herself. She doesn't just take Adam's word for it that God said the thing is bad when the serpent presents her with other information. She's a skeptic, so she uses her brain at least a little bit, which is a
Mhm.
big plus over a lot of people in the Bible.
Yeah,
This is true.
But on the flip side, she lets herself be relegated to like the bottom of the barrel role. Like, arguably, she gets worse than the fucking serpent out of this, right? Like, he loses his legs, but she gets subjected to hundreds of years of torment. You know?
Yeah, and along with all of her descendants. Oh, and speaking of her descendants, producing descendants is going to hurt a lot more for her now too. For
yeah,
some reason.
cool.
But
She's only
Yeah,
going to
which-
burst the world into existence
right,
as far as humanity goes.
Rich. Yeah. With quick side note, and I know like we're only on the first two characters and we're already like over 40 minutes in. But hey, speaking of the punishments, like, because Christians will always say like they'll pretty much blame anything bad in the world on the fall. But if you actually read the story, the only punishment God gives people is, okay, snakes are going to have to crawl now, because apparently they didn't before. And then childbirth and growing food are going to be hard. Like, that's it. He didn't say anything about like earthquakes, tornadoes, floods, cancer, diabetes, stubbing your toe. Like, none of that. Like, it's
Well,
just
I
all.
think getting like farming food and having kids are probably the two main hardships for a rural community. So
I think it's what's called natural selection.
yeah,
There's that.
they're,
too,
they're
yeah.
trying to they're just trying to explain nature.
Yeah. So all that to say, I think all the Christians who go way overboard and just blame literally everything bad and like, oh, it's on the fall. It's like, well, then God should have maybe said something. Like he said, he should have said, oh, if you eat of this fruit, not only will you die, but then like your descendants will have to deal with, you know, all the rest of that crap as well. But he didn't. So again, this is why we put Adam and Eve like up near the top just for I don't want to call this necessarily like the sympathy vote, but it's just like they just got a raw deal. Like we just put
Yeah.
in a
What's the criteria though? Like, is it the amount of
You
difference
tell
they make
us.
in the story? How good they are? Because like, if really, they're kind of shitty characters because they just kind of they ruin everything for everyone. Like not just everyone who follows, because everyone is everyone who follows. You know, the two sets
Right.
are the same
Yeah.
set. So they fuck
Well,
everything
yeah.
up, and it's all their fault.
Well, on the other hand, you can also kind of fall it on the, Pandora, basically the same thing. So anyway, but that's just my 2 cents
Yeah.
on it.
yeah, I guess. And share the people who wrote the Bible never stepped on a Batman helmet Lego. Ooh. Yeah, there's that too. But so I guess like our criteria, it's like I mean, it's really kind of loose. It's really just what we think of them. So like, so I'm with you, Ember. Yeah, definitely. Like they're the ones who started this. But I guess my pushback on that would be maybe like, was it actually their fault though? Like, did they know this was going to happen? Like, I feel like God really didn't explain things very well to them.
No, he
So
straight
it's-
up lied to him. He said,
Yeah.
"You'll
Okay,
die."
so
But
I
no.
guess so I guess to me this almost feels like if I like so my kids like they're teenagers now, they know how to not do things like this. But like when they were toddlers, if I had just like left like a bunch of lighters and matches and a can of gasoline out in the middle of the living room and then they end up burning the house down. I mean, yeah, they burned the house down, but am I mad at them? Or this kind of feels like
Well,
that kind of
yeah.
situation
if
to me.
you left the gasoline and the lighters lying around and you told them if you touch the gasoline and the lighters you will die, but nothing about burning the house down,
Mhm.
it's kind of fucked up, you know?
Well, yes, that'd be fucked up
Yep.
of me.
And you
But,
don't explain
yeah.
what burning or what fire is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or don't even necessarily explain what death is. Like,
Or
how do we know that Adam and Eve knew what it meant that they would die? I mean, also
Well,
never
to-
mind
Right,
the fact
they
that they
didn't
didn't
have knowledge.
actually die. Yeah,
to move this along, I'll put God tier, Job, as another.
Well, we're going in.
Oh, Job.
yeah.
Our plan was to
Well,
go.
we'll get to Job later. Yeah, we're
order.
kind of going in order here, but I
What's on the
appreciate the enthusiasm of moving this along. But yeah, we definitely do
Birth
need to
order?
get this moved along. So
It looks
Yeah,
like birth
so-
order.
yeah, this is like they were kind of almost in like chronological order as far as like the Bible, like books of the Bible go.
Sure.
I kind of, but it was like close. So I tried to move them. But then like God, Jesus, and Satan are just kind of in the middle. So figured I didn't want to have them like right at the
They're
beginning.
there.
So
Yeah.
we have Cain
Anyway.
next, right?
Yeah. So yeah. So for right now, and again, things can be fluid. We can move things around as we keep going. But yeah, for right
Yeah.
now, we got even, best of the best, and Adam just below in good. All right. So Cain is up next. He's another person I would maybe. So yes, he's like the first murderer. So yeah, that's obviously a big negative. But I would also kind of put him in that category of like given a raw deal. This like
He's a problem solver.
It's true.
I would say mid, just to basically just like if you want to put
Yeah.
in the mid.
And
Yeah.
now here's where if Christians are watching, they start to get irritated.
oh just now yes.
Yeah.
Because they were fine earlier when I said
Oh,
God
sure.
liked spit.
Well,
Yeah,
because
that was fine.
Adam and Eve are near the top.
Yeah.
Although maybe they would say they should be near the bottom because they fucked everything up. I don't know. I could go either.
But
way.
it's still,
fucking
like I
relevant.
said, the antagonist of that story is God.
Yeah.
No, no questions
Oh, yeah.
asked.
For
so
sure.
it's
For
like,
sure.
so that's why it's like, no.
Oh yeah, and we'll get to that fucker later. But
Yeah.
all right. So
Fucker.
Abel's
I'd,
is that
I'd
Abel?
put him in God tier because he got away with the most severe crime in history to that point, and he got rewarded with immortality, his own fucking city, and a wife
That's
from fucking
true.
nowhere.
that's true. Oh, you could also. So yeah, this is just tentative, but yeah, that's
Talking
interesting
about
to
like
think of came in
VTM,
God
right?
tier because also, what's that?
Sorry, you're talking about VTM, this type of style, right? About Kane. Anyway, sorry, I'm just joking on the side. So
Sorry, that was over my head. My bad. But yeah, but speaking of like having him in God tier, like this thing, even though he committed the first murder, like that's like, yeah, it's like obviously murder is bad. That's kind of the stance we have
But
here
he's
on the
the
show.
first.
But yeah, the first, and also if you think about it, like God like created life, and he's the first to end a life. So that's like,
He's
whoa.
trendsetter.
Him more Satan than Satan, which
Ooh,
technically puts him on par with God.
Yeah, I mean, also if you think about it, before that happened, like if you were just like reading the story, like if you knew nothing else about like humanity or any kind of reality, if your only knowledge of reality was starting like reading Genesis 1, this just now occurred to me. So like, let me know what you think of this. I would not think that humans killing another human would be possible because it's like God gave life to everything, but like, why would humans have the power to take that away from someone once God had given to it? Like,
That is an excellent point because the fact that's possible means God specifically allowed that to happen.
yeah,
Why did he do that?
Well, because you can't have
Yeah,
free
so-
will without murder.
okay, and Abel
It's
then.
all part of the plan.
yeah. So I'm liking. So I'm liking how this is like changing up because I don't remember where we had Cain last time, but it was definitely not God tier. So I love how we're already getting some different thinking. So, but yes, as Chris said, we'll move on to Abel. But first, Aunt Jer has a question. Are Tommy and Matt going to be part of Purple's Christmas Streamathon? Not as of yet, and also I'm not exactly mostly because I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
I can fill
But-
you in. So
Okay.
every year for the past 7-8 years, something like that, Purple Rhymes with Orange, another creator in the
okay, I've
atheist
heard of them. I haven't watched them. But yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah.
She organizes a mega stream. It's a relay, creator to creator to creator for the full 48 hours when it's Christmas anywhere in the world, so that no matter where a person is, if they don't have somewhere to go in real life, they can come online and find community. And
That's
it's
pretty
it's a bit of a challenge. And so she
Yeah.
lines up, she organizes these shows to do this relay race thing. It starts on her channel, then she hands it off to the next person, hands it off to the next person.
Nice.
My morning show has a slot on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, but I may end up doing an adult Bible study for that. But yeah, there's people take slots, they do their thing. A bunch of people have, and we meet new creators every year, so we're always trying to get new creators into the mix so that people can meet each other, and you find a bunch of great community. But most importantly, you're being there for the community.
Yeah.
And it's
Mhm.
it's a really great thing. Last year I met a cool physicist dude and just nerded about lasers and black holes for like an hour. It was great.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Yeah. So I guess to answer your question, like, no, we won't be on it because we weren't familiar
Well,
with
you
it. But
need to
that
get
is
in
a
touch with
really cool
Purple.
thing. What's
Yeah.
that?
You need to get in touch with Purple because next week your normal day will be Christmas Eve. So if you're doing the show anyway,
Yeah. Which we
you may
aren't.
as well be on the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we aren't actually doing the show, Chris. Well, Matt might. I won't be available.
I
But,
think we're going to my wife's parents' house.
Ah,
That would be a fun place to do it from.
get the in-laws on.
Yeah, because
Well-
they're
Well,
Christmas with the Bisquicks.
near, near, nearly all of them are Christians except
good
for her
callback.
mom.
Thank you. So
And
yeah,
her mom is like new agey flavor of the month kind of religion.
Okay.
yeah.
But not if it takes a lot of effort.
Hey, Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Jimmy Duxus.
Bow-tie bless.
All right. So, all right. Well, thanks for informing us about that, Ember. I will, like I said, I won't be available to do a show, but I will definitely. But I'll be with family. so I may at some point be looking for a thing to escape into another room to do and have some alone time in the middle of all that.
Fair enough. And on that note, Purple tries to keep a master list so that people can find where the hell the mega stream is at any given time. You can just go to Purple's channel and something. Maybe it's a post. I forget how the hell she does it, but a lot of the other creators also keep a list, like in the description of whatever their video is. It'll have everybody listed and what time slot they're in. So if you can find any of us, you can find where the stream is at any given time.
That's awesome. So yeah, I'll just put this up again. So yeah, check out Purple Rhymes with Orange. I know I'll be checking her out. So yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. So thank you. Who was that? Yeah.
Aunt
so thanks
Jer.
Aunt Jer for bringing it up, and thanks Ember for giving us the dealio. All right.
Building communities. You do.
Yeah. Which I love it. And also, speaking of which, I hope you can. Yeah, you should. Yeah, Ember
Playlist,
has her website there under her name. Yeah, check that out. Speaking of building community, like super appreciate all the work you're doing on that front, Ember, including like your list of just like a bunch of like content creators on YouTube, which includes us, which is awesome. And
That's right. That's on the website too. It's
very honored.
The list of pages on the top, very top of the website, all the way to the right, and then go back one, because all the way to the right is my merch store. But the list of creators, it's somewhere a little north of 100 different channels of creators I wish I'd known about sooner, and no one told me. Although in fairness, someone did tell me about you folks. It was BS Lewis. He was like, hey, go check out these crazy bastards. And I was like, ooh, crazy bastards, yay. So
hey, that's
someone
us.
did tell me about y'all.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you found us, and thank you. Thanks again, BS. Like, yeah, seriously, I think like BS is probably the reason everyone except our friend Emily is watching us here tonight. But Emily's like, I've known you since like 2020. I want to say. Anyway, yeah, she's been with the show from the beginning. Always appreciate her. All right. So yeah, I'm fine just putting Kane at God tier because fuck it, and some people are probably going to be upset, and that's part of the fun. All right, Abel.
Well,
God tier.
Really?
Okay.
No, for real, because he's the first.
Okay.
Cain killed him because he pleased the Lord, and Cain was jealous. So he pleased the Lord, and then he died. He definitely went directly to heaven. He was the first person in heaven. He was the only person in heaven for, I guess, until Jesus showed up. Whatever, I don't know, but he was definitely in heaven. And
wait, so he's probably at the gates and not Saint Peter.
Yeah. So, but real quick, so apparently it's like, nope. Kip Davis says, I found this place on my own and promptly fell asleep. Right. So, but welcome back, Kip. We may need some of your input on this as well. Especially when we get to characters we can't really remember what happened with them.
And start getting things wrong.
The Romulus and Remus of Bible lore.
Okay, so we're going to Old Testament again, or we're going to skip over to the New Testament now?
No, we're going to keep like in order here. But real quick, I just want like speaking of Abel and the whole like him being the first to die, it just reminded me of this meme I saw. It was that meme template of like Kermit the Frog, just like waiting at like a window or something, just like staring out into like the emptiness, and it just says Cain in heaven waiting for someone else to die. That just always made me chuckle. All right. So so Abel up in God tier, I think good enough reasoning. I'll take that.
That works for me.
Yeah.
Better than
all right.
average.
What's that?
Better than average. Ooh, that would make a great channel name.
What? All right. So next up, we got Noah of and the Ark fame. So he was apparently the one righteous person left in the world at some point. And he was able at the ripe old age of I don't remember how old Noah was. 500. Yeah, something like that. Was able to build a boat with
Ken Ham's age.
a full
So
twice.
are we talking about? Okay, sorry, I thought that we were talking about Abraham, but Noah.
Oh no, this is
he's kind of mostly like an NPC. Like
a bit, yeah.
I just want to say like. Also, I don't know what the context for this comment was, but I appreciate it. So, All right. So sorry, as you were saying, I'm.
Yeah. Methuselah, his fucking grandpa. He was like,
Oh yeah.
"Bye, grandpa. Die now." The only reason Methuselah
Yes.
died was because of the flood. He had a
Yeah,
fucking boat that he could
he
fit
was the
every
oldest
fucking
guy,
animal
right?
on Earth, and he didn't bring
Yeah.
grandpa. Fuck that guy.
Right, yeah,
Well,
that's the
fuck
thing. I remember, like back in my Christian days when I was getting like super nerdy and I was looking through the genealogies, I actually did the math, like based on like Methuselah's age and like when Noah was born and like when the flood happened. I was like, holy crap, Methuselah died the year of the flood. It's like, crap, he probably died in the flood, which means he could have been even older. But
Mhm.
yeah,
He could
yeah,
still be alive today with
Yeah.
Cain.
Great.
That's a
and
bad move. as far as-
Jesus, probably.
like that's
Mhm,
not in
mhm.
line with the patriarchy. You got to save the oldest guy in your family.
Now I
Yeah, they're
understand
patriarchy
why.
badly.
Now I
This
understand
was a
why.
usurpation. Noah knew
yeah.
that if he killed all his older relatives by letting them die in the flood, no, sorry, guys, God says I'm the only righteous one.
Mhm,
He'd
mhm.
become the new patriarch of human civilization.
Smart.
That's kind of
smart.
a Cain and Abel move, TBH.
What
Yeah.
is
So
it,
I mean,
Luca. Anyhow, last
so
index.
so are we saying Noah might also be God tier? Like, I mean, come on, like, I mean, just
No.
like you're
Ah,
able to.
To me, he's an
He heard
NPC.
voices. He hired people to build him a fucking boat. He killed all his goddamn relatives, and then he
Oh,
was
that's
drunk
right.
all the time. He is like the worst human ever. And we have Cain on this
Oh, that's
list.
true.
Yeah, and if you're a Christian and you have mental health challenges where you hear voices that aren't there, Noah gives you cover for that, and like makes it okay
Yeah,
to
yeah.
not seek help. So I think this
Yeah.
is a problem.
Yeah. So sorry, I guess I misunderstood. I thought I heard someone saying comparing him to Cain and Abel, but I guess it was in more of
Oh,
like
I did.
an opposite. Okay, but I guess it maybe
I'm
seemed like maybe
contradictory.
more of an the
So
opposite-
Tilting Windmill
opposite-
is calling
I'm
mid
very
or bad.
capricious. You shouldn't
Yeah.
listen to me.
Well, I'm the one who let you on, so well. All right. So if we're calling like Noah like the worst kind of person, like yeah, it's got to be at least bad. Well,
I'm gonna
I'll put
say-
him in.
I'm gonna say
I'll put-
mid.
I would say I could go with mid or bad because like lukewarm is
Yeah, I'm gonna say
it's
that's
kind of
gotta be
like wishy washy,
Okay, in fairness,
and he was
did
committed.
save all the fucking animals, and that's kind of a good deed.
right. Okay, so I'll bump him up to mid for that.
Okay,
But yeah,
Yeah.
because like I was saying, like
Fucking world.
you got to
Mid.
save the fur babies.
We have high standards, folks.
yeah. Well, I will say also like in some instances, my criteria for this in some cases is just how hilarious it is to put them there. So
Correct.
we'll see once I get to Jesus, because that was one of my favorite things from last time is where he ended up like just saying, and Jesus is just one of my favorite things ever. Anyway, all right. So next we got Abraham, the father of the Judaisms, and the
This
guy
dude,
who, speaking of
Major
hearing,
asshole.
yeah,
Heard
speaking of,
voices, wanted to sacrifice his son, whored out his wife multiple times.
Yeah, he did.
right,
Yeah,
Who was
Isaac, though?
also his sister.
right,
Like,
yeah,
what a this dude was so horrible that even though he was the only prophet that Yahweh could speak to directly in that age, Yahweh still just went on a rampage and wanted to kill him at least once. Remember that
Hmm.
time that his wife had to save him by
Yep.
cutting off the bit,
Oh,
bit-
that was, if I remember, that was Moses.
was it? It may
I do
be.
remember that. I do
Well-
remember that happening to Moses, where like after when I remember like God, like it was literally right after the whole burning bush thing, and he sends him back to Egypt. Like literally, the next story is like they're in their tent, and God shows up to kill Moses, but then Moses' wife is like, "Oh, God's here to kill Moses. What do? I know. I'll chop the tip of our son's dick off and rub it on Moses's foot," because
which makes God, even though God had just sent him on a special mission. Yeah, that's what I was thinking
Yeah.
of. So okay, so Abraham only gets partial credit because he caused that to happen by having children.
right, and I think Abraham was the first of the dick chopping off tradition. So yeah,
Well,
so he's definitely
circumcision.
one. Yeah. That's the
could've
word.
rewritten- If they were going to retcon that story and say, actually, guys, he really didn't sacrifice his son, they could have at least worked in the circumcision thing. They could have been like, at the moment the knife was about to come down, the hand of the angel of the Lord moved his knife. So instead of going into his heart, cut off his foreskin. And that's why we still circumcise our children to this day in commemoration of the Lord saving fucking Isaac, whoever the fuck it was, all these damn names.
Yeah, it was
Isaac,
Isaac.
yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So like you could work it into the story and make it sound like less of a retcon because in the original version he just did it. He just
Oh
off
yeah.
his child to prove his devotion.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
And someone was like, "Wait, that sounds
Terrible
bad."
storytelling.
How many gangrenous penises do you think there were? Because infection was a real thing.
Yeah.
Don't ask
So
me
that
how.
actually depends on the tool you're using. They
Oh,
didn't
that's
have
true.
steel
Okay.
at the time because that's a slightly later invention. We're talking like Bronze Iron Age ish
Mhm.
sort of
Do you think
thing.
they knew to get it hot first?
Or really sharp rocks.
If you have access to obsidian, very
Oh,
low
that
infection
would've-
risk with obsidian.
But still, that's still a jagged edge.
Oh, it's
Also-
very well. You can get it
also,
sharp
Yeah.
depending on how it breaks.
Also, by Jewish accounts, I'm not saying that, but essentially, rabbis would essentially use their teeth to, snip
That's
that.
more of a modern tradition, I think.
The Catholic Church makes so much sense now. Look what they were starting with.
Right?
I don't know. Sorry, but
Thank you, Matt.
that's the thing.
But I want to go back. I want to go back to Aunt Jer's comment here. Yeah, Noah's a dick. He did this is Sparta on the drowning people, right? Fuck him. Anyway, so yeah, so
Fucking
that's
grandpa's climbing up the side, and he's like, "Boom, fucker,
all right.
get off
So,
my
yes.
boat."
Yeah, so Noah's in mid now. Like again, the more we think about these, like obviously this is all subject to change, but I kind of like how this is shaping up as we're going. All right, so Abraham is in bad. I would say like, yeah, I want to save lukewarm. I want to make that like a pretty special tier, but like, we'll see who else ends up there and if we want to adjust any of that going forward. All right,
Sure.
next up we got like a wife of Abraham, Sarah, originally or. I don't remember if she was Sarah. I think she was Sarai first, and then
Yeah.
Sarah.
Yeah, she was
I don't know.
Sarai before the name change, before the gender confirmation ceremonies, when everybody got their new names.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Well,
right. Because, yeah.
she's basically
Anyway.
a background character, as far as I know.
Yeah,
Kind-
this
Yeah, kind of.
I would also put her in the like just put in a bad situation, given a raw deal, like kind of
She's a trooper.
character. Yeah, because wasn't she the
mean-
one who like when God first told them they were going to have a baby, she just like laughed, and then God was like, "Oh, how dare you laugh? You're not
Yeah.
going to be able to talk or something."
She's like, who the fuck is this guy?
So
Made her
I'm willing to
infertile,
give
so
her
they had
like
to do the thing with the. She's sleeping with all these other fucking people. First of all, brother and sister, but okay, they're from the incest clan. That's fine, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, she got to sleep with a
product of their
pharaoh
time.
and made off with like half his kingdom, and then she slept with the ruler of another land and made off with like half his kingdom. And yeah, it's Abraham setting all this up and tricking all these people and shit. But she's such a good lay that even after they find out, they're like, oh, here, have your wife back, but also take all these goats and all these sheep and all and some gold. Would you like some gold? Have some gold. Like,
Do you think?
wowzers! I've
think
never
also-
had something
just
good.
have
I
to
don't know
point
about
out-
you.
I just have to point out she was in her 60s apparently when she
80s.
got Isaac,
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah, she was
like
super
So
old.
it's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So
She's like-
props for that.
She's like, I'm all dried up.
All right, so what do we think? Are we good with her in good, or anyone thinking a little higher? Maybe. What do we think?
I mean, good's probably all right. She could have done more, like take over the kingdom entirely or something.
Right.
True.
Fair.
She did
Oh,
stand
that
by
would
her
have.
man who seemed to be a dick. So
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah. So, but hey, good is good. So we'll.
Also, do you? There's no record of her complaining about any of this. So, like,
I don't
was,
think she gets to speak.
was
any of
Abraham
the
unable to perform?
Yeah. yeah.
Like
that
there's,
sounds-
there's literally one line, and it's where I seem to be barren. Take my slave girl in my stead, and like that's it.
yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
couple more in that story, but
Ooh,
Right.
maybe-
But yeah,
maybe
that's it
Abraham
all kind of
had
boils
a-
down to that. Yeah.
Maybe
All right,
Abraham
so-
had a Trump weenus. It was like
Passed on the STIs to their marks. All right. All right. So, all right, moving on here. So next we got Lot. So
Oh.
I'd say
he's
complicated.
a
There's a
SA
lot.
victim.
to talk about with Lot.
yeah.
Couldn't keep his woman in line. She turned back.
Well, I mean, okay, so first of all,
Well-
he offers his daughters to the crowd of rapists.
Right.
Not a
Right,
great
but that
start.
was what you did at the time.
The fuck. He backtalks the angels when they tell him to leave, and then he argues with God about the destruction of the city. They're like, go into the mountains where you'll be safe, and he's like, how about I just go to that one little village just over there? And they're like, well, that's not. You're still on the plane. That won't be safe. He's like, yeah, you can deal with it though. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go over there. And they're like, fine, but hurry because it won't be safe until you're there. Which makes one wonder, why did he even have to leave? He could just be safe wherever if him being there is what makes it safe, but never mind. So he goes there, he hangs out there, and then he's like, you know what? Fuck this place that I really wanted to be. I'm gonna go into the mountains anyway.
Ooh.
And he brings his daughters. And instead, in fairness to him, it wasn't his idea, according to the story. But like the daughters are like, you know what? We could have gotten husbands in the town down there. We could go back down there and get husbands. But instead, what if we get our father drunk and just have children with him?
Yeah, and he was
And
passed out.
yeah. Right. But so fantastic reminder here from Aunt Jer. Remember, this Christmas, you can say to your family, if you can call Abram Abraham and Sarai Sarah, you can call me by my new name. No excuses.
Excellent.
Fucking right. But also, thank you for the cat down the road. The Ten Commandments is actually free to view on YouTube. I'm assuming you mean the movie with Charlton Heston and Edward G. Robinson and Yul Brenner and
Let
and
my
all them.
people go.
But I
or
recommend you have a rewatch. You're assuming we've watched it. I mean, I have because of course. But
so if we watch
you
this
watch it-
movie, we shall know that the Lord is God.
because we watched Charlton Heston with a kick-ass beard, like in some
Overacting.
fire, like
in
I'm
the-
confused. Yeah. I'm
Oh,
confused, but I mean, it's a good movie, so yeah, sure, watch it. I have seen it, but I do not know that the Lord is God, so I guess results may vary.
Consider,
So
Charlton Heston has been gifted with divine power, right? Like watching
Mhm.
the Ten Commandments is how you know the Lord is God. Exactly the same way watching the Planet of the Apes is how you know they blew it up. You maniacs, they blew it up.
Well,
and
I'm
then
sorry.
watch, and then you can also learn that Soylent Green is made of people.
That's,
So-
I know I'm
right,
showing
yeah.
my age, as in I'm the youngest guy on the panel for currently. For me, when it comes to Exodus, it's Prince of Egypt. Sorry.
I do remember that. That was not bad. That was not
That
I
bad.
was
never
quite
saw that.
good, in fact. As
Mhm.
you probably know, not a fan of Bible, but that movie fucking rocked.
I did hear
For a
that it was
cartoon.
good.
Yeah, I remember seeing that in theaters, but yeah. All right, so back to Lot, who was a lot. So yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, well, we're thinking bad because I mean, just for the whole like, here, the village, have my daughters. It's like, I mean, that's
Yeah, to protect the
It's a
angels
pretty
that I am
weak-ass
going
move.
to tell
Like
off in a
a
minute.
man would go out there and defend his daughters, right?
mhm.
And also,
Yeah.
Abraham was like on the same level as him. So them being on the same level, because they both argued with God and somehow won. So it makes sense they should be on the same level here.
Yeah, there we go. I like it. I like it. All right. So Isaac, speaking of Abraham killing or not killing his child, this is the child. So-
What did he even do except not get killed?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm trying to-
wondering that too. I'm like,
Oh,
he's
so-
not actually very memorable.
Yeah, all I remember, and speaking of like the coming up next is his twin sons Jacob and Esau. All I really remember is like if you remember their story, he was tricked by Jacob into making him think he was Esau, so he would get the blessing.
Yeah,
But that's
but
really
that means
about
he didn't really
it.
know his kids, where he could
Yeah.
be fooled by like an animal.
Well, but I think at that point they said like he was like super old and like his vision was failing, so he thought it was Esau because I guess Esau was really hairy and
He was a
Jacob was
werewolf?
really not. Yeah, so Jacob like put some like lambskin or something on like to cover his arm, so Jacob just like felt his arm like, oh, that's Esau.
Dude, but
Like-
lambskin?
Yeah,
Oh, was he fucking woolly?
apparently.
So he's a
So
very
now, if
fuzzy
it-
guy.
If he was old enough to have dementia, okay, then I'd give him a pass because
yeah, so I
his
think
brain's not there.
maybe for a very different reason than Noah, because Noah is kind of in mid because of like the extremes. But I think Isaac, I get maybe he just falls in that. I don't know. I'm also getting that kind of lovable oaf vibe from him
I
because
don't
like
know
it seems
about
like
lovable, but being an oaf, it's not really his fault that anything.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't really have a lot of
That's true.
agency in his own life. He's just kind of
yeah.
following the line of descendants.
Okay, so correction, it was goat skin.
Oh, goat's good.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, they both tried to sacrifice their children. Yeah, okay. There you go. All right. Yeah. Esau always
like
reminds
father,
me of
like
the sound
son.
a donkey would make. Yeah,
Esau.
I won't. Thank you, Matt. I wasn't going to do that because it would have been awful. All right. So yeah, Isaac, he's mid because it's like, just. All right,
and leave him.
but his sons Jacob and Esau. So I do remember where we put Jacob last time, and so I'm going to put him up here. Like, feel free to disagree, but I mean, dude wrestled with God and would have won if God had not God cheated, and based on how you interpret and translate certain words, God basically had to break his dick
Yeah, assaulted his genitals.
because, I mean, if you can, so. In a fair fight, it looks like he could have beat God in a wrestling match. So, I mean, I don't know.
So we just covered this story on tonight's adult Bible study, and maybe it's
Yeah.
different from version to version, but we were doing the NIRV, and it said, "You will be renamed Israel because you have wrestled with God and won." So according to that version,
Oh.
he
Oh, yeah.
did beat God.
Excellent.
There you
yeah.
go. So, yeah. And it's also the
Wait, so he won even with a broken dick.
Yeah. So that's also the source of one of my favorite, like an expletive or exclamation, I guess you'd say, like that I'm trying to get trending, except for the fact that I keep forgetting to use it for myself. But because, that's the story, like God renamed him Israel. So I'm thinking like kind of in the vein of like, well, cut off my legs and call me Shorty. Like when you find something like unbelievable, I'm saying we need to get trending here. Well, break my dick and call me Israel. So let's get that going, folks. So.
That's so mean.
That's a vaguely
It's just an
anti-Semitic.
expression.
It
I
does.
know, but in the retro, like in the whole, like, it's me.
I mean, vaguely anti-Semitic, but like
Was he trans? He got bottom surgery and a name change.
Hey, and people are
God
still
tier.
calling him. And
Okay,
people are still,
okay.
yeah, people are still calling him Israel. Like they aren't dead naming him, and like they still call that nation Israel. They aren't dead naming it. So, all right, yeah, God's here. So, yeah, boom, there it is. All right. So next up, his brother Esau. Now, this is another one. I know I've used this several times. I think like the whole lovable oaf maybe fits with Esau. Like, what do y'all think? Like for people, like quick recap on his story. So him and Jacob were twins, but Esau was the slightly older twin just because he came out first. So he was supposed to receive the blessing from his father, but Jacob tricked him. And also he ended up selling his birthright to Jacob because he came back from a hunting trip and was super hungry. And Jacob had like made food. And Esau was like, I'm starving. Give me the food, please. But Jacob was like, first, give me your birthright. And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's
No.
kind of a
Thank you, Spook.
kind of a blunt instrument of a person.
Yeah, but also like if you remember, I remember the story there because there's a part where like Jacob like leaves but then comes back because he left because he's afraid Esau was like going to kill him or something. But then later he comes back like, oh, I gotta come back, make things right. So when he first meets Esau, I think one of the things he says to him, because like Esau by that point I guess had like totally gotten over it, and he's like, it's all cool, bro. And they have a big hug. But Jacob says to him like, looking on you is like looking on the face of God. So I'm like, that's pretty cool. He's got like a God face, whatever that means. But
Wait, Esau has a God face, or Isaac?
that's what Jacob said.
Interesting.
Yeah.
God is
And
as
they were
hairy as a
twins.
goat.
What's that?
They were twins.
Yeah, Jacob and Esau. Mhm.
They were twins, and he said to his twin, "Looking at you is like looking at the face of God." And they're
Interesting.
twins.
Somebody's an asshole.
But I appreciate that level of asshole, because that sounds like something I would do. So like it's well, I kind of did like back like when I was married. I would say one of my favorite things about my wife is her taste in men.
Fair enough.
Well,
I'm withholding
All right,
a
so-
comment.
thank you.
Not about
Matt-
you.
Yeah, Matt knows the X. All right, so I don't know. Is Esau good? Because I mean, I don't remember anything like super offensive about him, but I don't remember anything
He seemed all right.
spectacular. Yeah,
Like I
So-
said, it's like a name, like like he's well. It's just there's also like a narrative trope of basically twins. Twins cannot exactly exist in like literature. Is it's kind of like frowned upon. So essentially, it's like you got the ultimate conflict of mistaken identity, or you
Like a
know,
struggle.
good and evil, the like the
Mm.
duality,
You got to have the good
Stuff.
twin and the evil twin, or
Yeah.
it's not a soap
Mhm.
opera.
that stuff, and that's coming from a actual twin. I am a twin, but it's fraternal. So yeah,
Well,
I
that's
am
I was
not
gonna
both
say
twins,
like,
but
well, if you're
we're
a twin, then
fraternal,
how do I
so-
know this is really Chris?
bad.
no, my twin doesn't look like me at all.
No. Right? Yeah.
So didn't
Right.
Romulus and Remus, didn't they
Phew.
fight too? I don't remember.
Famously,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
one got to
Alright.
have a city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
I
this
forget what
rape.
happened to the other one.
Yeah. And here in Cincinnati, we have a statue of them because we just consider Rome our sister city.
Yeah.
Probably because we're also on Seven Hills. That's the only connection I can
Okay,
think of.
that might make sense. I'm
They
like,
were
there's
named
a
after
Rome, New
Cincinnatus.
York, and it's literally you can get there on one road, right? Like just
Mm-hmm.
it's not a straight line. You have to go around Pennsylvania, but you can get there without making any turns. You know.
So at least one road leads to Rome. All right.
That's right.
All right. So next up, we got Laban. All right. So quick refresher on Laban here. So
Yeah,
he
I
was
need
part
one.
of the Jacob story. So what part of Jacob running off and then him
he was
starting
the
his own
dad.
family. Yeah. So basically, he's Jacob's father-in-law twice over or something. Is
Right.
basically
Right.
so.
He was
So Jacob went to
7 years, and I'll give you my daughter. Haha. Plot twist. Wrong daughter.
yeah. So so Laban had these two daughters, Leah and Rachel, who I don't know. Are they on here?
So that was
Maybe this is the
is
yeah.
that
So
what was Jacob?
what's that?
Is this no wait, no. Who was his son-in-law?
Jacob.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah. So Jacob went to work for Laban because he saw his daughter Rachel and he's like, hey, I want me some of that or all of that, I guess. So Laban's like, all right, fine.
Better
Work for me for
watering
7
hole.
years. What's that? Yeah.
And
that
Laban was
the-
like,
It's true.
ah,
He,
stunt
he
vagina.
walks into town. He's like, I need to find some relatives to marry, and they're like, oh, well, you know, there's your freaking father's brothers, uncles, cousins, whatever, like 2 generations removed, family Laban who live up the hill, but you have to wait until after we water the goats, and we can't water the goats until everybody's here, and blah 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 blah. And
Yeah.
then
It's a
Rachel
whole
shows
thing.
up with her sheeps and shit, and he's like, oh, behold this loveliness, and they're like, that's your cousin, and he's like, perfect, I can marry her. Because they're in the
Sounds-
incest family. So he waters
all
her
due
goats,
respect,
you know what I
it
mean? And then
sounds
goes
like-
after the
It
father
sounds
for
like
him.
it sounds like the version of if you like the bestiality thing of if you like if you do weird stuff with a goat, well you have to marry it type of thing. So it's like it gets the creepy vibes. That's what
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
saying.
I mean, I mean, women at that point were essentially considered property. I mean, you look at the Ten Commandments. Speaking of
True.
the Ten Commandments from earlier, like the "do not covet" commandment, like wives are listed right along like animals and servants, slaves, whatever, and like other forms of property. So yeah, for sure.
And there were laws against fornicating with animals, correct?
Yes.
But
As
only
far as I
certain
know.
ones. They didn't say animals, period. They just listed a few.
Is that what the difference between clean and unclean animals is? Is the unclean ones you can't
You
enjoy?
can eat them and fuck them. I don't know.
Well, see, that's the thing. I remember doves being considered clean animals, so I don't know how that would work. I mean,
Maybe not.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
They'll just
Maybe
explode,
that's
I
something
think.
else.
yeah, that's no fun for anyone. All right, so Jacob goes to Laban's like, hey, so Laban's like, all right, work for me for 7 years, and you can have Rachel. Only he does pulls, but the thing is, he has an older daughter, Leah, who apparently no one wants to marry. So Laban's like, I'll just pull a fast one on Jacob, and instead has him marry Leah. I don't know how he didn't know until like the next morning when he wakes up
He was
next to her. He's
very
like,
drunk.
oh, yeah,
We
but
cover all the plot holes with he was very drunk. Is this
Very
how
drunk, it's very
How
dark.
they keep talking to God is they get very drunk, and then the next morning they're like, I was talking to someone, and he told me I need to go conquer the kingdom of Egypt. Maybe it was God. Yes, it was probably God. It had to have been God, honestly,
Right.
because I was
Yeah,
very drunk.
who else could it have been?
There's
Right.
This whole lineage is,
Trying to put that out there.
built on.
If you can reach.
This whole lineage is built on so much essay.
So
Yeah.
much.
No one asked Leah or Rachel. They're just like,
No. Yeah. So
"You're
Jacob, for
owned
that
by this
matter.
man now."
yeah.
Like,
So in this case, so in the case of Laban, like so he has Jacob work for him for 7 years, and then gives him the daughter he didn't ask for, which that's its own kind of messed up. But
Mhm.
but then he's like, all right, fine. You want the daughter you actually wanted? Just work for me another 7 years, and then gives it. So I mean, so this is one where I will agree with the Bible story. Like I would kind of put him in bad because I mean that's just kind of dick move. Or would you consider it like for the times was he doing his eldest daughter a favor by
interesting.
sneaking her?
I
in
would
there?
just put mid as a compromise.
Yeah, or was he
Getting
doing
her
himself a
married,
favor?
even though
She's a drag on the finances.
Bill wasn't actually loved.
Yeah,
Like,
but I mean,
at no point did her husband ever want her, although he wanted her enough to bang her. But like, it's the
yeah,
thing
well,
with
but it
Mary
sounds
Grace-
like. Yeah, but it sounds like my impression. Sorry, like it sounds like no one wanted her, but it's like almost like at least this way she would have a husband and have that security and like have children.
But also,
So-
it didn't even sound like her dad
Yeah.
wanted her.
Yeah. So again, I don't know if I don't think Leah's on here, but with her, I'd put her in like the much more like not in the like condescending way, but sympathetic like kind of role because it's like he just feels so bad for her in this whole thing. But yeah.
Yeah.
So are we saying Laban like down to bad, or are we thinking he's
Mid at best.
enough for
Kind-
yeah,
kind-
mid,
kinda
mid at best?
He's not
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
he's not on Abraham and Lot level of bad.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
That's
he
true. Yeah,
treated his
so,
daughters like property, but that was cultural at the time, and he
Right.
tricked a total jackass. Which honestly, fair game.
He tricked the guy
There you
who
go.
beat God in a wrestling match. I mean, that's
Ooh.
an achievement.
Actually, that's kind of impressive.
yeah.
Wait,
But then-
how did Jacob do all this with a broken dick?
No, the broken dick is later. It's after he's
Oh,
had
that's
like,
right,
dozens
'cause his
of
name
is
fucking
still
sons
Jacob.
and shit. He
Yeah.
Mhm.
goes he
That's right.
tells he sends his wives, his 12 sons, his gazillion concubines, all the donkeys and goats and cattle and shit across the river, and all his other possessions. Apparently he has no land, whatever, but they all go across the river, and then a man just appears and they wrestle all night. And
Mm.
and he gets a broken dick.
It's kind of
Yeah.
a bad plan
Yeah,
to have
oh,
that many
like-
animals and no land.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like yeah, I'm just imagining this scenario. Like Jacob like talking about like wrestling all night and then like just imagine that scenario. Like here's probably that story probably went. It's like, oh, Jacob like woke up next to some random dude after spending the night with him and his dick was broken. Just like, what happened? We were wrestling.
That dude just goes, "We were wrestling. You won."
But
I'm pretty sure I heard people in high school use that one.
all right, but the real Melly with a fantastic point here. I think this is good for the judging criteria. All women in the Bible get an automatic tier increase just for being women in the Bible, which
Yeah, that's true.
fair enough. That's
Did you
yeah.
ever see
Well,
anybody wrestle in high school and somebody who was a wrestler in high school and you're like,
Although,
you're kind of too good at that.
well, was it the Samson, like the the story of Samson? Was it like the woman that was asked to trick Samson into like cutting his hair?
Yeah, that was Delilah. Right?
Yeah.
Delilah, I think that was
Yeah.
like the closest like criminal thing, but then again, he repays that with genocide.
Yeah, which I mean that's par for the course for God or his people or whatever. So yeah, all right, but so this one may be slightly chronologically out of order if I'm remembering correctly. But Rebecca, I think she was Isaac's wife. I want to say.
That sounds.
I don't know.
So
Sorry.
therefore, like the mother of okay. Well, Kip isn't correcting me, so I'm assuming he's asleep and/or watching hockey, or I'm correct. It's one of those. But
Wife of Isaac, mother of Esau and Jacob. So yeah, she's earlier.
Thank you, Ember. Yeah. So what I remember, like all that she really had about her character was like even though Esau was the oldest child and was supposed to get like the blessing and the inheritance and all that, she actually liked Jacob better. So she's the one who helped him trick Isaac into giving him the birthright.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so
Yes.
so she was crafty and clever. So I mean, you got to give her that. But I don't really remember much else about her. So
she was making her play.
Yeah, so just for that, like I'd be thinking mid, but per Aunt Jer rules, that bumps her up to good.
Well, that was Real Melly.
Real Melly. Sorry, yeah, my bad.
However,
yeah,
I would
thank you
propose that her interference in the blessing situation that changed history, and so that deserves a bump up too.
Yeah,
she had a big
I'll put her. I'll put her in best of the best for that. Yeah, good point. And also, thanks for correcting me on who commented on that. My bad. It's like all these YouTube commenters look the same.
I'm up to at least probably Mark Worm by now.
Yeah, Luke, Mark. Well, actually, since Mark came first, wasn't he like below? So they have Luke. So we might be John Worm at this point.
Maybe.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
Father's name is John. Let's not bring that into it. No.
Yeah. And so was my grandfather, uncle, and cousin. That's how that side of the family.
It's a very popular name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But weirdly enough, I have never in my life met a John Smith, even though that is like the stereotypical most common dude name ever. Never actually met one.
So my father's name, and I shit you not, was John Jones. And he bought a 1967 VW Bug from a guy whose name was Guy George. And when he brought the paperwork for that transaction to the DMV, they laughed right in his face. They were like,
understandable.
John Jones bought a Bug from Guy George. Mm-hmm, sure.
Sounds legit.
Yeah. All right. So just because again, I honestly still feel bad about saying the wrong name. Let's put that up there again. This is Melly. This is the criteria going forward. So thank you for that. All right. So that puts Rebecca up in best of the best tier because why the hell not? She's good people. All right. Joseph of the Technicolor Dreamcoat fame. So this was one of Jacob's sons, or later named Israel. So he had 12 sons, which later the 12 tribes of Israel were named for these sons. And Joseph, he was his father's favorite. That's why he gave them the coat of many colors or whatever it is. But then all his brothers were super jealous that his father loved him best. So they tossed him in a pit and either sold him to slavery or gave him to some other people who sold him into slavery in Egypt, depending on which part of Genesis you read, even though they're right next to each other. But yeah.
Well, if you're talking about the nativity, just a side note, if you're talking about the nativity story, Joseph is the ultimate cuck of essentially.
Well, that Joseph.
Yeah.
Well,
Wait, that
well,
might be
Joseph.
this Joseph because this one has a
No.
shepherd's hook.
Yeah,
No, but this Joseph did too. But no, the
okay.
mother of the mother of Jesus, Joseph, is down here. You can see because he's like in the picture with Mary, and
Gotcha.
yeah. So this is Old Testament Joseph.
okay, Old Testament. Sorry.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
so
was
he ends
kind
up
of a
being
spoiled
sold.
asswipe. Then he had a heck of a character arc.
Yeah. I'd say he's one of the, just as far as like just a literary character, he's probably one of the best written. Like as far as the character, like like Matt said, his arc for me, like his father's favorite, like spoiled dude, like to being sold into slavery, but then gaining status in Egypt, but then being framed and put into jail and forgotten for years, but then coming out of jail and being put in like second in charge of the kingdom, ends up saving his entire family from famine. But
He's
then that's also
he's a decent
Okay,
role model.
I have two thoughts. The first is not only does he enslave the entire kingdom of Egypt
Oh shit!
and get them to thank him for it, wild, but he also establishes right there at the beginning of history the separation of church and state, because the only lands not claimed by the Pharaoh under Joseph's plan are the churches, the temples. The temples, they're on their own. They're under the protection of their gods. So he's like, the Pharaoh shall not own the Holy Lands. They have their own problem. They will stay free. Everyone else is owned by the Pharaoh, the land, the people, all slaves, but the churches remain separate. And I love to see it. So it's kind of a boss move. I'd put him right at the fucking top.
Okay. So you're saying like it actually in God tier or best of best, or all right.
He did actually change into a better person. A lot of the Bible characters just stayed however they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the fact he grows as a character, like everyone else is just, I am what I am, and that's all that I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor.
He eats his spinach and there's some olive. There probably was some olive oil. This was the Mediterranean. Yeah. All right. So next up is one that I know that I have changed my opinion on compared to last time, mostly because of part of his story. Yeah, it looked like it was on purpose. Yeah. Are you still?
Yeah, she's still.
You're still here. All right. So
just no here.
Let me. Let's just so people remember.
Back. I really wish it would do something automatically.
Yeah. So, but just so people still remember she's there. All right. So, yeah. So Moses, he's one that like I'm definitely changing my opinion from last time, because I think last time I forgot about the whole like how many like people he ordered to be slaughtered.
Oh yeah,
for stuff, because I was mainly banking on, because again, someone just as a character in the story of the Bible. I remember when I took a class in college that was more looking at the Bible just as a work of literature and just like evaluating it just like any other book or collection of stories or whatever. And I remember thinking just him as a character, like he was actually like one of my favorites, because like again, like his arc and like character development and all that. Also just appreciating like how like aka Chris Moore. But yeah,
guys, check this out. I'm stronger than Andrew Wilson.
Who's Andrew Wilson?
I got a jar open. He's this Christian nationalist asshole who likes to debate sane people and like rage about everything instead of the debate topic. And he got into it on this random asshole podcast with a feminist, and he was like, well, women are inferior to men at everything. It's just biology. And so they both tried to open like a jar of cherries or something, and he could not do it. He was just like, oh, it's slimy. I just can't. It's a whole thing. He's infamous for it now.
It's slimy or you're slimy.
Yeah, I just got it. So. All right. So, well, before we finish with Moses here, I'm moving on to my second drink, like with the West Side Holiday Ale, with it's an amber ale with where does it say what it's got? Oh, cinnamon, ginger, and sweet orange peel. So very tasty.
Can you order stuff from Canada?
Maybe.
Just a
I had a friend. I had a friend bring me a snickerdoodle from Canada. Does that count?
I'm talking about beer, but whatever.
I think we can get it at Jungle Gyms, which is like an international
Yeah.
market that has all kinds of shit.
Anyway, I know that
Yeah.
with the tariffs and all that stuff is kind of crap, but if you
Yeah.
have the chance, Bose is a Ontario company that's close to my hometown that I used to be in, but very good. So
Bose, you said?
yes, Bose.
How do you spell that?
Okay. Okay. Bravo Echo Alpha Uniform.
Oh, so like more like
Yeah.
the French
Oh.
go, like for
Okay.
handsome. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
And the
Yeah, like, it's like
you
in
have the
English, there's so
apostrophe-
many different ways you could spell
and
that.
then you have the apostrophe S. So
Bose.
yeah.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, thanks for the recommendation. I will look out for that. Yeah.
Oh my god, Aunt Jared, that's terrible. About it being a racist dog
Ooh.
whistle because of the slimy comment or the greasy.
It hadn't crossed my mind, but I mean that's absolutely something he'd do. So I don't know if you
That's
remember a
being
few years
naughty.
ago, Matt Dillahunty's very last debate on Modern Day Debate was an in-person one with Andrew Wilson, and they sat down together. And
Oh, boy.
and because Andrew was the theist, he got to go first. And so he says, "I'll just say right now, I'm conceding the debate. Matt wins." And then he
All right,
went on
go
a
home.
tirade about Arden, Matt's girlfriend, about how Matt is actually a homosexual degenerate pretending, and all the trains. And Matt he's like,
As far as I
He
know,
walked
out.
Matt
He's like, I'm not
Yeah,
Dillahunty-
I remember that. Okay, that
Yeah.
was that guy.
"That's
Okay.
Andrew Wilson."
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but as far as I know, Matt Dillahunty is not against LGBTQ. So
No,
what's the
Yeah, that's
Matt,
the
no,
point.
here?
Matt's in a committed relationship with Arden.
so
Yeah,
that guy
he's
was
a trans
just
person. Yeah.
saying things for his own subculture.
Yeah, but I think since Arden is trans, like this guy was saying, "Oh, it's really a man, so that means Matt's gay." It's like, no, but
The people
yeah.
who accuse people of being gay as a slur are often into dudes themselves. It's like almost without
So true.
exception.
Yeah,
You know
like
what?
with a lot of these
Honestly-
people, as I say, like,
The community is generally glad that they are so repressed because we don't want them in our dating apps.
Be careful what you wish for, Amber. I'm just gonna say that because I don't know if you checked the Grindr for about the news about Grindr of having the Johnson.
No,
On
we
Oh,
Grindr.
yeah,
heard. There's a reason none of us use Grinder. It's
Yeah.
it's
I'm
just
just saying.
Republicans finding each other. That's all that is
Yeah.
anymore.
Correct.
Yeah, definitely good on Matt for that. But hey, Fox is here
How do you do?
doing a barrel roll. I hope.
Barrel
Yeah,
roll
Kane, damn it, I've been
chat.
missing so long. I'm missing out on the tier list. Oh, can't stay for long. Aw, but life is stupid busy. Hey, we get it. But thanks for showing up.
Tis
Uh,
the
Yeah.
season.
watch on the
Steven,
replay.
I
It's been
should be
fun.
doing other stuff myself, but I mean, tier list.
Right. I mean, you can't afford not to, or something. All right. So Moses. So from last time we did this, like I said, I was all about like his story, like again, like Joseph, like his arc of like being saved at birth from this like massive child murdering thing to like growing up like in Egypt and being raised being like he was probably a prince. Well, if the title of the movie Prince of Egypt is to be believed, he was a
Honorary
prince.
prince.
So, but then ended up saving his people from slavery in Egypt and bringing them out and the whole parting the Red Sea. And then I also love, so in this class in college I was talking about, when we were talking about the Bible just as a work of literature and the people in it as characters, the professor really painted Moses as this like real like outdoorsman, just like loved the wilderness. So in that way, it was almost kind of poetic how he was not allowed into the promised land because this was his
Yeah.
people moving into a city. So it was God keeping like, no, you belong like out in the wilderness. I'll just bury you on a mountain. It's cool. But
Oh, so this
Also,
probably would
just,
have been the point where the Hebrew people transitioned from being like an incestuous rural cult to like gaining prominence and being able to like infiltrate a city in whatever actual historical way, if any, that happened.
But also, just to let you know that Moses, well, depending on whose side you're kind of relating to, killed a lot of Egyptian
Right.
people, even though technically it was through God, but
Yeah, with the whole
still,
sea coming back. Yeah, see, and that's the
not
part
sea,
because it wasn't
not just
what
the sea,
the plagues
it's
too.
the plagues. Yeah, correct,
and all that
correct.
kind of crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he killed a bunch of his own people when they weren't like super impressed with his stone tablets immediately.
Yeah, because he
Yeah.
was up on the mountain burning bush.
Yeah,
Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
like, "You were gone for a while, dude." So we built a calf because
I see what you did there, Chris. But well played. But yeah, so that's why last time we did this tier list, like I had Moses up pretty high. I don't remember exactly what section, but I forgot about all the killing. So not just like all the stuff that Chris mentioned there with the Egyptians, but then even after they left, like during the whole like trip to the promised land, like Moses was also in charge of a lot of like killing a lot of people on the way as well, like as they came across, or just even parts of the nation of Israel, like what Matt was saying. It's like, oh, I was up on the mountain too long and you built a golden cow. Fuck all y'all.
it's like,
And
"I'm
then-
sorry."
Like, even though I'm literally holding a tablet that says "Thou shalt not kill," like,
Watch me missing the point.
Never mind.
yeah. So as Emily, our good friend, is correct in pointing out, Moses is huge. Or I was merging Moses and huge with Muses. He was bigly in the
He's
Jewish
huge.
faith. Kind of a bigly deal, correct? But so and Moses is another character for me, like a lot of highs but a lot of lows. So I don't know if that
I'm
also
gonna say
earns him
mid
a-
because he did some great stuff and he did some terrible stuff.
Yeah, I don't know
Do
what
those
what's.
average out, though?
What?
Well, I mean, they did for Noah apparently, but so I don't know what do
Well-
we think, panel? There.
I would basically put.
I'm inclined to put him in God tier for one reason.
Oh, okay. What's this?
Because when he goes back up to tell God, hey, they're building a fucking golden cow bullshit, Yahweh's like, I'm going to wipe them bitches out, every last one of them. And Moses is like, Lordship, simmer down. If you kill them all, what will all the other gods think? And Yahweh goes, oh shit, I don't want to ruin my reputation with the other gods.
Also, is that the
Right.
reason why he got banned from setting it from
No,
going to Israel too? Like that's
no,
the
that
reason?
story was the reason Moses wasn't allowed in the promised land. This is also kind of lame. So for me, this also kind of gets him a little bit of a sympathy vote, at least. Was so when they were in the desert and they needed water, there's a story where God tells Moses, okay, just hit this rock and water will come out and your people be all hydrated. Like cue like Ember's like sponsorship deal. Right? But then later they're like out in the desert again. I guess they ran out of water from the rock or they just moved to a different rock. I don't know. But this time God tells Moses to speak to the rock and water will come forward. But Moses just hits it again anyway. And God's like, that's it. Like, that's the last straw, bitch. So it's like, again,
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But
No, it's
okay.
such an idiot thing to do too. Where such a simple instruction. It's like talk to it. And Moses is like, dink.
I'll talk to it with a
Same
stick.
thing as last time. Andrew points out, to be fair, to Moses, the tablet did also contain an admonishment against graven images. 2 points. Yes, but also they hadn't been told the rules yet. They hadn't seen the
Right.
tablet. But also, a statue is not the same as a carving.
Right, yeah, graven, like an engraving, like graven image.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like you'd
Good
have
point,
to
good
cast
point.
that fucker.
Yeah, that's a cast-in image.
But the
the-
mold you would
but-
have to carve is that engraving?
Yeah, but they weren't worshiping the mold that was carved.
But the tablets were engraved.
We,
Ooh,
would
but
they even
God-
make a mold? Well, okay, the tablet. So that happened twice. One time Moses wrote the shit down, and the second time God said, "Get out of my way," and his finger took form and just zapped it.
Oh,
like
that's
a,
right. Because the first
No.
ones he threw. Yeah, Charlton Heston
so-
threw the tablets.
Yeah. Now, forgive me if I'm misinterpreting this, Emily, but the way I'm reading this is you're wanting God to show you his ass. Because that's
It's true because Moses got to see God's glory.
yeah, but he's like, I was like, I'll just show you my backside. It's gonna be
Wait,
fabulous.
was his glory his ass?
I think it was actually supposed to be his other side, but the
Okay.
way it's described is
Yeah.
Moses could only look through the peaky hole as God was walking away. But maybe he's so well endowed that
Yeah.
it's the same thing, really.
Well, it's
Right.
like the Greek
Yeah, or-
myth. It's like the Greek myth of one of the like Greek maidens asking Zeus to show himself, that type of thing, and end up killing her.
It sounds like
Because-
Zeus
I'm not
had no
familiar
problem
with that.
showing himself.
Yeah,
More
yeah.
than
Well,
once.
you get what I mean, where I'm going with this,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it's
I'm
basic-
actually not as familiar with that, but I think I'm picking up what you're
Please.
putting down.
It's a lathe
Yeah.
computer operated lathe machine.
CNC. I'm just saying it sounds like to me like God had a nice swing in his backyard. All right.
No,
So-
in his
Yeah.
front yard, he can see from the backyard.
Does God poop?
No, it's just for show.
Okay.
All
I
right.
wonder if it's one of the questions. So, as you may recall, when I was a small child, I never got into a church. My grandmother kept trying to bring me, but it never stuck because I was a child who was full of questions. And the
Ah, there
pastors
you
would always say, "Don't bring that child back in here ever again." I wonder if asking, "Does God poop?" was one of the questions that got
Wait,
me
don't-
banned.
What about suffering the children unto thee or me or whatever the hell?
Yeah. Not those children who ask me about pooping, but yeah, he's got a church bell swinging. If you could see those from the back, which I
Oh.
imagine, I mean, they're the. Oh, was that in
That's why
Francesca's
Jacob
stuff?
broke his dick.
Hey! It's just like running into a wall.
He tried, but he couldn't.
All right,
see.
I'm trying to drag
It's a
Ember
murder
into,
wrestling.
like, I'm trying to drag Ember into God tier for that one, but it's not working. It's like, you're there honorarily. That way.
Okay, so
I
the
believe-
Pharaoh or Ramsey.
Yeah. So yes, thank you. Yeah. So Pharaoh. So someone else, which I feel like I'm saying this a lot with Bible characters, but maybe this is kind of a theme. Someone I think kind of got a bit of a raw deal. So like, yes, he would like enslaved all of Egypt, but he did get to the point where he wanted to let them go, but then God wouldn't let him let them go because he wanted to fuck him over some more. So yeah, right. I mean, I guess there's a hockey game on that he needed to sleep through. So
You know what's crazy
so-
is, all right, so the Hebrew people, for a lot of reasons, I can't. It seems like they were Canaanites, kind of like combined maybe with some Egyptians, but mostly Canaanite. And they have stories that just shit all over both lineages. They're like, no, we're our own thing. It's like, the fuck you are. Like,
Yeah.
we find with like DNA now, right? Like, Palestinians and Ashkenazi Jews share a common ancestor. And the only reason Ashkenazi Jew is kind of a thing is because they moved to Europe and combined with Europeans, and like their descendants are a new kind of Jewish people. That's my understanding.
Hmm.
But like originally, they all come from the same people. And it's just really interesting. They shit all over their past. Like, and in the Old Testament, it's set up like the Hebrew people were always a thing, but that's not real at all. It's been just interesting that they like aggressively differentiated themselves from where they came from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, but speaking of like, where's Dr. Kip? Right, he's in a maple syrup stupor
Dude,
again. Yeah.
is there
mean-
maple syrup liquor? like distilled maple syrup.
Ooh.
If you want
Ooh.
if you want my 2 cents, I think Ramses needs to be in the lukewarm.
Lukewarm. Okay.
Basically, not exactly a saint, but not like given what the circumstance of what he has gone through.
So were
It's
you here? You may have missed when I explained what the lukewarm tier is.
okay.
We're
Sorry.
actually thinking of lukewarm as like the absolute worst, like based on the verse where God says, like, you're lukewarm, so like you're neither hot nor cold, but you're lukewarm, so I want to spit you out of my mouth. It's supposed to be like this verse that makes like
Okay.
lukewarm sound like the worst thing you
Okay.
could possibly be.
I
But
rescind.
but yeah. So are you saying so it sounds like you're maybe saying more mid,
Yeah.
like it might. Okay, I get you.
I could go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
So
was just
also,
kind of there.
Yeah. So also, question for Ember here: black or green olives?
Covered that already. They're green, but
Oh,
I was
sorry.
stuffing them in my face, so I just showed one on the thing. But yeah, they're
Gotcha.
I'll say black
delightful.
olives on
I love the
pizza.
black ones too. Oh, now I want the black ones.
I think
They
black
made
on
it
pizza is
golden.
best, but in a calzone, green ones are best. That's my take.
I love them both. They're one of my favorite parts of Thanksgiving, actually, because
Interesting.
the way my family did it when I was little, we had a huge family, is the pickles and olives would get put out on the table hours before any of the rest of the food did. And so it was sort of a game where some of us kids would try to steal pickles and olives without getting caught by the adults.
Mm.
And
Wait,
so
what-
pickles and olives are like a victory in my brain, you know.
What part? So you're in the United States, right?
Mhm.
So which part? If you,
Northeast.
okay, interesting. I was just trying to place like where that would have been a thing, because like in Cincinnati, we don't put
Thanksgiving?
pickles and
I think
olives
it's
out.
pretty much the whole country.
Yeah.
Maybe
Pickles
maybe
and
I'm
olives
wrong.
out.
Don't look at me.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're in Canada, right, Chris?
Yes,
Yeah.
I am Canadian.
Although it's weird,
All
we
right,
don't put
me.
pickled other things out in Cincinnati because of the whole German thing.
Yeah. We like our pickles and sauerkraut and
Yeah.
Like, I'm not a fan of sauerkraut. I'm a transplant. I moved here from elsewhere, but yeah, I will say, like, I love Cincinnati, but the food choices among the people here just baffle the fuck out of me. It's
Yeah.
and not
I
just
mean,
the
they live in
chili.
Cincinnati.
That's true. I mean, but not and not just the chili. Like, I know we've covered this on the show before, but the most popular ribs restaurant in Cincinnati, the
It's
ribs
English as hell.
yeah, and the ribs are boiled. So to me, like, with that whole debate about is Cincinnati really a southern or northern city, I'm like, we boil our ribs. This is not a fucking southern city. You boil your ribs in the south, you're going to get shot. That's just how it works. So-
Okay, because for us, we used the pressure cooker before. And,
that's a good idea.
you use the pressure cooker, and then after that, it's you put it on the rack with
yeah.
tinfoil, and then you just
Pressure
put
cooker is
it.
a good idea.
Then you put it in the oven for about
Ooh.
an hour, and after that, that's done.
Nice.
Are they even on the
Sounds
bone
good.
at that point?
Yeah, yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
just kind of take the rack, cut it in two, put it in put it in the water in the
Mhm.
pressure cooker. Do it for about like 2 hours, for if you're going like super hardcore. And after that, you just take it out, and you put the sauce and you put it in the oven for about an hour and a half and stuff like that.
That sounds
Or on
good.
the grill.
That does
So-
sound good.
Yeah. Yeah, on the grill, definitely. That sounds good. When can I come over? So
I'm just.
But I'm
just
glad-
going through, yeah.
Go
glad
now
other
while
people
the
are agreeing
passports
here,
still
yeah.
work.
but I'm glad other people are agreeing about the boiled ribs thing. I mean, it makes the meat gray.
Which
Like,
is the same
meat is
color
gray.
as
Yes,
color as
it
spoiled
does.
meat.
Yeah.
Yes, it
So
does.
but our friend Emily, also a Cincinnatian, Eli's. Now, I do love Eli's. Now, when it comes to the ribs, I'm more for Eli's for the pulled pork. Like, when it comes to the ribs, I don't know if Waltz is still around, but
Oh,
those
Waltz
ribs
was pretty
were
good.
I'm assuming it's still a thing. I haven't seen otherwise, but I also haven't been there in forever. But yeah, Walt's is fucking amazing. But yeah, Eli's is. I mean, it's
Also,
iconic. It's
I have to
yeah.
just put a distinction that there's a big difference between pork ribs and beef ribs.
Oh yes, for sure,
So
absolutely.
just
Mhm.
Oh, I just
Yeah.
remembered. I didn't. My second beer is different than the first. It's from Nightmare Brewing.
Ooh.
Shoot, what's their slogan?
Pretty.
Oh, it's not on there. So it is like a frozen hellscape thing,
Mm.
and it's called Exposure, and it's an imperial pale ale, double dry hopped with 100% cryo citra and cryo mosaic.
Sounds fun.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah. Also, put in the chat, like people are enjoying a beverage this evening. Let us know what you got there. But yeah, and Jer, I'm vegan, and even I know that boiled ribs is a sin. Thank you. So,
it cooks all the goodness off into the water. You're left
Yeah.
with just meat.
yeah, and which
There's
I mean,
not
and
much
then
on a
so-
rib.
Yeah, so I guess they put their sauce on. Now Montgomery Inn, like, this is the restaurant we're talking about. Their sauce is pretty good. Like, it's nothing amazing, but like it's good. But
It's very.
yeah,
It's
it's not
very,
It's
a tomatoey, balsamic vinegar.
yeah, and it's got some good spices in it, but it does not make up for the ribs. All right.
It's good on
So-
the potato chips they have there, though.
so Aaron,
Uh,
I don't know that name. So
But yeah, Aaron. So this is. Thank you for bringing us back on track. So yeah, this is Moses's brother.
We
So-
do that here.
Well, when we have Chris, see, he's here to help. So maybe it takes a Canadian.
So Aaron was
So-
in charge of the priests. Am I right?
Yeah, he was the very first
brother.
priest.
He was
Yes.
the first nepotism hire.
Right?
Fantastic.
Yeah, which Aaron, I remember, like, from my days, like, growing up as a Christian, like, reading these stories and being taught them in Sunday school and whatnot. I just remember, if I could just, like, describe my impression of Aaron overall just in one, like, facial expression and verbal emittance, it would just be, huh? Like, that was kind of my impression of Aaron growing
I
up.
don't know that person. So like I said, it's just like whatever.
Yeah.
Was he
So-
the-
Right. And Drew makes a great
So
point.
he's the one. Yeah. What's that?
Yeah, and Drew
Oh,
makes
yeah.
a great point. He not only was like the
Oh,
high
shit.
priest, but he was in charge of the golden calf bullshit.
And he survived.
Not only got spared, but got to stay on as high priest. Like they did
Right.
a whole fucking ritual where they gave him the magical seeing rocks and shit of that Joseph Smith used later. You know, all the
Right,
fucking hell.
And that kind of stuff happens today. Like it's on my mind right now. The Abu Ghraib prisoner abuse thing,
Hmm.
torture shit.
Okay, so bad.
I mean, Aaron. I don't really remember. He seems, again, like a character where a lot of stuff just happens to him. I don't really remember him, like, really doing much, like, overtly or influentially or
Well,
whatever. I don't.
aside from the calf thing, like Moses is up on the
Right.
mountain for a couple of days, and he's like, Moses is never coming back, and Yahweh's a fraud. I'm the high priest. Give me all your gold. Let's make a new idol. You know,
Okay.
we'll worship
No.
something, whatever we can craft, and
So
surely
maybe-
that will protect us.
Yeah. Well, I guess
Or
I maybe
something.
I could be remembering it wrongly because, like, Ember, I'm sure, like, you seem to be, like, a lot more knowledgeable about stuff. I guess. But I guess my impression was maybe this was just what Aaron's. Okay, this was what it was. This is just what Aaron said to Moses when he came down. He's basically, the people made me do it, but but he tried to play it off like, oh, this wasn't me.
Hey, Aaron,
But-
it's not a democracy, dipshit.
Yeah.
Like they can't make you do anything.
Yeah. So
They
I
are
guess
stiff-necked people.
what's that? Oh,
They
stiff
are
necked. Yes.
stiff-necked people. Yes.
So
Yeah.
that pattern of
Stiff
the people
and
in
naked.
charge-
I get stiff when I'm naked too. I mean,
My neck is
No.
often quite. I really I need to get one of those massager things. I mean, it's way down my list. I need a fucking heater, but like at some point down the road, one of those neck massager thing because it's pretty stiff
Yeah.
sometimes.
Those are
Maybe
really
it's because I'm always on fucking camera.
well, thanks for sticking your neck out again tonight to be on with us because that's not a dumb joke. Anyway,
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's
So,
fine. I'm
yeah,
just-
Aaron was
Nick-
given busy work.
Oh, and
And,
Fox says Aaron was an NPC who gave a few side quests. That's true.
That's good. I like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, here's a part. Yeah, thanks, Angel. I forgot about this part. Moses had to have Aaron do his talking in front of the Pharaoh. So,
Because Moses
I
had
guess-
a speech impediment.
yeah. So I guess Aaron didn't have a speech impediment, so that was a plus for him. Also, sorry, I missed this. The real Melly is drinking some hot homemade glug.
I looked that up. It's a Scandinavian mulled wine,
Ooh,
Oh,
which
nice.
will get you drunk and cozy.
I like all of those words.
Yeah.
So enjoy. All
Oh,
right.
yeah.
So Aaron, like, I don't know. I'm now. This could just be what I'm picking up from the conversation, but also remember I'm autistic, so I could be way off. So please correct me. I'm feeling mid is what I'm kind of getting from the crowd, or correct me if I'm wrong.
That's it, mid.
Yeah.
I-
that's
I-
good
I
just
don't
because he
know.
did shit Moses
Or,
couldn't. with
or
the
I remember
talking.
you thinking like bump him down, or
I'd put him in lukewarm. I think
Really?
if it weren't for Moses making a big deal out of it, like he's a shit character who got he's a fucking Nepo hire, and he got half of Israel killed for the golden calf bullshit. Like he led a rebellion against God.
He was a bad leader.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was
so-
a very shit. He was a shit character,
right now I
and
will.
God literally tried to spit him out.
Well, okay. So since we got like some mid and some lukewarm, I'll at least for now I'll put him in bad. And like I pull a little. I'll pull a
Good
little bit of rank
compromise.
here. Mostly
Saved by
just
Moses again.
yeah. Mostly because like again like We'll see who else we're putting in the lukewarm tier, and then like once we can see like who else is like filling out the lukewarm tier, we'll see if Aaron is like on that level. But like I said, it's all fluid. But we'll get there.
Yeah,
All right,
he's
so
definitely a JD Vance.
Yeah. So,
of the
but
Old Testament.
But hey, speaking of lukewarm, so this is my initial thought, and I think this is maybe where we put him last time, Joshua. Mostly because all of the killing of the everybody's that he is famous for.
Was it
Oh yeah,
the guy?
genocide Joshua.
Yeah, it's alliteration with a different letters, but it still works.
Was
So-
it the guy that took over from Moses and then just
Yep.
like paraded around
Mm-hmm.
what was supposed to be Palestine?
Jericho.
Jericho, yeah.
They did the
Yeah, and then all
parade
through
and
Ca-
flew on
Canaan,
the party
yeah.
poppers. They literally they just marched in circles and they went and the fucking walls fell over. Like that's how bad their
Oh, wait.
musical skills were.
I
they
love
killed
how you
everybody.
had that on. I love how you had that right on hand there. Emma.
that is amazing.
Oh fuck yeah.
That's like now take. No, I know like this can be taken
I
the
keep
wrong
a
ways,
few
but
props on hand.
I want you to take
Oh,
this
it's a
in the
hand.
best. Now I want you to take this in the best possible way because I understand for some people this might seem at least slightly derogatory, but for me it's like you're like the best like cartoon character. It's like you just got stuff like everywhere. It's like,
I grew up to be Pee Wee Herman, except a girl.
well, hey,
Pee Wee Herman
need-
was an
that's-
amazing show.
yeah, that's what the world needed. We
Pee-wee's
needed the
Playhouse.
girl Pee Wee Herman. See, there you go. So Oh,
if
so-
only little Ember could see me now.
I was just gonna say that.
now, did
Yeah.
Clifton fall to the ground, and did they rest? And then did they murder everyone in Clifton except the prostitute? That's
Okay, so Clifton is part of Cincinnati, where our old church Crossroads did a church plant thing.
yeah. So for some context for this, for everyone
But the
else.
reason why they did it in Clifton was because that's also what they did around the old HQ business, which was like a Home Depot, but that
Yeah.
company went bankrupt. So they sold their property to the Crossroads Church people, and in order to get their offer approved or whatever the fuck, like the church planter people marched around the HQ home improvement store, like big box
Mm.
store. It was 7 times. Is that the number?
Mhm.
So they marched around 7 times.
Yep.
That includes, I think, walking around the back, which is kind of technically trespassing in the loading dock area. And
Yeah.
then they walked past the front door over and over again, and the front doors are going like, and that's part of the story that the pastor tells. And I'm like, that doesn't make it better. That makes you annoying as fuck to the people who work there. And it's like, could you walk around 7 fucking times? You think like, and we got the purchase, and
No, it's like you got it because that church is loaded and has people in it who are influential in the city. That's yeah. Oh, here's some extra lore. I was Emily, a friend of ours who also used to go there. Fun fact: it had already been approved. Oh,
that
that
is so
makes
on
it-
brand.
that makes it so much better. Oh, thank you, Emily.
God damn it! That's so perfect. That's the whole.
Okay, so
Ah.
Ramael or
So we're. Oh yeah. So next character, yeah, Rahab. Oh, so speaking of the one prostitute who was
is that
spared,
Rahab?
yeah, Rahab.
yeah. It's
So-
hard to read.
So speaking of the one prostitute who was spared when the walls came a tumbling down,
She was
I don't know.
the,
She
the
seems pretty
bestitute?
bad at. Yeah, she,
Well, she was the one.
just
She was the one that basically just kind of took the message to the ruler at the time and just said, "Hey, God's gonna take over, or Joshua's
didn't
gonna
she-
take over."
She hid some
Well,
people
she-
too, didn't
yeah,
she?
yeah. Her main thing, like,
Spies,
yeah, when
hiding in her
Israel's,
attic and shit.
yeah, she hid the
Or she,
spies
like,
from Israel.
ran a fucking brothel. She did the cloak and dagger thing. She helped invent spycraft. Like, what a badass woman.
Yeah, she
Eh,
was pretty on it, I think.
I mean,
and speaking of
technically, she also betrayed her city and got every one of
Right.
her neighbors killed. But details.
yeah, which I was going to say that, but real
She was
quick,
a
yeah.
great traitor.
Speaking of badass women, yes, thank you, Emily, for helping that make sense. But also, that's also a good point. We love our sex workers. I mean, that's
Especially during that time, you know how gross that had to be.
Oh, boy.
oh
No, they didn't even wash, did they?
No, like,
Yeah.
everybody walks in smelling like camel shit.
I mean, I don't even believe in him, but she's doing the Lord's work. So
Wait, was that like weirdly anti-Semitic? I said
I
everybody
mean, that's
walked in
kinda
smelling
literally
like
true,
camel shit.
though.
what's that?
That's according to the story. She helped out Jacob's army, so she actually was doing the Lord's work.
Right.
Wait,
So,
but
yeah,
how much
so
did
I'm-
she help him out?
Yeah, so I'm
Oh
thinking at
my.
least best of the best. Anyone want to bump her up to God? Or we want to
no,
bump her
I
up to
would.
God?
I would say best of the best. That's it.
I mean, we need some women up there, and that's why women get the automatic 1-tier promotion.
That is true. Okay, so we were gonna put her at best of the best, but who was that? That was the real Melly rule. Yeah, we'll
Also,
put her
I
up.
like putting a prostitute in God tier. Sex
I
workers.
fucking love
I'm
it.
sorry.
Right. Now, I'll still like the only reason, and I'm not necessarily ordering the tiers because I'm lazy, but I'll still put Jacob in front, not because he's a dude, but just the whole like he beat God with a broken dick, and I mean,
Okay.
I
We-
mean, now
we
I
have
feel like
we have
had now
the
had
trans
I feel like
dude and the prostitute, and then the two brothers who are both up there for very different reasons, and then fucking
Yes.
the fabulous guy. Like this is amazing. This is going so well for my tribe.
all right. Well, so fortunately, Aunt Jarrah can stick around because she is in God. Because I only give Jacob that slight bump only because he did. But to be fair, I feel like if Rahab was given the chance, she would also have beaten God in a wrestling match, even with a broken dick. So,
She's got more practice.
yep. There you go.
Okay,
All right.
so
Yes,
who's
Fox.
the first, second?
All right, so this is Deborah. The so if people are familiar with the judges of Israel, Deborah was the one female judge.
Oh,
And
wow.
unfortunately, I don't remember anything else about her story other than that, but that's pretty badass.
I didn't even remember that.
So,
Woman who gets to tell men what to do. Fuck yeah.
yeah, so I mean, is that God tier as well? We putting up there with
I mean,
her buddy
kind of,
Rahab
she was a prophet. She wasn't just a judge. She was a prophet.
and a prophet?
Why doesn't she
Wow.
have a book?
Yeah.
Book of
Leading Israelites
Well, I
to
think-
victory over Canaanite oppressors, notably defeating Sisera with General Barak and declaring God's will, which after the battle inspired peace through her faith in the powerful song of Deborah.
Man,
She's oh my goodness.
Man, defeated someone with Barack, so she fought with President Obama.
Apparently.
Doesn't that mean? Is it thunder or
holy
lightning
shit.
that means?
She
I
she
don't
wasn't
remember.
just a judge. She was like
yeah.
the
So
boss of her era.
yeah, and also if that didn't bump her up into God tier enough, I think also just being a woman, like that puts her up there. For
I would
sure.
say at least best of the best. So that would mean God tier.
Yeah,
We're bumping.
exactly.
Plus
All
one.
right.
Wait,
So,
but is that sexist against dudes?
but I mean, I'm fine with that because I mean, come on, have you seen us? So let's see.
I'm not the picture of Adonis, by the way. Neither. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I'm apparently the picture of Kratos and or Dark Matter 2525, or as someone said. But
By the way, Dark Matter, that guy's beard has definitely killed a dude.
oh, for sure,
The
for sure. Like I'm
beard
quite jealous.
By itself is a Chad.
Right.
Holy
Yeah. and then it grew itself another Chad, and so it's. Yeah, I believe. I think Emily here is talking about writing a book that you believe she wrote, and that was one of the ones they removed. Ooh,
That makes sense.
the plot thickens.
yep.
So, all right, but I mean, okay, Fox has a good point. Why would a patriarchal religion downplay a woman prophet? I mean, come on.
Because
That's-
testicles for the win. I guess.
All right. So, but speaking of judges, we got a couple more here. So we got Gideon. Now, here's why I love Gideon is because he's one of the examples I always pull out when I try to bring up the whole like divine hiddenness like argument. Say like, why doesn't God just like prove himself? And like God doesn't work like that. He's not going to just give you proof. You can't just ask him for proof. You just got to believe. But Gideon was like. Multiple times where God told him, hey, I need you to do a thing. He's like, prove that you'll be with me and this will work. And so he gave him like multiple tests and God said, okay, did the thing he asked for. So for me, that puts him up at least in good, but let's, any other thoughts on Gideon? Or,
I don't know much about him. I could look him up, but meh.
yeah, he's the guy like when God, I don't remember what nation they were fighting against, but he's the one where God kept like whittling his army down because so first he just like gathered all the fighting dudes and then God's like, all right, now just ask them all, okay, who just wants to go home? And so he's like, and so anyone who wants to go home, just let him go home. He's like, okay, now take him to the river and let him
drown
drink in the river. Yeah. No, but that test was
shit.
like
he's the ripoff of the Battle of Thermopylae.
oh yeah, the 300. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, it's literally a cut and paste of the fucking Spartan story.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, so I have them in good. Anyone have any other differing opinions, or do we just want to?
My opinion of him is shaped by the Gideons who leave Bibles, not Bibles, just the New Testament and Psalms in hotels, which is where people are often lonely.
Yeah.
And
also, my dad is actually a local area director for the Gideons, where he lives. So
Oh, they're the ones who yeah, right. The I keep forgetting about because they used to put Bibles fucking everywhere, but they haven't done that in a while, so I keep forgetting about them.
no,
Well, I
my
think
dad just passes them out at the county fair at his little booth. But so
if you're gonna do it anywhere,
but to me, that's not actual Gideon's fault. Like he had nothing to do with that.
correct.
But real quick, our friend Emily has a question for Ember. What are you puffing? They share their drinks, but Emily is not a drinker anymore. Been sober for a good long time,
But she is a puffer.
yeah. But
Hell
fuck
yeah.
yeah for that.
So this is it's called Berg Berry from Innovape. They make this thing Heisenberg, which is it's a blue raspberry slushy flavor.
Interesting.
But my vape store was out of that, and I'm like, well, is the Berg made by the same people? And it is, but this is berry flavor instead of blue slushy flavor, but it's fucking delightful.
Ooh. Man,
Still Breaking Bad.
I'm sold.
That's right.
Yeah.
That
So-
reminded Tommy. Do you remember when we were at Mad Tree Brewing in town, and there were there was it's a this is not anything against Ember, but it's gonna sound like it, and I'm sorry that it sounds like that. But it's just the vaping thing reminded me. We were at this brewery bar place, and there's this guy like over there, and it's a no smoking, no vaping because Ohio, and there's this guy just like puffing just clouds, right? And he and we were talking to him, and he's like, "Yeah, I just told that guy." I just walked over to him and said, "You smell like cotton candy, and everybody hates you." And he walked away instead of saying, "There's no vaping here." And we're like, "Cool, we're friends now." Just because we were always irritated by douchebags there.
Now, was that the same guy who also recognized my Anal Nathrak t-shirt?
No, that was a different guy.
Okay. Anyway. So, yeah, a bunch of cool people at the Mad Tree. But let's see.
Oh, yeah. So Merlin hats from Excalibur, the fucking silver skull thing.
It's from that, but it's a name of a band. But yeah, they took the band name from that bitch.
Holy shit! Points for you that you know where that came from.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Anal Nathrak would thus be thud docyel denve, and then there was a mist.
But yeah, kick-ass extreme metal band
from the same incantation. I don't know if you noticed. It's kind of lame, but it was the 70s.
That reminded me. But Esoterica, if nobody is already watching that channel, that guy is awesome.
Yeah. But I gotta get my Merlin. But yeah, he's speaking of the but the band Anal Nathrak, gotta shout them out because extreme metal band from Great Britain. One of my favorite songs ever. Hold Your Children Close and Pray for Oblivion. It's fucking amazing. All right. And I just love the title. So, but yes, speaking of Gideon, thanks Aunt Jer for a little more background. Yeah, so the way that battle went down that he was involved in, once they whittled the army down, they literally just surrounded the opposing army and just had torches and clay pots and just broke them and made a bunch of noise, and it freaked the other army out. So they just started attacking and killing each other. So that's kind of cool. But as Emily says, ChatGPT says, Gideon is known in the Bible primarily for being an unlikely leader whom God uses to deliver Israel, showing that God's power does not depend on human strength. Yeah, because I remember that was the whole point of whittling the army down, because God was like, I'm just going to show you it's not you, it's really me. But yeah.
Well, then why did he need any people?
It sounds like okay. So this is just occurring to me now. So maybe since the whole story was they just surround them, made a bunch of noise, and they all killed each other. So it sounds like a bunch of dudes just got drunk and went out and did some crazy shit one night. And when they came back the next day, everyone was like, "What were you doing?" So they made up that story. It's like, "Oh, we just wait till you hear this."
There was this big army, right? And that's why all the pots were broken. Well, see, here's the brilliant part. That was the strategy.
Okay, so Samson.
Mm-hmm.
He brought the house down.
For the love of a woman.
Why are you like this, Ember? Oh goodness.
Wouldn't have you any other way. All right, so Samson, he so this is a story Chris was talking about earlier.
Killed a dude with a jawbone, right?
Oh, he killed a bunch of dudes with a jawbone. That's my favorite
pretty
story
awesome
to use with the whole thing that's going around on the interwebs and the social medias recently. I'll talk about how you can use so many Bible stories as a Florida man news headline, and that's always my favorite. Is Florida man goes on killing spree with a donkey jaw. It's that's my favorite one.
I love it.
So
that's hella brutal because the teeth are the only workable part of that. You're killing people with donkey teeth, just
but
just sawing away at them.
But it's and also the Heracles myth could also be just be paralleled with Samson.
Some similarities.
Well, at least some similarities. Although theists won't really admit that because
right.
Biblical narrative is broken. But at the end of the thing, there's also the fact that after he gets cut his hair by again a woman,
Mm-hmm.
Kills a lot of people for no reason at all.
They always
Well, at
blame
least
the
for-
women.
Yeah.
at least
Listen,
for
if you don't
me.
like your haircut, you don't have to tear down a fucking temple over it. Jesus.
Right.
Also, isn't it like it's amazing how the women aren't really doing the killing, the men are, and then they blame the women for it, and the women are like,
I know. Like,
how many
cut your
people
own
you
hair
see us
then, damn
killing?
it.
I mean, plus, I mean, they tried to help him out. They're like, "Oh, you don't like your haircut? Okay, well, we gouge your eyes out so you don't have to look at it anymore. What's the problem?" But apparently, that wasn't good enough. So, all right. So, where are we putting Samson? I feel
And
we still
Jared
got a lot
says,
to get.
is a thumbs down for Samson. Another person
Right.
who can't follow instruction. God said, "Don't reveal your hair secret," and he couldn't withstand the peer pressure of Delilah. So this is like, it's like another dude who just wants to tap that and throws everything out the window to do it. Like Jacob, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
sure, I'll fuck your daughter for however long it takes, 7 years, so I can have the other one. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
bit
it was
of a
too
drama.
horny.
queen.
I feel like Samson's story shows that God is a dick. I mean, we already knew God was a dick, but it like
Yeah.
really shows it because God's all knowing. And so God's like, hey,
Mhm.
here's this superpower, but only if you don't tell your secret, because then people will be able to take your power away. And then they do. Because he knew loose lips sink ships. He knew he would blab. And that way
Mhm.
he could set it up so that you could give a mortal a superpower and make it the mortal's fault that it all went to hell.
passing the buck.
Mm.
Exactly. It's a
Right,
dick
so-
move. But as far as Samson,
so-
I've never liked him. He's smelly.
Okay.
And being a literary character who's smelly is kind of an achievement, honestly, but
They don't
Yeah.
often talk about how the character smells. You're right.
yeah.
And you can't actually smell them usually. But
So he was really smelly.
Really
so
smelly.
so I'm feeling an overall kind of bad vibe, but I don't know. Are we bumping up the mid for like the slight positives? Or are we keeping him in bad? What are we
Let's
thinking?
keep him in bad.
All right. Yeah.
I
there's-
don't think
okay,
there's
yeah.
anything really great about Samson.
Yeah.
He was strong
Yeah.
Cool.
briefly. And he
Yeah,
had to
but-
cheat. He had to use performance enhancers to achieve his feat.
Yeah. He had to
But-
use he had to use a
Back
PED.
here.
He used a PED, a performance enhancing deity. So, like,
But also, how tough is it that your strength is in your hair? Like that's a hell of a weakness. That's like Birdman's weakness being like if you put him in a closet, he's helpless because he
Yeah,
needs
that's right.
the power of the sun.
Isn't there an anime character who's like whole thing? I remember there's one character who has like his power is his mustache or his nose hairs or something. But isn't there somebody whose
Probably.
hair
Hmm.
like does all the super things and he just carries the hair around? I can't fucking remember. I'm so old.
Probably that sounds like anime.
hmm.
I can't put a finger on it, but I probably if I go back, I think I'll probably know who you're talking about. But I know.
Watch Demon Hunter, everybody.
Yeah, not the band.
It's a great series. Nah,
The band is
Which
very okay.
Demon Hunter or K-pop Demon Hunter?
Brutus or
I don't know what you mean by that, but I love it.
look, I'm looking. I'm trying to read stuff from.
Oh, you're trying to read. Okay, yeah, we'll get to we need to move to the next one, but yeah. But in summation, toxic masculinity with pretty hair until it wasn't. So, and he that was some out of control waffles. I mean, sorry,
Dude,
That
I
was
need
a
to make
bad
some
joke.
waffles.
right?
I make
Anyway,
some
all right,
really
so-
good whole grain waffles, gluten free
Ooh.
whole grain waffles.
Ooh,
They're hella good.
but you haven't made any for me. I thought we were friends.
Correct.
I mean, so
They're dense. Like a waffle is, it actually feels heavier than it should.
ooh. All right then. Challenge accepted, whatever that means. All right, Ruth. Any thoughts on Ruth?
Who is she? I know the
So
name.
she,
Somebody's wife, probably.
I only know that she has one
wife
line,
of Boaz. She has what?
just one line in the Bible, and that's it.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she doesn't say much. I think
They talk more
so.
about
Her story was she was like from another tribe, but like she had her aunt Naomi was Jewish or something. Yeah, because she married into Naomi's family, but like both of their husbands died, so they went to move back to Israel. But they're like, how am I going to find a dude? So she found this dude Boaz. No, because that would be depressing and it'd be too
For the
high.
sake of brevity, for me, my vote, it's best of the best.
Really? Okay.
So wait, what did she do? What's her story?
Well, so she moved. So she moved back to Israel with her aunt because both of their husbands died, and they needed to go back to her family's home or whatever. And so she needed a dude. So she found this guy Boaz, who was apparently some total Chad. And Naomi's like, "You totally got to tap that." So and she's like, "Yeah, fam." And then, but how? And then so Naomi like gives her all the tips. That's exactly how they talked, by the way. I think that was that's at least how it was in the message. I think that's how I read it. But
there are some things from this call.
I made that joke last week, and it was hilarious then too. Thank you.
That are pretty cool. I don't remember anything.
Yeah. So she did some cool stuff with like how she like wooed him and he like immediately thought she was awesome. And I think she was like part of the line of David and therefore the line of Jesus as the story goes. But yeah, I don't remember too much.
But
yeah.
So I heard what you're saying, what you said as she gave sex tips.
Oh, Naomi. Well, yeah. Naomi gave it to Ruth,
right?
But what about but Ruth herself? Where are we putting her? What did you say, Chris?
Best of the best.
Okay, and any brief reason for that, or
no? Just
she wasn't bad.
Nope. Nope. Good enough for me. All right. All right, Hannah. Okay, so she's.
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
we got a comment here.
Ooh.
Seems like there's good stuff in it. She conspired with her age gap lady partner to secure a comfortable lifestyle by manipulating a rich relative to marry Ruth. Amy was her mother-in-law. According to Kip, they were a couple.
Love that.
Does sound like a couple thing to do. We're queer.
However, they were to me, it just sounds like they were roommates.
Yes.
I don't know what
kind of like Bachelor for Life kind of terminology.
Okay. So yeah, we'll put her up there.
Gay dudes just be called bachelors.
Yeah, and Emily she was Jesus's granny. That's
makes true. A lot of sense how he was like a beta.
All right. So next, all right. So here we have so these next three are all connected. So Hannah is the mother of Samuel, who, again, one of these stories where like this lady who just couldn't have a child, prayed, and she's like, okay, God, if you give me a child, I promise I'll just basically give it right back to you, like, and put him in like service, like in the priesthood or whatever. And so that was her son. Yeah. So that was her son, Samuel. He was the priest who was given like to train under Eli, who was the actual priest at the time. And then, so it's basically, yeah. So she prayed to God for a baby and said, I promise God, if you give me a baby, I'll just basically give it right back to you. And yeah, so I don't know. I mean, again, I feel kind of sorry for her. And like, obviously, she gets the Bible woman bump. Or the BWB.
What's the name again?
I would put good.
Hannah, good. Yeah, I'll put her up in good. She again. I didn't really see anything wrong with her. She's just like, I get more of a sympathetic character, I guess.
She's just doing her best.
But, yeah.
So Emily's got to run.
Merry Crisis. Yeah. Happy Honda Days.
Hey. How dare you say Happy Honda Days? You know I celebrate Toyotathon. but before Emily left,
Toyotathon has been a thing since I was little.
But book suggestion: reading the Bible from the margins paints Ruth's story in a new light. Ooh, intriguing.
That does sound great because there's a whole lot of angles, interpretations of the story that, like, I'm not aware of because I'm me.
That's true. Okay, now Aunt Jer with a point here. Giving your child to a priest puts you in lukewarm tier. Ooh, now I don't know if these priests had quite the same problem as our current day priests do. So that could be. Yeah,
I would.
Man.
Who exactly?
This is for Hannah.
I would have said any priesthood is questionable, but I was
just-
watching a video from Heliocentric or whatever his name is, atheist guy. He did a Coptic Christianity tourism thing. I don't know. This Coptic priest guy wanted to show him around from Australia. Anyway, and it sounds like their priesthood is actually full of good people, like great humans. So, but probably any kind of secret society that is sequestered and kind of mostly above question is probably a bad place to send your kid.
Yeah, there's that. So,
Well, I'm just saying because I don't know that story, well, that character specifically, and as far as I know, like as to Ruth, it's more of a background character that just is like
Yeah.
an NPC. So
Yeah,
more
yeah,
somebody to
Hannah-
make a point.
yeah. So here's the math I'm doing for Hannah here and how she ends up in good.
Okay.
It's like, she gets like the bump for like the sympathetic character because she can't have a kid, she's desperate. Praise to God. So, but her stipulation is she like gives into the priesthood. So that like so the balance between those two puts her in mid, but then due to the BWB rule, bumps her up to good for being a woman in the Bible. So that's kind of how I got her there. So I guess unless there are any objections,
Sounds good to me.
all right. So next, Eli, the priest to whom she gave her son.
He was kind of a big deal.
All I really remember about Eli was like when there was a story where Samuel, like as a young boy, like training under Eli, like at night, like God was just like calling out to him in the middle of the night, just going, Samuel, Samuel, like not actually saying anything, just like yelling his name out because what? So, but Samuel thought it was Eli because he's just hearing a voice call his name. And so he goes in like, yes, Eli, what do you want? And he's like, nothing, go back to bed, you dumb shit, or something like that. And but then this kept happening. But then Eli's like, okay, this is probably God talking to you. So next time he says that, just say, yes, Lord, I'm here, or whatever. Which that totally sounds like as a parent of young children who would come in and wake me up in the middle of the night. That sounds like something I would say to them. Like they like if they came in, it's like, Daddy, there was a noise under my bed. I just go, it's probably God. Just go back to bed. I didn't actually do that, but yeah, that just seemed funny to me at the time, which was a couple seconds ago. So, all right. So Eli,
I just realized I have never said what it is that's in here. This is a dry
How dare you.
vaporizer. And the herb that's in there is a strain made by my cousin. It's a mix of purple something and donut something, and he calls it mint donut.
Forbidden donut.
He calls it mint donut because it has like a minty thing, but like neither one of the original strains has a mint profile to it predominantly.
Okay.
So it's like
just
a
to let you
Frankenstein
know
thing.
that it's not. It's like it's a very specific. Like it seems like a name for a very specific market for a very specific purpose. I'm just
Correct.
saying.
yeah. So and
But it's legal in Ohio, but not nationally. It's a gray area.
Ohio
just
is a gray
saying.
area. So.
Okay.
All right, so but speaking of this whole like story with Hannah, Eli, and Samuel, it's like the real character in the story is Samuel. So I'm thinking like Eli, he's just kind of, I don't really remember anything like good or bad about him.
Do
He's
I
just,
think
like,
Eli's a big deal because like Appalachia like loves naming their kids Eli? Is that why I think he's a big deal?
that
Kinda
might be it.
common-ish name. I know a lot of Eli's in
Yeah.
our community too,
Mhm.
but
Or
he,
Kelly.
he was affiliated with Samuel, but he also fucked up raising his own two kids. He did a shit job, and probably most importantly is he was high priest and judge over Israel when the Philistines captured the Ark of the Covenant. How the fuck do you capture the Ark of the Covenant? That man is bad at his job.
So that,
All right,
that-
yeah, so
that's the dude
he's
that
down and
lost the
bad.
ark. That's the
Seriously,
dude
because
that
everybody who
lost
drops the ark dies, right? Like it.
Yeah.
So the Philistines
it
just
can
like
move
got a hand
itself.
off.
When they
Just,
were
like,
wandering
handed it
through
to
the
him.
desert, it would float itself around. How the
Yeah.
fuck do you
Ooh.
get it captured?
Sounds like God wanted the Philistines to
Yeah.
have it.
He wanted it.
Yeah.
What was he wearing?
what was the ark wearing? But anyway, so moving on to Samuel. So Aunt Air, like this is bringing back memories. Did anyone else have those picture books with the audio cassettes of Uncle Dan and Aunt Sue reading the story? I remember.
I don't know
No,
what
but
that
that
is.
sounds.
And I remember
frightening
the
and
Samuel
amazing.
story from these books. They had the ding, turn the page audio cues. I do remember that being a thing. Like,
Yeah,
like listening to it. Yeah. Ooh,
Sorry,
man.
no. For me,
Oh,
it's,
so no,
mostly
this
pictures.
real quick, Aunt Jared. This priest was this was Samuel actually. No, Nathaniel. It was Nathaniel that told that story to David. That was a later thing. Sorry, as you were saying, Chris.
Oh shit! I
For
gotta get my
me,
son
it's
down here.
it was mostly like a a mix of like a printed picture book, but it's like
Mm.
in the oil paint style type. You know, it's like the
Yeah,
landscape,
yeah.
like the landscaping stuff, and you got the it's like those printed pictures. And I'm a '90s kid, so just to let you know that's how I
Yeah.
mostly
Yeah, that
got to know
mhm.
the Bible and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
that actually sounds like a lot like a book I had growing up too. I wonder if it was the same one. It could be. All right, so and you're
Probably from
welcome.
the '60s because
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Wow, man, taking me back. All right, so Samuel, he's the one who grew up to be a priest and also the last judge of Israel before Israel decided they want a king, and he was like, no, you kind of don't. And and they're like, no, for real. And he's like, whatever.
He's like, it's
And then,
gonna
like,
screw everything up.
yeah. So yeah. Oh, that's what these books were. I wonder if we're all talking about the same books, man. So Samuel, like, oh, also if people remember, so after he died, he was actually brought back through a seance by a witch
Oh yeah.
because Saul wanted some answers. So I think I don't know if I don't know if you can like credit him for that, for being seanced back, but I mean, that's a
Did
pretty
he
cool
say
part of the
helpful
story.
things, though?
But
Necromancy.
yeah.
No, the credit for that goes to the necromancer.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. The Witch of Endor. Yeah. Before the Ewoks. No, that's what she was. She was the Witch of Endor. That's in the Bible. So yeah.
Man, that combines like Willow and Star Wars, like that vibe.
Ooh, I like it. Yeah. So I wish the witch was on here. The witch would be in God tier. It's like she like literally like brought a dude back from Sheol.
And seriously,
But-
she survived all of the editing through all of the centuries.
Yeah.
That's pretty consequential.
So
If you're
indeed.
gonna edit
but
out
Sam-
anybody, edit out the female witch.
yeah,
You
who
know,
like
if
literally
you're-
brought a dude back from the dead, and like, yeah, that's
So-
all kinds.
without comment.
Yeah.
So Samuel
so-
will be mid, I guess.
So yeah, what are we thinking about Samuel here?
Mid.
Samuel.
Yeah. Like, I don't really have any strong thoughts, but here's the thing. Like, partially, like maybe this is one of the other criteria we have. Like, if we can't think of anything else, like just for the humor, like knowing how major of a character Samuel is in the Bible, I'm kind of amused just putting him at mid because we just kind of don't care. So
And he seems more like a vehicle to get to another character.
yeah,
Which is David and
Yeah.
Solomon, which
Right.
preemptively they're all bad and lukewarm in my book.
yeah. All right.
Those-
All right. So, but before we get to them, we have Saul, the first king. Now, again, like I said,
Not
I've
great.
been saying this a lot, but another person I feel like was thrust into a situation because you remember, like he was the first king, but he actually didn't want to be king. Like when they went to anoint him, he was like hiding, and they had to go find him and bring him out. So,
Oh, yeah.
but then of course, like once he got into the kingship, he was like messing stuff up. But some of the stuff he was doing that like God got pissed at him for, like he was actually trying to make God happy, but God was like, no, but I didn't want you to do it that way, so fuck you. So, I mean, so in that sense, I still, but also just to be a contrarian for how most Christians view him, I kind of want to put him in good just for that.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know anyone else have any strong thoughts or feelings on that?
I don't
There.
care.
Wait,
All
where are
right,
you
I
putting
love
him?
I put him in good again, just partially just to be contrarian because most people who read the Bible view him as bad.
Excellent.
But again, I view him as the whole like just kind of put into a situation that he didn't want and wasn't qualified for and was punished for it. Matt might know a little what I'm talking about vicariously through a certain wife of his who shall remain nameless. But
Wait, I was thinking about something else. What?
no. I was going to say the situation of being put in a position that you didn't want and weren't qualified for, but then
yes.
were punished for doing poorly, as a certain former megachurch of ours may have done to
Yeah.
a certain wife of Matt's.
According
So,
to criteria,
but that's
that was
like,
actually not her doing a bad
yeah.
job.
Allegedly, in our opinion, due to
And
but,
someone
yeah.
in my house may have signed a non-disclosure agreement, non-disparagement agreement, but like I didn't sign it.
Ooh.
So
Right, so Ember is sharing a thing.
Andrew
going
found the
to-
book. So this is
No,
let me see
no,
if I
it's
can
not that.
change the size here or something. If I do this, does it? I can't see both.
That
Here,
art
let me.
style,
Here, I'll adjust the.
But that art
that help?
style was all the rage in that time period.
It might be.
Yes, it
Okay,
does
that's
fit the right.
probably-
Like,
No, okay.
Does-
The book I'm thinking of, it was actually okay. The book itself was like in landscape, like it was like wider than
Yeah,
it was tall.
yeah,
But
That is crazy. Like, wasn't it the 50s and early 60s where that art style was just
probably 70s. I don't know.
yeah, it went on for a long time.
Fucking hell, this is wild.
Like the Hardy Boys, like their
Wow.
No,
cover art was in that style.
it's usually hardcover from what I remember.
yeah, me too. Yeah,
Yeah, the
So, yeah,
all the,
maybe
all
we
the
were
good
talking about a different
indoctrination
book,
books for
but-
children are hardcover.
Like,
Oh,
Wait,
Dirty.
they weren't. They were like not. The spine was like the top, and you turned the pages upward, right?
Nope, it was side to side.
yeah. That's not the one I'm thinking of, but
I
yeah,
don't know.
I
It
could
could,
be
it
off.
could have been printed different ways.
It's possible.
Yeah. All right. Well,
But anyway,
all right.
it's,
Well,
it's just a minor
back
thing.
to the
It's-
list.
Yeah.
All righty.
Who is next?
So, also, like, do people care? Do we like this view or no? Not me. Like, or do we like this view or the one we had? Does anyone care?
I kind of like the other one because we can see.
Yeah.
I liked.
Why does this keep doing this? I swear I'm not doing that on purpose. Like, hey, everyone
No,
likes when
The
I'm.
thing with Restream, it does it to me all the damn time.
No, it's
Every
strange
time I
as hell.
shift scenes, it keeps trying to put me front and the media I'm sharing in the back. I'm like, stop that. Why are
Yes.
you like this?
Yeah.
I know I'm pretty, but come the fuck on. I'm trying to do a show here.
I swear
That's
they're
true.
not listening to users at all.
Yeah. No.
No.
All right. So. All right, so Saul, we're giving him good just because, hey, you know, helping a brother out.
'Cause it's gonna piss a lot of
It
You
was
people
hard
gotta
time.
call Saul, or so I'm
Right.
told.
All right, so next we have his son Jonathan,
I don't
who
remember very much at all.
so he was also David's just really good male friend.
That's right. one of his mighty men.
Yes, it's like they were just friends, even though he said David said of Jonathan, "Your love is better than that of any woman." So it sounds like they were. So it sounds like they were roommates for a short time, at least,
Right.
right,
Sounds crazy
So-
gay. Also,
right, in all the best ways. So I'm just thinking, like putting that at least like best of the best, just for some representation in the
Like,
Bible, which I'm
unlike
all
some
for.
other guys,
Mhm,
that's
mhm.
just me.
Faux show.
yeah.
So yeah, I'm thinking like at least best of the best, unless anyone else.
No, definitely
different.
queer coded. You got to put him there.
Yeah, at least. Which, you know what? I think just to piss some people off, I'll put him up in God tier because we need some more representation in God tier.
Now you know.
All right.
That is really similar to the.
We should just rename it Rainbow Tier.
Oh, I would, except like I just That is a great idea. Except for someone else, I'm going to be putting in there later. I just love the idea of putting this person in God tier. But yes, that is a fantastic idea. But then that's like completely wrecking my autistic brain. It's like now I got to redo the whole thing. It's like, but that is a great idea. Maybe that should be.
That's a tier list for Pride Month. Organizing.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah,
which letter in LGBTQ they count as.
Yes.
Oh, we're gonna need help with that.
Oh yeah. So hey, so now we have a show planned for next June. So
because
we've never planned this far out.
Kind of.
Yeah,
I'm only barely aware of which characters are queer coded. So yeah, need help.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, most of the stuff that we're on the list does have some like elements of LGBTQ like code.
Oh yeah, we're getting up like
on it.
Yeah, like we got Paul and Timothy here later. Yeah, we'll there's some of that.
The thorn in his side.
Yeah.
Which side, Paul?
That sounds like Timothy had bad aim. But
oh no.
Or maybe that's how they like it. Hey, I don't kink shame. But
so David.
Yeah, so David. Also, but real quick, speaking of like needing help for things, like so, this is by no means a slight to the guests that we have on right now, but the link is still out there. We're always open to having more people jump on. If any other viewers want to click the link, it's pinned if you're watching on YouTube. But if you're watching on any other platform, it's probably one of the only comments on there. It should be easy to find
because pretty much how I found it is it showed up. YouTube wouldn't show me, but Facebook, bloop, there it is right there. And I've had to check Facebook more often than usual because there's been a lot of activity. I don't know if you've heard about drama. We don't need to talk about it, but I'm in like 7 Facebook groups dealing with drama. So I have not, but okay. And bloop, there's the Humanity Live with the link right in the. I'm like, oh, don't mind if I do. I was looking forward to this. So there we go. But yes,
and I do not.
Again, I'm very tired and I need to sleep soon. And these guys need help.
Yep, and I do not mind that you did. So all right. Yeah. So next up,
Facebook is farming drama in all the ways it can.
Like it do. All right. So speaking of drama, holy fuck, David. So
not a great guy.
Yeah, my initial reaction is bad, but just because like
Mighty Men.
He did have the Mighty Men, but then he decided to steal someone else's wife instead, and then have said person whose wife he stole murdered essentially on the battlefield to try to cover up for it.
I remember when I was a Christian, I never asked it, but I wanted to in Bible study so many times. I wanted to ask, but how hot was she? Like, that's terrible.
Yeah.
But like, that was where I was at the time.
Yeah, we've been in some terrible places. Oh, but I guess for some help for the upcoming, thanks again, Millie. Ruth and Naomi are queer coded. Yes, as discussed before. Yeah, so they might be on the list. Yeah, noted. So, all right. So, any other thoughts on David? Like, yeah,
where do you have him now? Mid?
I have him in bad.
Oh, that makes sense.
For me, it's lukewarm, but that's just my personal take on it.
Okay.
Either that or Samson. Not Samson, but
your lukewarm comment did make me think about like
Solomon. Excuse me.
How good was he really? Like he gets a lot of praise.
Good rulers,
but
yeah. Okay, so here's so for David, I guess because if we're saying Jonathan is queer coded, then by proxy, David would be as well.
David would be at least by that scenario.
Yeah, so maybe that's what's keeping him out of lukewarm, or are we saying that he's just bad, but maybe that bumps him up to mid? I mean, I'm kind of feeling just bad for David.
For me, being queer does not mean like you can be a queer, LGBT, and still be an asshole in life. So
correct.
That is true.
That doesn't excuse your behavior.
No, I think what we're more looking at is for the time period, especially for the time period, and for
Yeah. So yeah.
what,
Yeah, so
what
I
it
guess-
does for people now who grew up in that tradition.
Yeah.
And
So
they
I
see
guess
that
for
first
me,
action.
maybe just that aspect is what's keeping him out of lukewarm, but I think still maybe keeping him in bad. That's kind of where
Yeah.
I'm at with it. But
Sounds
Okay.
good to me.
yeah.
All
Like,
right,
hey, and it looks like we have someone else joining, someone I'm not familiar with. We have Alfred,
so we'll see what happens.
but I don't see you. I put you up, but maybe in this format.
Probably it's
Why is
because
it keep
he
putting me
doesn't.
there?
Probably because he doesn't have audio. Video.
No, he
it
has video. Like I'm seeing video. It's just not putting him up there. There he is.
You have
Nope.
limited spaces, is the problem.
Yeah, apparently. Let's
what the?
see if I can.
Okay. Well, I could.
Does it only let me have 4 at a time? Man, that's unfortunate.
It might be whoever's talking. Also,
No,
Okay,
I
I'm in the
think
background.
it just doesn't.
Oh,
It's
okay.
whoever. No, it's all right.
Okay.
I said I need to sleep soon anyhow, so I will tap out and I didn't mean it quite.
it heard you.
It's
Wow.
been fun, folks. I'm sure the rest
Well-
of this list is going to be tremendous fun, but I'm so sleepy, so I'm
Hey,
going to toodle.
I get it.
Yeah, take
Yeah.
care of yourself.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Ember. Good to see you again.
Oh yeah, it's
Later.
been tons of fun. I'll get you
Awesome.
later.
Fantastic.
Glad. Thank you.
Here, let's
And I
get
meant
our
to say
fourth
this.
in.
Yeah, and I meant to say this while she
There you
was
go.
still on, or maybe I didn't because I completely forgot. But I just love that, like, because she actually gave us a really nice shout out on her show last week, referring to like our show last week when we did something on the stream, and she said it like made her like laugh out loud. But that was like the first time she was able to like actually laugh out loud in like several days. So that
Yeah,
was just
I-
really cool that we were
It
able to
was.
do that. So, yeah, so Ember, if you're still watching, or if you can hear this, or if you're watching later, that meant a lot that you shouted us out like that, and I'm glad
Absolutely.
we were able to do that for you.
Well,
But-
and that's really fantastic that we were able to make you laugh for the first time in a while. That's
Yeah.
that's
So
very
cool.
good.
All right, but now we have joining us Alfred. I don't believe I recognize you from being here before, but if you have been here before, my apologies. So, hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm just casually listening. I kind of wanted to test this out, actually.
What
Okay.
worked? It worked.
Yeah, it's working. So yeah, we're doing. Have you been watching the show, like the episode so far? or
A
you,
little bit,
like,
yeah.
Literally. Okay.
Do y'all have a
So-
criteria?
Basically, it's just what do we personally think of the character, just like as a person. Like, not does the Bible think they're a good person? Like, do they think they're
they
necessarily
pious?
written? Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically if this was like a real person, like what would we actually think of them kind of thing. Also just kind of vibes. Yeah. So I guess if you wouldn't mind, just give like brief like background of like where you're coming from this. Like, are you religious, not religious? What do you think of the Bible? Like, where are you at with that sort of thing? Or
I'm kind of cautiously optimistic. You know, there's a lot of good stuff, a lot of stuff that I don't care too much for, and
fair enough.
I think the moral wisdom, especially from Jesus, is pretty good. That's where I'm coming from.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So if are you familiar with our show at all, or did you literally like just stumble on it?
Yes, this is James. I don't know if you.
Oh, this is James. Why does it say Alfred? That threw me
Oh,
off.
shoot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, cool.
So I am a real person.
Welcome. Shoot.
Oh,
Okay, this
yes.
makes more sense now.
All right. Well, welcome. Well, good to have you on. So yeah, glad this worked out. Like, if you don't mind, like, why Alfred? Where is that? Just
Is that your actual name, or like is James? We're just
It's my
Okay.
middle name.
no name.
Oh.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
Well,
All
same
right.
thing with
Well,
me,
cool.
actually.
Nice to finally like face to face meet and chat and stuff. All right. So I guess to answer my question, yes, you are quite familiar with the show. I mean, you're one of our Facebook top fans. So fuck yeah. All right. Next up, we got Goliath. I mean, obviously in the story, quite the villain, but what do we actually think of him?
a pivotal character.
Guy just doing his job.
And
Seriously,
And,
kind of a freak of nature just on his job.
also,
Yes.
apparently James had enough already. Like, okay, sorry.
Well,
Yeah.
that is on brand.
Yeah, that was not us kicking him off. He just, I don't know if he was having connection issues, but whatever. Like,
It's my
If-
understanding he is in Eastern Europe, so
so
the
yeah, that could present some issues.
issues.
That's faux show. All right, so all right. Well, like I said, like, not that I'm not fine like rocking the trio here, but also like the link is still out there. Like James/Alfred, if you want to try to jump on again, or literally like if we got other people in the chat who want to jump on as well. So diversity win
David-
the serial list.
David definitely comes across as bi with Joshua or Jake. What the fuck is his name?
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Well,
Yeah. So Goliath.
I'm gonna put Goliath at mid
I was actually thinking the same thing. So
because he's
yeah.
basically like a hunk doing it. Well, no, why do I say this? But it was like buff. It's like a buff guy that's like just doing his job at the end of the day.
yeah, like he's their
Really?
Chad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just happens to be big.
And on the other
Right.
side of of the non-Christian camp.
Right. Yeah. There. Yep. True.
True.
So yeah, I think mid is good. Like, so real quick, I'm just going to try a thing. Again, why does it do that with me? So
You're the first one to sign in, so it
Uh,
thinks you're the best.
yeah. So anyway, so what do we think of this format, where we're all like the same, or do we like where we were? Anyone
Let's
care?
do all the same.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll see.
But keeping me the main one, right? No,
Mhm.
please, I won't.
And putting the tier
All right.
like unreadable.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, could I like hide the tier and just put the tier like on a ticker, like on the line, the tier list?
so tiny.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, Goliath. I think that's who Aunt Jared was talking about here. Yeah, he's a plot device. Like,
Basically.
well, hey, thank you, the real Melly. I appreciate that. Or wanted to highlight my awesome Christmas sweater that, if for people who missed, like, again, if anyone is thinking this is, Tommy's wearing his ugly Christmas sweater, fuck you. Like, this is a sweatshirt I made all by myself when I was in grade school, and I thought it was beautiful, and I still do. So yeah, it's not
Well,
an
good
ugly
for you.
Christmas sweater. Thank you. All right, Solomon up next, son of David,
Built a temple.
Considered the wisest man who ever lived.
Yeah.
Then also went on to do some very foolish things, like marry too many women and own too many horses, or whatever the fuck the Bible says he did that was not good.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's why I put him bad, or
Yeah.
at least lukewarm.
Yeah.
I mean, the richest, most powerful
Yeah.
person says they're the wisest person ever. I mean,
that sounds like, but
Self propaganda.
but I guess
this one was
it
pretty
also-
good in Proverbs. A lot of it's pretty
some
good.
of the time. Yeah, except for like spare the rod, spoil the child. Like, I could do without that shit.
Now, okay, for that time when survival was not guaranteed, that
Yeah.
I could see that making sense. But as like perennial wisdom, false.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna, because I have the room to do this now.
Like if
All right.
discipline was how you stayed alive, it makes sense to say that.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess.
I mean, not ideal.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
so
he
Elijah.
was very extra. But I guess for me,
He was
what it
doing-
really comes down to with Solomon is, do we think if it's whether you think he actually wrote the book of Ecclesiastes or not? Because Ecclesiastes might be my favorite book of the Bible, but partially because it's basically like nihilism. It's like, none of this matters, just do what you want. So
But is it goes to the Tower of Babel story though?
what's that?
When was that?
Does it does it go like from what you're describing? Does it go through the Tower of Babel thing?
I think
where like God
Yeah, no,
puts
no,
like all the languages in
Babel
like
was
that?
before
Oh no,
that.
Babel. That was like way back in Genesis, like before Abraham and stuff. So yeah, that's
Genesis is a huge
Different
book. There's a lot that happens.
yeah, yeah. It's got a lot, but yeah, that had Tower of Babel, like and Solomon weren't related, but so we got him in bad. I think yeah, partially because the whole like oh, of course, like this dude thinks he's the wisest person ever, and while he's king, but then like it's like all right, now I can do whatever I want, but then God's like still mad at him for
Trump.
things. So yeah.
America.
Yep, there you go. So yeah, so Trump's bad, so therefore Solomon. All right. Next up, Elijah. So we have
was a
Elijah
prophet.
and we have Elijah and Elisha. I always have trouble remembering like because I remember a lot of the stories between the two of them, but I oftentimes have a problem remembering which one was which.
So a lot of the
So-
what, or maybe just some of what Elijah said, made Jesus make sense to a lot of people in the New Testament era, anyway.
Hmm.
Because there's a lot of shoehorning Elijah's teaching into Jesus, making Jesus kind of an echo of that, or a fulfillment of those prophecies, right?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, so but I do love this comment. Did Solomon write Ecclesiastes when he got older and lost all his fucks? I mean, I can relate.
Probably.
So,
That's the
I
time
am-
to do it.
oh, okay, but also good point against Solomon. This may put him in the bad. Like it could do without the Proverbs 31 woman bullshit. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't say all of it was good. I said some of
Yeah.
it. Most of it, anyway. Like, at
Yeah.
best.
Also, the whole like maybe one of the most famous proverbs, like Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. The whole like trust God and don't lead on your own understanding, even though we're told that like God's the one who gave us our mind and our understanding and reasoning, but we're told not to use it. So that's just all kinds of.
And if you get
So-
into like psychology therapy, or psychological therapy,
yeah,
lean on your own understanding is a big thing to do, but also get a clear understanding. That's
Yeah.
how you get healthy. Clear understanding.
yeah. So improve
own
your
understanding.
understanding. Yeah, and then lean on it. Yeah, it works. All right. So Elijah. Okay, was he? So if I remember, he was the one. Like his big story was like the whole showdown on Mount Carmel, where he's like him versus the prophets of Baal, and he's like, well, like don't actually light the sacrifice on fire. We'll just put it out there, and we'll see whose God lights their sacrifice on fire. And so he had to take like. So obviously, spoiler alert, like God ended up winning because he lit Elijah's sacrifice on fire, but Baal didn't light the other prophet's sacrifice on fire. But then afterwards, Elijah's like, all right, I win. Therefore, now murder all of those dudes. Like, the fuck? Like, they just lost. And you got to murder them now, too? It's like literally like injury to insult. Is
Yeah,
that?
it's literally not a surprise what's happening in the Middle East right now.
If he did that, bad tier. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
I remember this story, but I don't remember which one this was. Yeah. So we'll just say that was
What the hell,
Elijah,
man?
because okay, so Elisha, he has a story. I do remember this was him. He was the guy who was like walking through town, and a bunch of like young boys like made fun of him for being bald. So he like called a bunch called bears down to kill all of the
She
boys.
bears,
She bears.
which is
So-
like a hell of an insult. You're
Yeah,
getting
it's like-
killed by woman bears.
Yeah, it's like, dude, like, get a grip. It's like you're bald. I mean, look
When
at
you
your
see the
picture. You
Cubs-
are fucking. What's that?
When you see the Cubs, you get the fuck out.
Right. That's pro tip
Yeah,
right there.
in
But
general,
yeah, I mean,
stay
look
away
at
from
but
bears. If you see cubs, even more so.
yes, but Elijah, I mean, look at your picture, dude. Like you're bald. Like
You're just bald.
Just take.
You're just bald.
Yeah, dude, just take the L. Move along. You don't need to call a bunch of bears to murder a bunch of children.
Hey,
All right.
Wait, here's the thing, okay? Testosterone causes baldness. If you have like a high enough level of testosterone, your like top of your head hair just fucks off. So
I can relate to that.
So these guys making fun of, like, these kids making fun of the bald guys, they're gonna want to be bald someday because eventually they're gonna be like that. That's that's like the testicles on your head that's visible to everyone.
Right? That's what this is. Not because I just shaved it. All right. Yeah, but Aunt Jarrett, like I think before, yeah, definitely called this out. Yeah, I think that was Elisha that did that. But
That's his claim
so
to
yeah,
fame.
that's a shit move. All right, so Jezebel. So speaking of ones
Ooh.
where I get a kick out of ranking differently than how most people reading the
God,
Bible
dear.
would want you.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's up there.
yeah, I mean, she literally has a spirit named after her nowadays. So,
She's-
like, Chris, are you familiar with the accusation of like women having a Jezebel spirit? Have you heard that one before?
Well, yes and no. I know that first of all, she's a prostitute, and
Was
No,
she?
Jezebel. I don't
No.
think Jezebel was she was a queen. She was the wife of Ahab.
yeah,
I mean,
okay,
she may have also been a prostitute at some point. At some point, I don't remember her full story.
or
But
it's just
yeah.
the attribution of she's a Jezebel.
no, okay, yeah, as far
she's
as
a slut.
like what
Yeah, there's
people,
definitely association
Yeah.
after
Yeah.
the fact.
Anyway,
yeah,
so
but also yeah,
but
bald head is
also
top
if I
testicle.
understand though, it's also the fact that she was a sovereign queen, meaning
Right.
she basically was
Yeah.
the ruler, not
Yeah,
the
because her king Ahab was kind of a pushover, kind of a wuss.
I
So
was
she kind of
told-
like took charge, and
I had
yeah.
it. Well, it was heavily hinted by a mentor of mine when I was a Christian that I had an Ahab spirit.
Yeah, and there was also the
Yeah.
was it from David or Solomon, Shibble or Sybil or
Sybil?
Sybil,
I
yeah,
don't know.
think. Anyway, that Sheila again, that was like another like sovereign queen. Didn't need no man, was just like parading around, and yeah, it's like you kind of get the pervy aspects of the Bible over there, but anyway.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
But anyway, or creep with the creep factor, and she just kind of disappears because it was like basically kind of Bible tribute to the most powerful queen with the most money, and obviously the most sin, just because she's a woman.
Right.
But she was like a ruler, but with no attributes of how her tax policies and all that crap. But yeah,
Yeah. But yeah, Aunt Jared, yeah, totally correct her. Yeah, if you wear too much makeup, Jezebel. Have opinions, Jezebel. Attractive, i.e., cause men to sin, Jezebel. Insubordinate, Jezebel. Yeah, basically the way I sum up like what it means for a woman to have a Jezebel spirit is, she's a woman who made a man uncomfortable.
Well,
That's
yeah,
really
and
all it
which
is.
usually means
Yeah.
she was utilizing personal agency,
Yeah,
which is what healthy people do, but apparently not if you're a woman,
right.
according
yeah.
to this logic.
Yeah, so for that, Jezebel, you're God tier.
Put her
My
up
gal.
there.
All right, but her husband Ahab, the pushover wuss, or at least as the Bible would have you think, or was he just all about like women's empowerment and was like, no, everyone like defer to my wife, she's really in charge.
Good. I would say good. Pardon.
Good.
Wait,
Yeah,
who is this?
there's Ahab, Jezebel's husband.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cut him. Yeah.
Good.
He was doing his
Good.
best. Cut him a break.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So next up, Nehemiah.
Wait,
he
by
was
the-
a prophet.
Okay, if there's an afterlife, wherever Jezebel and Lilith are, they're throwing like an eternal bachelorette party.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. All right. So Nehemiah, all I can remember from him was like he was one of the dudes in charge of like when Israel was coming back from exile, like getting like the city and like the walls rebuilt.
What's his name?
Nehemiah.
Nehemiah. Nobody names their kid Nehemiah.
I don't
That's
know
true.
that that person.
Yeah, so we'll just put him in
Esther.
mid by default.
Yeah,
All
sure.
right,
He's
so
doing fine.
all right, so
Esther?
Esther. So I'm thinking Buppet. I'm thinking she belongs up here in like God tier. For one, she is because the Book of Esther is one of the among other things is famous for being the only book in the Bible that does not mention God.
Oh,
But it does mention Esther, so by default, she's basically God in that book. That's
man,
how I'm
Well,
you
interpreting
know
it.
somebody's wrestling with some
you,
shit
if
when they're
you
doing that.
think about it, Esther in the old like pagan religions was a god of spring and
Oh yeah, it's where we get Easter and like Oster. Yeah,
yeah, that. So if it's a copy and like not a copy and paste, but if it's like
yeah,
a watered
similar.
down
Yeah.
pantheon shit that's kind of recycled into like theology for Christendom, and it somehow ended up in the Bible, I'd say, what the fuck, guys?
Yeah.
You can't get your story straight. But then again, it's the same thing with me.
Yeah.
Like with me, in my opinions, with Prometheus
Ooh.
and Jesus, like resurrection story. That it's like almost like not word. It's not a copy and paste, but it's like very like similar theme and
Yeah, similar tropes and a lot of
yeah. And for
sure.
me
Yeah.
personally, Prometheus has more justification as to why his divine his divine reason that he has died for all mankind and our sins and all that stuff.
I need you to look into that. That sounds
And
interesting.
while Jesus is like whatever.
No, Jesus really comes across like
and we're getting to him
something and
we're getting to him soon. Don't you worry. So that's cool. So, but to answer Jared's question, like, we do not have JL on here, but she would definitely be God tier. Like, she was like the dude who, like, she wasn't a judge, but she was in the book of Judges. Like, there was like some evil king in the story but as he was like running, like trying to escape like punishment or whatever, like the king like hid in her tent. And she's like, yeah, come on in. I'll hide you. So like he goes to sleep. And while he's asleep on the ground, she takes a tent peg and basically just nails his head to the ground.
Oh, damn.
Like
she didn't even need to do that. Through his heart is good enough. But she's like, fucking nail his head to the ground.
Yeah. And I think the Bible even said like literally like through his temples. It was just like straight. Just like,
well, maybe he was a zombie.
Yeah, you got to double tap that. So
JL is a badass name for a daughter.
Yeah.
Okay, so who's the next one?
All right. So Esther. I think we went over her. I don't think we actually went over her story. So if people aren't familiar, just to keep it brief, like just so people know who we're talking about with Esther, because Mordecai is also part of this story, and so is the next person, Haman. So Esther was a Jewish woman, like when I think this is when they were in exile. I don't remember which nation this was or which country had exiled them and brought them in. Basically, the Israelites were in this country, but the king, like, he like removed his old queen because basically she wouldn't come out and be a stripper for his party, and that pissed him off. So he kicked her out. So he's like, I need a new queen now. But also there was this other dude in his circle named Haman who just like hated the Jewish people who were there in their country. So he was trying, basically convinced the king to say like, all the Jewish people need to be like kicked out or killed or whatever it was. But he had actually chosen Esther to be his new queen. But she's like, oh, but my new queen is Jewish. So, but she was able to talk to the king and he basically get it. Like, he couldn't actually reverse the decree because there's this whole thing like, once a king makes a decree, that's it, and you can't reverse it. But at least the king said, okay, but at least we'll allow the Jewish people to fight back when people try to exterminate them or whatever. So it's like, okay, so she, in that sense, did a lot to like save her people. So that's why like we're putting up there, because it's like, hey, woman like taking charge, being awesome, saving her people. Like, yeah, for sure. So Mordecai was her uncle, who
great name.
was the one. Yeah, was the one who was encouraging her because, like, she was like a very young woman. So, but he was like the one encouraging her, like, no, you got to go to the king. You got like you're the only one who can save us. So, like for that, like he's like, yeah, pretty cool dude. I'd put him, I don't know, like best of the best because I don't remember anything bad about him. But I also love that he was empowering a woman to like do awesome stuff. That's pretty cool to me. So I don't know. You guys familiar with him? Any thoughts?
No,
Or-
No, I'm not very.
Ah,
I don't know, but I trust your judgment.
all right. I don't know if I recommend that, but in this case, I'll take
For
it.
this instance,
So
yeah.
yeah, right. But don't make it a habit. So so next is Haman. He's the dude who wanted to exterminate all the Jewish people. So this is one instance where again, like I'll actually agree
Bad?
with the Bible. Like, yeah, this was a bad dude. Like, and he's also, I think that's where we get the phrase, if you've heard the phrase, hoisted on his own petard.
What's up?
Have you heard that? It's
I
it's like
understand.
basically being hung or something. So basically, because in the story, Haman basically ordered like the construction of this thing to hang like the Jewish people. But then by the end of the story, he ended up being hung on it himself because
so
the king
from
was
what
like,
I
"Oh,
understand-
Haman, you made me do a bad thing. Fuck you. You're being
Yeah.
executed."
But
So
from what I understand, if from being hoisted on your own petard means, yeah, you'll get that definition. But there's also the fact that you're so high and mighty that you're essentially just like kind of circling back around, and it's like you're just kind of doing the same thing, and you're just just blind to it.
yeah, so basically, what you do comes around and like gets you in
But
the
you don't
in the
notice.
yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
like our
Speaking of
president.
getting him in the end, yeah, did he did get the Vlad the Impaler treatment?
But
Yeah.
through the head, and I think Vlad the Impaler was like from the poop chute to the chrome dome.
Well, no, like no. What do you mean through the head? This isn't
Well,
J.
I
This
mean,
isn't the JL.
because what Vlad
Oh.
would do is
Yeah,
basically
Haman's from the Esther story.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So, yeah, I don't remember the name of the king that JL pegged. Not like that, but anyway, yeah, but yeah. Yeah, Haman, he did, yeah. Because I remember, like in that story, like what we translated as hung. Yeah, it's more like the blood. It's not what we think of like noose. It wasn't noose around the neck. It was, yeah,
okay.
all the way through the entire tract there. All right, so yeah, Haman's bad. All right, next up is Job.
Did nothing wrong.
Yeah, I
Pretty
would
much.
put him up in God tier because as explained by the good Dr. Kip on our show a few weeks ago, one interpretation of the book of Job that I really like is at the end, like after God does his whole, where were you when I made all this fantastic bullshit? And who are you to talk back to me? Or at the end, it's that like most translations say that Job basically like, I don't remember the exact words, but something like he like covers his mouth and he says, I won't say anything else. But like a lot of people interpret that as Job saying like, oh shit, sorry, God, you're right. I'll shut up now. You're great. But other interpretations of that story, it's basically that's Job saying like, no, man, like I said what I said and I'm sticking by it. Like I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. So it's like Job, like just standing his ground. It's like, no, God, like I've done nothing wrong. You did all this shit to me. Like, what the fuck? But so
That's like
I-
God
yeah.
goes on this big spiel about how great he is, and Job is just like shrug emoji.
because also if what does God do right after that? Then God turns around and then like condemns Job's friends for like talking shit about Job. So it's almost like God was saying to Job, you know what, Job, you're right. Fuck you guys. So I mean, someone who can like it's not quite as badass as actually wrestling God and he breaks your dick and you still win, but someone who can like talk back to God and make
get him
God
to change
go
a little bit.
yeah, and make God go, yeah, you know what? You're right. So, I mean, that to me is God tier.
All right,
So,
Isaiah.
yeah. So he prophesied not about Jesus, like most evangelicals would have you think. But
Yes.
yeah, see, that's the thing. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, other than that, I honestly don't remember much.
Well,
So
he
I don't really.
prophesies the Messiah. But that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, or and he made just like, and a lot of the prophecies that are interpreted as being like messianic, like
Or not so much.
that a lot of Christians will interpret as being about Jesus. He was really just talking about things like happening in that day, like to the actual people he was talking to. So
And also the like the one you're talking about Messiah figure, you're essentially talking about the military leader.
yeah. Oh,
That's probably what the
Oh.
Bible scholars
Yeah.
basically we know.
yeah. But also, so real quick, so unintentional linkage of what we're talking about. So it wasn't Job, but it was actually in Isaiah where God said he created evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Created good.
He created evil. Yes, as you corrected.
And then
But
there's
yeah,
a comment from somebody new, I think. Bryce Vining.
Yeah.
Oh, did that?
No,
thing.
I've seen Bryce here before.
Okay.
But
That it does seem like God's like, oh, my bad. Here's not everything you lost, but here's a substitute. He's God.
Well, some of it was like, it's like he lost his house, so I gave him a new house. But the part that gets me is
why
like,
not give him the same house and the same wife and the same kids?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the kids, well, he didn't lose his wife. His wife survived,
Okay.
but yeah, his kids died. Like God apparently let Satan, or the Satan, it wasn't actually Satan as we know him, as like devil, but it was just anyway. So yeah, basically God let him. Yeah, basically God let him kill his kids. Was like, oh, but here's some other kids because like
Here's some.
I know, like I'm a parent. Like if something were to happen to my kids, like just getting other kids would not make up for that.
No.
Like that's
It's like
that's
okay,
awful.
fine. If you got to give me new kids, give me additional kids.
Yeah, or
No,
just
don't-
bring the old ones back to life yeah, but anyway, so Isaiah. I don't know, any strong in a way, just knowing how much he's revered by Christianity, but now that I know, like for very inaccurate reasons, just
Correct,
for the laughs, I kind of want to just put him in mid. It's like meh.
It's
Yeah,
like you're
same
just
with-
good. You're just good for one Bible verse, and that's it.
That'll make Jewish
Yeah.
people mad too, because he's one of the prophets.
That's true. Which I mean, we already put Abraham, like the father of their entire faith. in
Actually, you know
bad.
what?
So-
I don't think Jewish people would care because a lot of modern stand-up comedy comes from like Jewish stand-up comedy. So I don't think they would care. It's just Christians who would be mad.
Yeah. So, all right. So here's a good question from Aunt Jer, and I actually don't remember in the story, but I assume that's probably the case. Like, yeah. So did God make the wife give birth like 10 more times to replace the kids? Well,
Seriously.
but I mean, that's really all women were for, just to be like baby factories. So what's the problem, right?
They were just supposed to be good soil.
No.
Seed in, babies out.
Yeah. So we'll be getting to my opinions on God here shortly. Stay tuned. All right. So Jeremiah, I literally remember absolutely nothing about Jeremiah, except I think he was called like the weeping prophet.
I know
So
there's
it's Yeah.
shit. What is the plans to help you not to harm you? Something like that. Isn't that a Jeremiah thing?
Yes, but like one of the most like misapplied,
Correct.
misinterpreted verses ever.
But it's
Yeah.
kind of the only reason Christians love Jeremiah.
Yeah. So it's like, I mean, I'll put him in mid, like literally just because I don't remember anything about him, and so I literally have no strong opinions.
Yeah,
I think it's really interesting that like so far most things are mid or bad or God tier.
Yeah,
And
most
things in the
things.
God tier is not what seems to be intended. in the story.
No. But also, yeah, as Aunt Jara says, and God's like, "You're welcome, lady." With Job's wife and the more kids, like, yeah,
Congratulations, a reason not to sell you to the neighbors.
yeah, right.
no, but considering infant mortality has only gone down within the last like 150 years.
Yeah, that is a good point.
That's not a like a that's not something to celebrate about. You know, for a woman to have like
I do think
13 kids.
Yeah.
that is interesting that women were crazy important for making sure the species, continued.
Survive.
But they were
Mhm.
content. They were like considered second class citizens. It's like that's literally how. It's like if you didn't have a person to nut into, to put it very crudely, like there wouldn't be babies. So
Yeah.
super important. Better call them second class citizens. It doesn't make any sense. Sounds like somebody's feeling really insecure.
Yeah. Right. Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Yeah, because that's how I've heard like someone interpret like the Genesis story about how like Eve, like the woman, came from Adam. Like someone said, like this is basically like a patriarchal society trying to make us forget. No, it's actually we come from women, but they write no, but the woman came from a man.
So
So
man is better because first pregnant
Yeah.
person, he was pregnant with a rib.
yeah, and also never mind the fact that like if Eve completely just came from Adam, then that means that she only had male DNA because Adam was supposed to be a male. So that mean that Eve was trans? I don't know. So
Also, like men do have an extra rib than women. The
is
muscles
that
are-
actually true? I heard that was just a myth.
Is it? I learned that in elementary school. Fuck.
Then it's probably just a myth. If you so, yeah,
Probably a myth, but there's also
Yeah.
how there's also how the rib cage is like formed as
Yeah, there's
women,
one that's like
and
floating or something.
well, it's
Yeah.
it's just that if you look at the skeletal stuff, like like because like broader like midsection and stuff like that, it's as in like for more bigger rib cage and stuff like that when it comes to men, and women have like smaller, for lack of a better word,
Like
due
in
to
general.
anatomy, and just to accommodate that stuff when pregnancy is in effect. Yeah, there's some biological factors, but it's not like us having an extra rib would do anything, even
Right.
if it's like like what I mean by like that, I mean like pseudoscience anyway.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Plus, I mean, never mind the fact that there was an older story. I don't know if it was like Sumerian or Babylonian but like I think it's in the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Enuma Elish, some long story ending with Esh, whatever. But but there basically there was a pre-existing story of a female god or something being created from the rib of a male god. I think it was like Inanna
Well,
from Enki or,
technically,
or something.
Okay.
Zeus and
Yeah.
Athena. Athena basically came out of Zeus's skull,
Yeah.
and also Zagreus, well slash Dionysus,
No.
essentially was, for lack of a better word, killed, but got basically stowed away in Zeus's thigh. So
Yes.
yeah, that
Or,
type of thing.
Depending on euphemisms, his dick. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's the same.
I'm not making any assumptions here.
Yeah.
I just
Also,
Yeah.
sup Bart.
Howdy do.
And also, I don't know the context, but I agree.
Poop bread.
Does anyone remember what that might be referring to?
No.
no.
I'm amused
I don't.
anyway. So thank you, Aunt Jer. All right. So, So next up we got Daniel, famous for being in the lion's den, not
He was
being
good with
eaten by-
animals.
Yeah. So I mean that's cool.
The lions
So
like it.
he's a martyr or what?
No, he went in the lion's den, but the thing is, like, he survived the lion's den because he was just had such great faith and was such a great man of God, and so the king
Wait.
who threw him in there was like, "Oh, wait, your God must be the real God."
Is the point of that story is martyrs are not as good as Daniel?
Let me guess, though. Let me guess. He's propaganda for the Christian cult
Yeah.
No.
during the Roman Empire.
Well, okay. Well, this was written before like Christianity was a thing.
Right, but
I don't-
like you could
right.
see Roman Christians if they're being persecuted.
Oh yeah, they're using. Oh,
Yeah.
they use it
Yeah.
for that now. Oh yeah, for sure. So, but I remember. But then, yeah. But him, like as a person, like I don't remember him doing anything like too objectionable. So I mean,
Not really,
But-
no.
But
yeah,
to
I
be
would put him
fair-
as.
But to be fair, sometimes in the arenas, like the the menagerie that would be released upon criminals would be spooked, scared, and all that stuff because of the noise,
Yeah.
and
And
as a
hungry.
result, it would basically override their hunger or whatever you
Mhm.
want to call it. And as a result, the groundskeeper, or anyhow the master of beasts, would be executed instead. So I don't
Always.
know.
So if the lions didn't eat,
Yeah,
then the guy in charge of making sure the lions eat people
yeah,
gets hella fired.
Right.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because I think in the story, actually, the guys who suggested to the king that the thing that made Daniel get thrown to the lions, after basically the king said, "Well, you guys are going to be thrown to the lions instead." So that's but Rakshak and Benny. Oh, we'll get to them too.
Those are awesome nicknames.
Yes, yeah, the
amazing.
VeggieTales reference there, which is fantastic. But so stay tuned. I may be tracking with you on some of these, but
Yeah, but
the answers will shock you.
Again, sorry for the side quest, but that's just like that.
No,
just
that's
to let
good,
you
that's
know
good.
That,
Side quests
yeah.
are what we do here.
Yeah, this show is basically just one big side quest where occasionally we remember we're talking about something. All right.
yeah.
So Daniel, I mean, I don't really see a point in putting him any lower than mid, but I might put him in
Just
good. Good, yeah, just because there's
I mean,
fewer
he seemed
people in good. So.
pretty great.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. So, all right. So next, so these next two are also connected. We have Nebuchadnezzar and Rakshak and Benny, or Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But-
they're all in the same. They're all the same. We've got a 3 and
I don't
1.
know those guys, so
Yeah.
I
So Nebuchadnezzar, he was like the king of Babylon, like while Israel was in exile in Babylon. And so he was like painted as like this evil king, like he like built a statue of himself,
He
and
also
so basically the
seemed
story
open-minded.
connecting. What's that?
He also did seem open-minded, though.
How
At one
so?
point, didn't he?
I don't remember, honestly.
Shit. There was something when Rakshak and Benny go into the giant oven fire thing, and
You lost
They
me.
come-
Sorry.
they come out and they're fine, and he says something about their god.
Yeah, he's like, yeah. So basically, the story is so Nebuchadnezzar is the king, and he builds a statue. I think it's of himself,
Probably.
and orders everyone's got to worship this statue of me because I'm fucking awesome. But
I mean, just look at me.
yeah, but Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego is like, no, we're not going to worship anything else other than God because He told us not to. So
My
It's like
name
into
is
the
It's like,
giant
oh,
oven
well,
you go.
yeah, so he's like, oh, I'll throw you in the fire. They're like, all right, fine. So they throw them in, and they aren't burned up. But when they come out, Nebuchadnezzar's like, oh, your God must be the reals.
And
So-
and it's a favorite
yeah.
of Christians because there's a fourth man in there with them. And so Christians like to say, oh, that's Jesus, even though it says nothing of the kind. Is probably
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like to credit the church I grew up in, I was always just told that was just an angel. But yeah, they never quite made that connection. Some people maybe suggest, some people say it was Jesus, but I always just had the impression, it was just an angel protecting him or whatever.
yeah,
So
it depends on your flavor of Christianity, I think.
yeah. So Nebuchadnezzar, like I said, like I don't know. I don't really.
Doesn't
I mean,
seem
obviously-
great, but he was open-minded a little.
Yeah. but then he also kind of like went crazy and did some other shit. So I mean,
Right.
I
so
just
for a
put him in
split second,
mid.
he was all right.
Yeah, yeah. All right, but Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So they were the ones who survived the fiery furnace. I mean, that's kind of badass. I mean, and I don't remember him doing anything super objectionable. So I'm like, that's maybe enough for good.
They held to their principles, didn't kill anybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Which I mean, for Bible standards, that's good. So,
Right.
Yeah.
all right. All right, Jonah of the and the whale fame.
Best of the best.
Ooh, okay.
But
Why
Why?
is that?
yeah,
Because he's one of the few the few characters within the Bible that God asked him, like basically voluntold to do, essentially uh um to, well, depending on the version of the story, he's essentially one of the few characters that basically questions God
Hmm.
as the command, like convert this, this town or city in my name, blah blah blah. And he's depending on the version of the story, it's like, you sure about that? You think it's like a good idea? And yes, he did.
Yeah.
Basically, he goes on a grand tour for a couple of and eventually do that. But also, his whole archetype as a character is to essentially squash the naysayers of the religion. So for that, for me, instead of saying that what he did was wrong and should repent, blah blah blah, and do what the demands of the plot, demand, I would say best of the best, because I don't want I don't want to people to follow a religion blindly, and mostly it's because I want people to think for themselves. But that's just my personal bias. So yeah.
I see. Yeah, I mean, I don't have super strong feelings, but
yeah, I guess shows before I forget.
oh yes, yeah, I was going to.
This
So
is
to answer the poop bread, yeah. Oh, yeah, I do remember that story.
Fuel.
Yes.
Oh, well, that'll work. I mean, depending what you had to eat.
Yeah. But yes, if anyone was curious about the poop bread comment, but going back to Rack Shack and Benny, like BS, valid point. Right there. I mean, I'll still keep him in good because I mean, come on, surviving being thrown in a fire, that's pretty badass. But and the whole vegetarian thing again, that was them like holding their principles, like not wanting to eat, like the
Jonah had kind of a hero's journey.
Yeah, but it's also a messed up one, like a verse upside down. Instead of growth, it's basically regress. What it the Jonah arc is to regress into like the child parent dynamic, and yeah, it's just like personally, as an atheist, even if would kind of grow old and probably change my opinion, it's not something that I would say like he got it. I will never say yeah. Anyway, but that's just my personal opinion.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So we currently have Jonah in best of the best. Is that where we're leaving him, or?
Yep. Well, for me,
I want to bump him down. So he made his choices kind of based on coercion.
Mm-hmm.
Because
yeah. And there was like the whole thing, like at the end, like after God ended up saving Nineveh, after Jonah was like, "But I don't want you to." So basically, his story ends like, "God, like I'm so angry, like I just want to die. I'm just gonna sit here and die." which that's a vibe. I can relate.
Doesn't
But-
really feel that whole story. It just in the end, it feels like God was going to do what God was going to do, and why was he making Jonah do things? like,
Yeah.
why
he
was he
didn't have a
giving him an
choice.
option? He was going to make Jonah do things.
Yeah. So I guess like maybe put him up there just for being a rebel, being like, "Fuck you,
Yeah.
I won't do what you
That
tell
is true.
me."
He pushed back like the whole way.
I won't do
Yeah.
what you tell me. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. Sorry.
Yep.
Killing
Yep.
in the name. Anyway,
Yeah,
sorry.
he was raging against the machine. So
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
How even at the
Good
end, he was
example of-
like, "Fuck you, I'd rather die."
yeah,
Fuck you, make me. That's
it's like after all you put me through.
no, that is
Yeah.
pretty. That is pretty anti-fashy.
Yeah,
I like it.
but yeah, Bart here with good point. Yeah, Jonah, don't give them a second chance. God, I gave you a second chance. It's like, yeah, well, I'm awesome. But also, like fair enough, but also like in Jonah's defense, like God was like making him do like some shit there too. So yeah, so
Because Jonah's
I'll leave
flexing
him-
his personal agency wherever he can.
yeah. All right, so all right, well. I'll let you two like vamp on Jonah for a little bit more. I'll be right back because I want to. The next one's a big one. If you
Okay.
can't see, so I'll be right back. So
But yeah, so I don't know how you feel about the whole tier thing so far.
The whole what?
The whole tier that you're looking at. How if you're pleased of the development, how it looks.
I do like it. I do think it makes sense that we're mid-heavy right now because there are a lot of meddling characters in the Bible
hmm
where they're more just like a vehicle for a point, or somebody does something. The next character in the story does this thing, but we have to make it sense. Why we have to make it make sense why that thing happened. So here's a character doing a thing.
hmm
Which is not great writing.
Yep.
Which is it's kind of crazy that so much time had passed and the story had only matured to this point. I think that shows a lot of there'd be an indication that there's a strong adherence to tradition instead of what makes the story make sense.
Yep. And well, for me, I kind of feel bad that the theists won't see this video probably and just
Yeah.
look at our commentary and say, oh, I don't want to look at I don't those guys are full of shit because those are my this is my religion and blah blah blah.
Mhm.
And those God is good and all was good and all will always be good. So it's
Yeah.
just it's only when you get the outside of the box or in outside of the house or whatever you want to call it, that it's where you get the proper analytical thing of does this thing make sense? And it's is this a good thing? Those type of things.
Yes.
Questions that pops up.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
I
it's just a
yeah.
shame.
Appreciate the ringing endorsement. Yeah, for sure. All right, so
No,
All right,
okay.
so-
Here's what my hope is if Christians do see this, all right, and they glance up here, maybe they skip to the end to see where everything ended up, and they see, according to their rubric, how fucked up this tier list is, and I want them to go, what? I need to know more.
yes.
Well, they won't. They will never do that.
Oh, but the cool ones will.
Only you mean those that are deconstructed, maybe, but not the you won't see Baron Pastor Bishop Barron from I think it's the Diocese of California.
Yeah, I know
Well,
you're talking about.
you'll never
Yeah.
see those guys acknowledge stuff like that.
But here's what's been interesting so far. Like last week when we talked about
So, Aunt Jerry, you said have a comment needs to be approved. Like, I don't know if I can approve them on my end. I don't have a way to approve anything, so that might just be a YouTube thing. Which
maybe if we went directly into YouTube.
Yeah, but I love it already. So, please try again.
The funny thing is,
Okay.
we have had just a very small handful of Christians that the algorithm sends here, and the people that get sent here who are just like a mystery new person to us, they end up being like a great fit. and so like the Christians that get sent here, I kind of want to tell them like your algorithm knows you're going to deconstruct soon, even if you don't. Like,
or just like the Council of Trent. What else?
Yeah, that we covered him last week. Yeah,
Trinity Radio. You won't see this type of content and have critical thinking of
yeah.
So,
yeah, we did have some that did send a couple like people who apparently crusade on anti-Catholic or perceived anti-Catholic stuff.
and that's one of the things that just because we have criticism, they think it's anti-Catholic this or anti-Christian this and that.
Yeah.
No, it's like you guys don't have like any social standing because we don't believe in that kind. Like we're not in the in group anymore, and we're happy where we are. Or even if it's like even if life sucks, and it just used to sucks for a while, I would rather be miserable and all that stuff than living in La La Land. At least for me,
Correct.
And I would prefer to live in the truth, miserable, than being happy in a fantasy.
If those were the only two options,
yeah. I mean, and I like to bring things back to my experience. Like for those who don't know, 4.5 years ago, I had stage 4 cancer. Like I was much happier not knowing that I had cancer. But I'm glad I found out.
Technically, you're still stage 4 because of categories.
But stage 4 NED. I mean, no evidence of disease. I've been in complete remission for over 4 years now.
That's
but
just how med level works.
Yeah, but
so you're one of the lucky ones. Is that it?
Oh yeah. Thanks science. Yeah, immunotherapy. Yeah, but let's see.
And just like to relate on the same level, for me, I have cerebral palsy, among other things. But thanks to modern medicine, I'm not somebody that that has been written off. With
fuck yeah, dude.
To just basically saying that I cannot have I went to post education programs 3 times. I dropped out of 2, graduated out of 2. So, that's
nice.
Not bad. So,
good
my
for you,
daughter has cerebral palsy. Also, it's related to it's a rare genetic chromosomal thing.
Yeah,
and it's life is. Cerebral palsy is just life is on difficult. I think over a game, it's hardcore level.
But for me, it was it's classified as acquired because essentially I was born premature, and I basically medically died on the table due to an infection. Somebody didn't check the my oxygen levels. Had to do CPR, but then again, when you're because usually the the gamut for cerebral palsy is from 0, even negative, all the way up to 5 months, 5 to 6 months ish to a year sometimes. So, sorry, what I'm saying is while your brain is developing, like you're that's when you're the most the most cases for cerebral palsy just happens. And
Yeah.
and then just like and what happens is that you cannot always have a every case is different, and every case is not like immediately noticeable. Like for me, by the time I got noticed, I was like probably like a year old and a half, and I was missing a couple of physical milestones. Like I couldn't walk. I was crawling around. So and then my mother basically said, "Hey, like there's some issues," and on the top of that, he's basically favoring his right side, which basically my left side was more not exactly functioning properly and stuff like that. So yeah, got diagnosed like around like a month later, and yeah. Sorry.
Wow, dude.
No, that is hard.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah. That's a lot, dude.
So
Yeah,
basically,
I guess like you kind of fit in well here. Like, so it seems like all three of us, for various reasons, like maybe should already be dead, but we're not. So,
well, it's not that I should. It's not a question of if I should be dead. Is
Right.
that the opportunities that were given to me, like for a regular family, and without the support systems that my family, like my mother, because she's raised 3 kids on her own, had the opportunity, as in the universal health care, like wasn't a factor because of because that's like United States and stuff like that. And also the fact that she was a businesswoman, and stuff like that. So anyway, so
wow.
sorry.
No,
Yeah.
don't.
Oh, no.
Thanks for
It's a
sharing
lot
that.
of. It's
Yeah.
like there's a lot of
Yeah.
factors.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, don't apologize. Like Matt said, yeah, thanks for sharing. Yeah, my whole comment, the whole like should be dead, like the whole part of your story where you apparently like actually died on the table or whatever. It's like, so yeah, you made it through that. Like I made it through stage 4 cancer. Like Matt made it through being T-boned by a semi on the highway when he should have been turned to jelly according to physics.
Yeah,
And
I had a bad concussion, and
yeah.
like toothed lung that like all of the doctors and like chiropractors and stuff told me that like some of them said one of them said to my mom, he healed very quickly. Like, this is weird. And my contused lung, like the little thing you're supposed to like suck and blow on this like floater thing for therapy to like make sure your lung doesn't like just go and close up.
Yeah.
It sounds exactly like that when it does it.
So therapy was a bitch. Eh?
No, it didn't. Like it was at first, but then it wasn't for very long. It's all very strange. When so I had a Catholic grandma and grandpa, and they were sitting in their chairs in the living room, and somebody was talking about my car accident, and my grandma goes, "Well, there was a guardian angel sitting next to you," and then my grandpa goes, "They've been smashed all to shit." Because that's
one of the best lines
literally
ever.
came in to the point like where I have like a scar on my shoulder from like I think it's from the passenger side of the car. And the semi was like right on the other side.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, so because I've heard other people say this, like, where like they were in some like terrible accident or some like big awful thing happened. They're like, "Oh, the guardian angel had me," but like you still sustained injuries. It's not like you walked away from it completely unscathed.
Correct.
So it's like the guardian angel had you, but like slipped up a little bit. So some of you still got
Maybe they're both
hurt,
right. The guardian angel's like, I've got you. Oh shit!
Yeah,
It ended up in the back seat.
yeah.
yeah, or something. But also, but yeah, but like, but speaking of like you like sharing your story, which I appreciate. Yeah, Bart. Heart goes out to you too. Yeah, my best friend is not talking to me since I told him about my deconstruction X profile, and now many of the pastors in the church I was volunteering at know about it too. Emphasis on the word was. Like, fuck, dude. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
like
for me,
I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't know, like, to what extent, like, we can offer anything, but like, we're glad you're here. Like, I hope you're
just the
finding like,
company.
yeah, some sense of community somewhere. Like, if nothing else, like, we love having you here, hanging out. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what else I can offer you, in addition, like, besides that. But yeah,
I'm glad you're
Thanks.
here, and it
Yeah.
really sucks to see. I didn't have this exact experience that you're going through, but it like from what I went through with an old small group, it
that I was also in. Yeah.
correct. Yeah. It
Also, emphasis on the word was.
yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks to reflect on friendships from a different perspective and realize like, and to ask the question, was it as good as I thought? Like, were they as good a friend as I thought?
Yeah.
And maybe they were, and now they can't because they suck. And
Yeah. It
it doesn't make it hurt any less. But like the reason why they have to shun you is because they have to protect their faith. Because if they embrace you now, even after they've left, I mean, even after you've left, they have to question things. A bunch of fucking
Yep.
pussies. That's what I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
Yep, and that's one of the things that they value their faith more than people, and for me, that's a no-no.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Like I don't like.
Good call.
Like for me, I don't have kids or anything, but I've been not exactly bombarded, but I've been asked about, like I've asked about or cornered into the position of asking, like the would you um, would you choose your kid, like say if you had
Oh.
say if you had kids and they're basically part of the LGBTQ community, or even if I reflect on my personal background, having a disability, a permanent disability that I did not ask for, my mother did not ask for, like, it's just
Mhm.
bad roll of dice, I guess. And I basically just say no, because like I screw your dogma. I do not abide by people just shunning just because old book from the 2,000 years ago says so. Anyway,
Right.
so sorry, I won't
No.
retract the whole thing, but I
Yeah.
think you guys get the message.
Yeah.
But,
Stop
yeah.
apologizing. But like,
I like
Shit,
to
yeah, man.
apologize for stuff. Sorry. Again.
case in point. Yeah. But, all right. But yeah, seriously, man, thanks for sharing all that. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad. What am I glad about in that? I'm glad you felt comfortable sharing there. I'm not glad that you went through all that, but glad you're still here, still going strong. And yeah, it sounds like you have a lot of confidence in yourself, which is awesome. So that's
No, not really.
okay. Well, you fooled me, so you should have just let me keep believing that.
but
I mean, but seriously,
I'm
it takes
stubborn.
it takes confidence in yourself to share all that stuff that you just did and talk about like where you're at and how you're
Yeah.
doing. So for what it's worth,
Yeah,
good
it's
on
just
you.
I'm a stubborn bastard.
Hey, sometimes that's all it takes. So,
Yeah. All
but
right.
but speaking of people sharing things again,
Yeah.
Bart, yeah, but so go back to the story. Yeah, honestly, speaking of like deconstructing and people finding out and shunning you and like, yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to leave for a while. It just sucks that I'm losing my best friends in the process. Yeah. But talking about it helps a ton. Yes, I absolutely relate to that. Yeah, and reevaluating how our friendship will look if it does survive this has been important. He's tried ending our friendship about 4 to 5 times. Fuck. But so I just want to focus on the first part of that. But yeah, unless Matt, like you had other things to say, but
No, I was gonna say, like, I hope for both your sakes that they come around, because that means they're moving to a better place, like mentally and cognitively, and you get to keep your friend.
Yeah. Okay.
Says like never been friends with someone longer than 5 years. Like I doubt it's because you're a shitty friend, but like
Sometimes
BS
it's
is
just
concerned,
shitty
though.
people.
I can relate to that.
Yeah.
At least I would say for the
Yeah.
previous answer, I can
Yeah.
relate to being like more than like about keeping friends. I'm good with making friends. Keeping them is something else. And
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
it's a chore,
Yeah.
and I have to work on it. Yes, but it's just that's how it goes, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I can relate to that too. But yeah, but just go back to this. Just like I said, the first part of this comment. Yeah, talking about it has helped a ton. Been helping a ton. Yeah, like yeah, still like as much as you're comfortable with and like what makes sense for you. But yeah, like be open and honest and vocal about what you're going through. And if as much as it sucks, because like me and Matt have said, like we've gone through it, but I mean, it's one of those things. Like it's one thing to say it; it's another thing to live through it. But I honestly believe that, like, if you are completely honest about yourself and what you're thinking, if people don't like that, then they didn't actually like you. So,
And you will
fuck 'em.
find great friends
Yeah.
who will stick around by doing that.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, for what it's worth and whatever capacity, like we're here. We're glad you're here. So yeah, keep going, keep it up. I mean, if that means anything coming from some strangers on the internet, I hope.
And I honestly don't know how to end friendships, so it's kind of an autistic thing for me.
Yeah, that's like sometimes like the blessings and curse of like autism, like in social situations. It's like yeah, things can go south, but like we don't know what to do with that. So it's almost like sometimes it just didn't.
And the whole thing of like being friends temporarily, like I don't understand that. Like,
Yeah.
it
Well,
really bothers me when that happens.
For
I'm
me,
like, what?
it's
Like we had a good time. Like, what the hell?
well, for
Right?
me, it's the reverse. It's the guilt of not being a good friend, or the self sabotage and self critic of wondering, like, are you not being a good friend, and and you have like expectations in your head,
Mm-hmm.
and even as if it's family, friends, whatever, and you just kind of like, and as a result of not meeting those expectations, you basically socially shut down. Not saying that you like you're being an asshole to people,
Right.
but at the end of the day, you're just like crap, you know. And but you're kind of looking at yourself, so you
Yeah.
know, and you want to get out of that rut, but you don't know which way, like which way is up. So anyway,
Yeah.
I think if
It can be
you're
really tough.
I think if you're asking the question, "Am I a good friend?" you're already better than average. At least.
Yeah, because if you care enough to ask, that's a good sign right there.
Yeah, because assholes don't even know that it's a good idea to ask that question. They don't see the point.
yeah.
Right.
Anyway,
Well, this is cool. Like always glad to be here, and like I said, we're always glad you're here too. Thanks for being a weird and wacky part of my support network. Like, well, weird and wacky is all we know. So we're glad to fill that niche. Whatever.
And I'm
but to
humbled
answer your
to be
question,
called part of your
is this the
support
wrap
network.
up? What's that?
I'm humbled to be called part of your support network.
Yeah.
That's all.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the best kind of humbled. That feels great. Thank you. But to answer BS's question, both. we're wrapping up by still doing the tier list. I mean, come on, like we're starting the wrap up now, so we got at least another 2 hours. Come on. So
Okay.
I do
So
have to be somewhere between 10:30 and 11 a.m. tomorrow.
okay, fine. I guess we'll get to it eventually. But so
It's peel and stick wallpaper. I don't even need to be fully conscious.
okay, so let me just go through quick. God
Well,
is.
but first-
Sorry.
So yeah, we'll get to God, but because so speaking of like Clinton, like you kind of called it here. So here's what I'm going to do with God, and prove me wrong.
Nope. No, I can't. I just can't. Sorry.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
all the Christian projection we see in our country right now, how like the conservative right accuses their perceived enemy of all of the things they're doing. Like God is accusing everybody else of doing all the things he already did. Like thou shalt not kill and
yeah, because
Yeah.
so
And yeah. Sorry.
yeah, I was just gonna say. So here's what ultimately puts God like on the lukewarm, or in this context, worst of the worst tier for me, along with Joshua for some reason. God and Joshua, they're basically the same. But here's what puts God here for me is because if God is as like the Christians present to me him as being, like as in like he created literally everything from scratch and everything works the way it does because that's how he designed it, including like even if you want to say he gave us free will, but he's the one who designed that if we make this choice then this is going to be the consequence, if we do this thing then this is going to happen. So with the whole like problem of evil, even if we want to say, well, all this evil exists in the world because humans have free will and we make bad choices and this is what happens and because these are the consequences. Okay, who made those the consequences? Who gave us the capacity to choose these evil things? Who knew that we were going to do this and the world was going to turn out this way if God created it the way he did and created it anyway? So
God makes the rules and then blames the rules.
Yeah. If God is what Christians say he is, being like all powerful, made the entire universe from scratch and everything, there is absolutely nothing that is not his fault or his responsibility. So everything is the way it is because that's how he designed it, knowing that this is how it was going to turn out. He could have done it differently, but he didn't. So I don't see any way to let God off the hook for anything.
Yeah.
So there's my piece.
The whole heaven and hell, the whole like where did Satan come from? It all came from God if God's in charge of everything. So the villain of the whole story.
Speaking of the devil,
but real quick, just the fact that his existence is even a question. Yeah, for me, that was what did it for me was the whole like divine hiddenness problem. That like in my own way, like not necessarily the official logical with the syllogisms or whatever, but it was just the fact that like, oh, there's a God. You tell me there's a God. Where the fuck is he? I don't see him.
Well, he's real if you believe he's real. Okay,
but I did. But I did. I literally begged him to show up. I said, please, if you're there, show up and let me know. And that was over 4 years ago, and I'm still waiting. So,
and just to add to the record, for me, because of my personal experience, I essentially had instant feedback, or more when I was like 3 years old, when I say 3 years old, but that's when I started to be conscious and independent,
right.
to just like think independently. I had my twin brother who was perfectly normal, and basically like I realized quick that something was wrong with me, and I just things were not easy for me compared to him and stuff like that. And then I looked around with the other kids and adults too. That something was automatically wrong. And I just don't know why. There's no rhyme or reason. Well, yes, there is, but as a kid, you can going up like, what's wrong with me? And I remember okay, I'm from Eastern Ontario, and because of that, I went in and out of the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario, or CHEO, and I basically would meet. I had the privilege of not being a basically just kind of going in and out, not as I please, but because of my appointments. But I basically had I had all the comparisons of other children at that children's hospital, and I remember distinctly I was 5, and there was this girl that basically it was more of a genetic disorder, but she was looking like a 1-year-old that looked like a corpse that was burned, like at second degree burns,
Wow.
like just like nuts, like just skin peeling off, eyes like not even having pupils, just looking at me, eyes wide,
Damn.
as like the innocent, like not that. She still haunts me to this day.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and I was
I
like,
bet. Wow.
no, that's if not like if God is all
Fuck.
good, then he does not exist in that capacity.
Right,
So I
right.
accepted that God would, on a certain level, was evil for having children that had this malformations, deformations, and disorders, even of all stripes. And I said, suffering. It's like I didn't choose to suffer. I just I didn't choose like that. But then you kind of turn around, especially the fact that I'm from the like French Canadian diaspora
Mhm.
compared to the English, which is
Mhm.
mostly Protestant, which the rhetoric of God is good and all good and is
Yep.
all but good.
Yep.
I was looking at that and it was like, no,
That can't
God
be
is
true.
cruelty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can't be true.
Yeah.
And it's not. It wasn't
There you go.
It wasn't that moment that basically made me an atheist. It's all the small things, but it's just like it was this truth
Mhm.
that if like from the Epicurus, quote,
Yeah.
anyway, that basically
Yeah.
just informed me that it's not what says in the book. Reality
Right.
does not is
Yeah.
not reflecting
Yeah.
what's in the book. So
Yeah. Doesn't match.
yeah,
But it looks like you got a fellow Southern Ontario fan in the crowd here. so.
Eastern Ontario, by the way, it's
Ah.
not Southern. But,
Oh, fight! I don't know, but
Hey,
but
Chris,
yeah,
Chris, I know you like
Yeah.
to stay on topic, but I'm like really glad you went off topic. That
Yeah.
was. I'm really glad you talked
Yeah.
about that.
yeah, you've done been like a good mix tonight of like keeping us on topic when we needed to be back on topic, but then taking us off when it was like for awesome reasons. So
and actually, I'm pretty open about like stuff on the internet since 2020 because we didn't have anything better to
Yeah.
do.
yeah,
But,
pretty
hey,
much.
Yeah, but if people ask, I would usually be honest about like my past and my lived experience. But yeah,
Nice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 2020. That's technically actually when me and Matt kind of started what turned into this show. Because if you remember
That was
back
during the pandemic.
Yeah, back when we did the audio only podcast, back also when we were still Christian, but like deconstructing when it was called Three Beer Gospel, we first recorded in September of 2020.
Damn.
So, yeah,
Oh, that's right, because we sat pretty far apart. We did it in person.
yeah, but it wasn't released until March because we're like we don't want to release until we have another episode recorded because knowing us, I know like I didn't want to release something and do nothing forever, and then it's like. So we recorded in September, but didn't record another episode until like March, and then
Like we had all that many people listening who would be like, "Where's episode 2?"
nope. But
Okay.
so So that went on hiatus shortly after we became atheists. We were like, why are we doing a Christian deconstruction podcast? We're atheists now. What do we do? I don't know. So then ended up meeting Derek Day. Long story short, it's like, hey guys, borrow, like you can do a restream thing. Here you go. We're like, oh, thanks. So that's how this started. Almost 2 years ago. It'll be 2 years ago here in a couple weeks.
And I
But,
don't even know if he watches.
Right.
But hey, whatever. But yeah, I wanted to go up. Yeah, the whole show up if you're real thing was the last thing I prayed about a year and a half ago. Crickets. Yep, that was me just over 4 years ago. So keep going. Oh man.
Speaking of crickets and plagues and all that stuff, Satan.
Yeah, Satan. So again, based on how he appears in the Bible.
What the hell? Aunt Jer.
What? Hey,
No, the show
First of
ended
all,
by
like-
Tommy barely making it downstairs.
yeah, that was the night where Matt liquefy my liver because Matt provided the beer for that night, but that was after I started just like drinking one of my own beers. I think I had an Oktoberfest or something. But then
Mhm.
Matt's like, "Hey, I got these beers. We'll share." And I think the weakest of them was like maybe like 8%. And it's like, "Here, let's have 3." So then the next morning, we were driving out to my in-laws, and I had to make my wife pull over because I had to vomit.
Oh, damn.
And then I dug an ATV out of the mud. So that was a fun day.
Because
All right. Yep. All right. Good. Yeah. Well, viewers, definitely the humanity, because Three Beer Gospel was. It's also Three Beer Gospel. Get it right. Leah.
we have a giant coaster that says so.
We only had, there was only 2 episodes of that made it on YouTube that we like actually recorded video for. The rest were audio only. But yeah, and also the 2 that are on YouTube, don't watch those because the audio sucks because I had no idea what I was doing. Well, my audio sounded fine. Matt's sucked because yeah.
And
Anyway,
then there was the one where only you had audio, or was it only me?
yes, what was supposed to be episode 1,
Yes.
where like only my end of the audio ended up being recorded. So if you actually go back and follow, we have our intro episode, which is episode 0, but then following is episode 2. Because when we made that one, we're just like, yeah, fuck it, episode 1 happened, but we're not going to redo it. So
And that was, I was on a like just by myself, like little vacation retreat because I was a stay-at-home dad, needed time away, and I had just come back from the microbrewery, which was within walking distance, but I still drove, and I had several of their beers, and I came back to this little camping cabin, and then we recorded it, but only Tommy was recorded.
yep. So I mean, it was a good conversation. I don't remember what we talked about, but it was good. So all right. So before we get to Satan here, yeah, he did. But also, this is a fair point here. Yeah, based on how Satan appeared in the Bible, he didn't. Satan is a modern invention. The biblical deceiver has a single digit kill god tier. So
Yeah. Well,
So again, I'm gonna make my move and prove me
That-
wrong.
Yeah, and I'm
Yep.
gonna say, like, okay, Satan can undo God's work, right? And
Mhm.
but apparently God has to like let him. But Satan can he can undo God's work. He can also override like humanity's free will. Like humanity can be deceived without knowing they're being deceived. So that's not a respecter of free will, but God does have to respect free will. So like this is a power Satan has over God.
Yeah. So
but
and
you have
here's
you have to understand that in order for God, the idea of God, to work, you need to have a villain. And because of that, Satan is that villain. So
Yeah, how would we know how good God is if he didn't make Satan who's bad?
right.
is it a villain you want? I will play the part.
Yeah, see, he's
Sorry,
willing. And I appreciate that.
So in order for us to know supposedly how awesome God is, God had to make Satan who could torture people forever. Because how would we know how great God is?
Yeah, which I mean, you got to be pretty not awesome if you have to do something like that to convince people that you
Right.
actually are awesome. Like it shouldn't.
If it's
So,
not
but here's what.
obvious.
Yeah. So, but here's one of the things that does it for me, because like growing up in like evangelical Christianity, I'm told in order to actually like have God present in my life, like I not only have to just like pray the prayer to start the whole thing off, and then I got to get baptized, I got to keep going to church, I got to keep reading my Bible, I got to maybe fast every now and then, I got to pray like all the time, and like I have to be just like consciously thinking about it all the time. It's like an effort to like keep the presence of God like going in my life. Like it's constant work, constant struggle, all that stuff. But apparently, all I got to do for Satan to enter my life is like listen to Slayer or touch a Ouija board. It's like, and that's fucking it. And he's like,
Or
right
generational
there.
curses. You could just
it's
be
like
fucked forever.
Yeah, it's like with Satan,
Because-
like you don't even have to ask for it. You don't even have to want it. It
You
just
give it out
happens.
for free.
So yeah. So I mean,
Because-
just based on
Sorry.
I'm just saying,
Uh,
just based on that, like just the availability, like Satan's always there, apparently. So,
And just to put iterate a point, to a certain degree, like mythologies prior to that, or as in religions that existed, there is a built-in humanity / pettiness associated with gods, like with the pantheon. Like there's no question as to why the Greek gods were cruel. There's no there's no question of mortals wondering why the Norse gods were assholes.
They're like exaggerated people.
Yeah, because they
pretty much.
were the human element. Now, what Christianity do is that they extrapolate the human part of it, and just like there's just like the deity part, where you get like the petty version of,
Somehow it's
like-
the worst of humanity.
you like have
Weird,
the picturesque perfect of what humanity represents, and then splits them into what is good and bad, black and white, and that's it. So,
yeah, pretty much. So yeah,
that's
Fox does
sticking the
point out
pitch.
that God did not have to respect free will in certain places in the Bible.
Ooh.
That's true. I was going based on what the evangelical crowd likes to quote or likes
Right.
to.
Oh
lean
yeah.
on.
Yeah, because that's the like there is no one version of God in the Bible, so it's
And
Yeah.
and that's why I said constantly that the Divine Comedy is what essentially what the modern image of hell is based off, essentially Dante's Inferno from the Divine Comedy, and the rest is piggybacked off the the assumption of Hades, the Greek underworld, where essentially, regardless of who you are like
You just go there.
like the afterlife of Greek mythology is that you go to hell, one way or the other. If you are,
It's like super boring, bland, but also like little evil afterlife.
yeah.
So
yeah. All right. So yeah. So
hold on, I gotta jump
Anything
in.
with Norse.
Yes, Hasbro does own the patent to the Ouija board. It was a toy, and I had we called it a co-op at University of Cincinnati, but it was basically like a paid internship. I was on staff temporarily at Hasbro Games, and there was a Ouija board. I don't know if it might have been an actual board like framed in the hallway, because it was one of their big sellers way back. Fond-ish memories. I didn't know I was autistic at the time or had ADHD, And so I was trying to people, and it didn't go well. And they had fucking orange cubicles because they blamed the 70s that smelled like dust.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
so I'm like, they're like, be creative. And I'm like, but the orange.
I literally cannot. All right. So yeah, so Satan, like God tier, because like, yeah, I think just for no other reason, like he was one of the ones willing to, again, like, I mean, when are we not really? But I mean, come on, it's
Sorry, Maya.
No, I love how Maya always comes in with like the complaint / compliment,
yeah, which
regardless
I mean,
of when they join.
yeah. So, but hey, she invited us on her show. Hopefully coming up soon. But so I guess that means that she's like, you know what? Bad Science Sunday just isn't long enough. We need to have these guys on to like drag it on like twice as long as it needs to be. That's what I'm understanding. I mean,
I'm not complaining.
speaking of which,
Also,
if you're
here and you're complaining, it sounds like a you problem.
yeah, yeah, it's like, oh, we're still on. Well, you're still here.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but seriously, check out if you guys are not familiar with Bad Science Sunday. Check it out, like with Maya and the Weasels and others. Apparently, us at some point. Well, hey, at least it's not 9 hours.
Wait, is that a limit?
damn
Like,
No, like, do you know the 9 hours joke, Matt?
no.
Oh, it's at this point, I honestly don't remember who exactly he was talking about, but I think it was. So it was like now, what's the term? Disgraced Egyptologist David Falk, who is a friend of the Michael Jones on the Inspiring Philosophy. I guess they did a video that was bullshit, like they do, and there was a response involving. I think it was Dr. Kip and Dr. Josh, and I think it was on Rationality Rules. But they made like a few videos, but basically it totaled like 9 hours of video responding to them. But then they came back and like, oh man, can you believe how long they took? That long it took them to refute us. It took them 9 hours. So that's just become
It's
Well,
like
duh.
it's just,
a running
just
joke,
such concentrated
so.
bullshit. That's how long it took.
yeah.
It's like, look, man, it's a compliment, but not in the way you think. You are just that full of bullshit. It took that long.
Well, hey, I can relate on both of those fronts, but then add the autism, and depending on what we're talking about, I can talk about something for 9 hours. Like if we're talking about like one of my special interests, like seriously, ask me about like the differences between like Norwegian, Swedish, and Finnish black metal, and you've just wasted an entire day.
Yeah.
So,
I,
all right.
I can't talk about UFOs. I can't talk about it too little with my wife. Because I'll start talking about it and she'll be like, can you stop? And I'm literally not like.
Oh, so is that when you
Air-
start texting me about? Is that when you start texting me about it when she's like,
and
and you're like,
no,
Tommy
a lot
will
of times I
listen.
don't even try.
Uh,
Because she knows, like, I'll say things and she'll be like, fuck, these are all good questions to think about, but like I can't. Like,
yeah,
my life
I
is
can
hard
relate.
enough. Like,
Well,
until,
yeah.
until you bring in
Well,
like
Matt-
I'm there.
non-human intelligence who are here, and we might not actually be in charge of ourselves. That kind of thing. She's like,
Well, Matt, if you ever wanted to have a conversation about aliens or whatever, just let me know.
Ooh,
I recommend the channel Area 52 if you haven't seen it yet.
No, I haven't. But
He's a
anyway,
Canadian.
well, hey,
Canadian host channel.
so you probably know him. You all know each other up there,
Y'all
right?
know you're all the same.
Yeah.
no, not really. But
No, not at all.
Right. Yeah, we know. All right. So, well, how long can we talk about Magnus? Well, I guess we'll find out when we're on with Tap, because he apparently loves them. Because I mean,
all
he is
I
a
know
master.
from Trump is that water breaks magnets.
But do you know about the whole thing with the Dr. Tapioca weasels and the magnets and
No, I know he's a laser scientist of some kind.
see? But I hear like he just loves the magnets because of like he's just that good of an astrophysicist. But that's
Mhm.
what I know.
Now
But
I need to know more.
So, what
neither
about
of those
the
things are true. But it's funny to say that it is because he hates it. Anyway,
uh,
all right.
right? So, what about the
So,
big J man?
so this was one of my favorite moments from the last time we did this, just because
Jabez, where is he?
this was one of the things that just gave me all the giggles because I just love saying that Jesus is mid.
He is. I mean,
Um,
theologically, he's somewhere between God and human.
can I
So-
can I interject?
You can.
That depends. Although I'm kind of going off the logic of one of my YouTube acquaintances, James Apperson. He kind of squares it to the middle of Jesus essentially being somewhat a doomsday preacher with mental health issues, i.e., schizophrenia,
Very possibly.
and just basically like, in depending on his interpretation, it's more of a either that he's a narcissist at the same time, or like a clinical narcissist, and just basically shitting his way
Yeah.
to glory? Question mark.
Yeah.
But that's
Big question
but
mark.
that's
Yeah.
but that's but that's that's the nuance of it anyway.
Right.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
we
so-
really know is that he's the most successful apocalyptic preacher at that time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes. Anyway,
Yeah.
like I said,
but and I will keep this in mind. But so yeah, so yeah, so when we think about what was the actual, because like me and Matt, like neither of us are mythicists. We're both like, yeah, there probably was a dude that all this was based on. But yeah, I feel like whoever the actual real historical dude was, I feel like if most modern Christians saw him, they would be horrified. But at least as written, like in the Gospels, like that we do have, I'm like, okay, some of the things are good, some of the things are shitty. Like, okay, the whole like love your neighbor, like, you know, if someone needs your coat, give it to them, you know, feed the hungry, whatever. But then there's also the like calling the foreign woman a bitch and saying like, oh, if you're not
Right.
with me, you're against me, or if you love me, you'll obey me, or hey, you see that widow given, like, she's like poor, like has like almost no money, but the almost no money that she has, she's giving all of it to the temple, and that's awesome. Like, that's fucking toxic as shit. So
yep.
I'm like so that there's some good, there's some really bad. So I'm just like, he's mid. So again, part of it is just for the laughs. I just love saying Jesus is mid, and that just amuses me. So,
No, it makes sense.
yeah,
No
there he is.
separate tradition.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
this
all-
could be
and
like
I-
our holiday tradition, declaring Jesus mid.
yeah. I mean, and unless like anyone like has anything they really want to say, there's also the part of me that wants to like do like a Bible character tier list and just say almost nothing about Jesus and then just move on because I think that's hilarious. So I guess we're just going to do that, right? Mary,
Mary, Mother of Jesus.
yeah,
I don't
She was
have I don't have monitor status on your channel, but I've put a link
Ooh.
on of Jim Apperson's channel.
Oh yeah, Persona non grata. I've heard of that. That's one of many where I've been told, "Oh, you need to check this out," and I'm like, "I totally will," and then I don't. But yeah, thanks for that. Here, I'll highlight that right now. But yeah, I've heard great things. So yeah, check it out.
Wait, I gotta share a little like real life story. So my son does not go to a religious school. He goes to a school for autistic kids. That's like pretty great. Got got some problems with it, but overall pretty great. And one of his teachers had a project they were supposed to do and give a presentation, and they had a list of countries to choose from and talk about how their Christmas holiday differs. And the list was just Christian countries. And the first question was like really broad based on the rest of them, and it was talk about the origin, describe the origin of the Christmas holiday in this country, how and why did it develop or whatever. It's like that's very in depth
And loaded.
Yeah.
and loaded, and the only countries they could choose from were Christian countries, which were all white except for Mexico. And he said, yeah, she totally sounds like a conservative Christian, just the way she talks. He's like, she probably doesn't realize what she's doing. But what was funny is all the kids gave their presentation. He texted me today and he said literally no one answered the first question in their presentation. I said, well played, everyone.
Yes, good job, the children. All right.
They're like,
All right.
fuck off with that question. Next.
Yeah.
All right,
No,
Mary.
so I love this. Happy birthday, Jesus. You're mid. But yeah, so I'll agree with Bart here. That's kind of where I was going to put her, just because, like, I mean, I don't remember anything really like too much in either direction, at least as far as I'm concerned. I mean, yeah, obviously in the story of the Bible, she's like super awesome, but for me, it's like, okay, like God told her, like, hey, you're going to have my child, and she's like, okay,
I'll agree.
All right.
Yeah.
Although I'm going to rain on your parade.
Okay.
Mary is the most glorified case of SA from
Correct.
Yes.
deity. That's
So
pulled over
she's
from
good. What
debate.
happened to her wasn't.
Yeah. So I would say like yes, the story surrounding her is like super bad, but like her, I would say like, I mean, obviously, and I think you would agree, like that's not her fault. So I'm just
No, it's
yeah.
not her
So
fault.
yeah. So right. So I think just looking at her individually, like in the context of all the things going on, but like her individually, like I'm putting her I'm not putting her story at good, but just her as a person, as a character, whatever you want to call it. I'll put her in good.
But
And,
that's
like, I got
why.
nothing.
Sorry, but that's why I kind of I emphasize essentially the holdover of Greek mythology because
Mhm.
and
Oh, yeah.
and also like the numerous claims of women basically being essayed by deities just to essentially keep their reputation, or either it's for political reasons or whatever, because the most historical person to be claimed to be done by that was Alexander the Great's mother.
Mhm.
She proclaimed herself to be essayed by Zeus. Anyway, but I'm just.
Mhm.
But my point is,
I mean, go
that
big or
these-
go home.
but, but my point is that the zeitgeist that is from yesteryear creeps constantly, into the biblical narrative
Yeah.
of religions from
Mhm.
days past. And I've
Yep.
told you about
Yep.
the Prometheus and Jesus parallels previously from this stream, but I don't know if like you want to talk about it like those similarities between what we find that are considered myth and religion and compared to just something for the future, probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm laughing at Fox. Like, do we not have a better way of producing messiahs or demigods?
You're like, really? Like, is that the best we can do? All right. Yeah.
I mean,
So
who made these rules?
But anyway,
like, no, he's cool. It's all right, Maya. He's cool. He's cool.
You know what? Okay,
Maya knows me technically, so
No, technically, that's the best way to know someone.
so with the Ice Agent thing,
Yeah.
if we could just get like white mom looking people to call Ice Agents pussies to their face, they would hate that. Like it would wreck them so hard.
Oh yeah.
Because
Well,
like a
technically-
woman calling these chauvinists pussies, like they cannot handle it. Also, she should be prepared to take a hard shove. But
So
get
yeah.
that shit on
Get on
camera.
it.
That would be amazing.
Yes, for sure. All right, so I think we got Mary and good because like nothing wrong with her, and like if nothing else, she gets the bump of or what we call it, the BWB or the biblical woman bump per the real Melly. All right,
Who's next? Is that Joseph?
so yeah, all right. So here's the thing, like. I'm getting tired. We still have like pretty much the entire New Testament to go through. So partially
speed run.
because
You want to speed run it?
so partially because I'm tired, but also partially I think that'll be even more hilarious. But like give these dudes and ladies like a little attention as possible almost.
All right,
And just
all right,
like, fuck it. Right, yeah. So Joseph or where's the all right, so here's the initial salvo. Joseph is a NPC. Which I mean, I don't
Right?
disagree.
He
But
just,
I'm
he just
also-
fucks off at some point in the story. He's not there. I guess he died.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, but also I'll put him up in good again just for the whole like
Yeah.
dude put in a bad situation and it didn't seem like he did anything wrong.
No, all we
He
know
just,
is
like-
like he created a guy who thought he was the Messiah.
Yeah.
no, but
and
no.
I mean,
but
raised
if-
him.
He was a good He was a good dad. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, or as I like it, like I saw this meme that like had a picture of like Mary and Joseph and the baby Jesus, but like the Joseph character had a t-shirt on that said, "I'm not the stepdad, I'm just the dad who stepped up." I'm like, fuck yeah, dude.
Okay. All right.
That's
Next.
So I love that. All right. So next we have Zacharias, who was some dude who now was he the father of John the Baptist or was he just like some prophet dude?
I don't know.
I honestly don't remember. So he can be mid. He can hang
Mid.
out with Jesus. So Elizabeth, she was the mother of John the
Wait, who
Baptist.
did you just toss up there?
Zacharias.
Oh, I don't even whatever.
Yeah, I think I remember he had something to do with the birth of Jesus. Like he prophesied it, like, and he was like in the temple. I think he was the dude like when they took Jesus like to the temple for his like baby dedication. He was like, "Oh, I knew God would keep me alive until I saw the Messiah." So he saw him and then died, I guess. But didn't say if he made it home first, and maybe he just died right there. I don't know. But all right, so Elizabeth, yeah. So Elizabeth, mother of John the Baptist. I think that was another one of those. God's like, "You're gonna have a baby," and she's like, "I don't believe you," and or somebody said that.
Best of
and
the best.
God's like, "Shut the fuck up." Yeah, because she's a woman. Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
Yeah, she
Um,
was. She seemed to have some sway.
Yeah, no,
She was
all right.
doing well.
much. Yeah, she was there. All right, so John the Baptist, like I love his crazy fucker energy. And he's just like, "Hey, I'm hanging out by the river. Come show up, and I'll
Yeah.
kind of drown you, and I'll kind of drown you, but not."
He
And
was
he
me
was-
and him. That he was all him all the time.
Yes.
So good
Yeah.
for him.
Oh yeah. So
And he was
Zacharias, I think he
crucified.
was the husband of Elizabeth. I think that is correct, but I don't. Yeah, I don't remember the story partially because of it's early and I've been drinking. And
Well, he played two status.
yeah.
His wife was the important one.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Father of John the Baptist, per Aunt Jer, and I trust the word of Aunt Jer. So, all right.
So says the Lord.
So, all right. Next, Herod. So Herod. That's another one where I'll agree with the Bible that like this dude sucked. Like for whatever reason, he's like, I'm just going to kill all the baby boys under 2 years old. It's like that's
and then he cucked himself to the Roman Empire.
yeah. Which I mean, if we got Joshua down there for pretty much the same reason, so I'll put him down there too. It's like fuck you, dude. All right. Like,
Everybody hates you.
yeah, and John the Baptist was this close to being a serial killer. Oh, okay. So, yeah,
It
so
chose
it
a
was
different
Zacharias
hobbit,
who.
which is good.
Okay, so it was Zacharias who couldn't speak. So where before, like in the like Abraham and Sarah with their son Isaac, Sarah couldn't speak. But it's okay. So at least this was some improvement. So God was like actually making the man not able to speak and not just picking on the lady. So that's cool. But
Oh wait, we got a pronunciation tip.
oh, so it's Aunt Jur. Gotcha. Thank you for the correction because that is one thing I've always been big on is like making sure I'm whether it's like their names, pronouns, whatever, just like making sure I'm addressing people properly. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right. So next, John. Apparent again, like Jesus's best bud. I don't know if they were roommates at some point, but wrote some
And
popular
Peter
parts
too,
of the
by the
Bible.
way.
What's that?
And Peter too, by the way. Or at
Yeah,
least,
that yeah, I mean, Jesus did call him the Rock, so he's like, dude, you're hard. I mean, it's because of you, Jesus. Oh, so all right, so
But if you're the rock
uh,
that you're going to build a church on, if you're calling somebody a rock, are you also calling them dumb as a rock?
ooh, but that's skipping ahead. So John,
Oh.
like, I mean, his gospel like was maybe like one of the most like kind of like far out, and then like he did write Revelation, which was also kind of weird, but
Yeah, he just got crazier as he got
yeah.
older.
I mean, which I like, but also there's a part of me that, like, again, just because of how important most Christians see him, like, I would kind of laugh just calling him mid. It's like, yeah, I don't even care.
But for his craziness to have like a cohesive narrative to it, like that just feels like drugs.
But
All right, so like the Bible's first drug user.
But was it he that was like the more quote unquote fundamentalist, or are we talking about Paul over here?
I think like John, like as far as like the Gospels, like John was kind of the more like
he was the most.
I mean, it also depends what you mean by fundamentalist, but yeah, I mean,
fundamentalists like today love Paul.
Yeah,
I'm saying like
yeah.
conservative church, where the I'm talking about the East versus West Vatican split. If that
yeah, I don't know.
Sorry. What I mean, Orthodox. Excuse me. Orthodox and Vatican Catholics, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm fine. I guess I'm fine putting John in good, or do we like him in mid or
mid?
Mid. Fine. All right. Good enough. All right, Peter. My vibe on Peter is just like lovable dumbass because like he was willing to like put himself out there, but usually ended up like tripping over himself, but then ended up Jesus was like, dude, you go hard, you're a rock. So like I don't know if that's good or bad, seeing that Jesus is mid. So
Peter's just like he's all in all the time, except when he's not.
Yeah, which like where was it?
He's an intense character. He's either all in or he's all out.
Yeah. Peter denied Christ 3 times, then had regrets. So that's maybe a negative. But I'm like, but if Jesus is mid and Jesus thinks you're the awesomest thing ever, then maybe you're also mid. That's maybe kind of what I'm saying.
Judah.
Judah. So Judah. I mean, he's I would put him up in like God tier because like it's because of him that the whole plan of salvation thing was even possible. Because like if he hadn't betrayed Jesus, then he would have never.
Judas?
Yeah, Judas.
Judah.
I go by. Sorry.
I was going to say, like, if he had never betrayed Jesus, then we would have never had the whole like salvation thingy. So
he was integral.
Yeah, like how can you not put him up there? I mean,
well,
yeah.
The thing is that Judas betrayed Jesus because the plot demands it. Like, there's no other way than saying does as a like a not a conclusive coherent story. It's basically he betrayed it because the plot demands it, and on
Right.
top of that, you also have the um history is written by the victors
Hmm.
type of thing. But for me personally,
Mm.
I go by the interpretation of Jesus Christ Superstar. You know,
Ooh.
of
No, I have not
interpretation
seen that, but yeah. Yeah.
of Jonah, and I'm talking about the original one, by the way, like the original film.
Gotcha.
So yeah, so that's why I'm more of sympathetic towards the idea of Judas instead of the
Yeah.
I also think it's possible that maybe Judas took Jesus really seriously and thought he was going to overthrow things with a particular kingdom, like on Earth.
Mhm.
And so he's thinking, well, he needs the opportunity to do that, and so I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna be the catalyst to him, bringing his kingdom here. And instead, Jesus just fucking gets killed.
And he's like,
And he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna hang myself / fall over and be disemboweled."
yeah, take your pick. But
right.
going back one though, yeah, Peter is the Mr. Bean of the Bible. I appreciate that interpretation.
Dude,
But yeah,
Vince
Aunt
Mr.
Jur.
Bean is terrifying.
But yeah, as Aunt Jur, as I recently was corrected, says, yeah, Judas is the hero of the story. Yeah, because I mean, without him, God's plan doesn't work. So how is he not God tier for that? So, but also,
At
I
least
love
get
this is a
silver
great,
for that.
yeah, this is a great little short story. I just took my puppy out bedtime potty, and the possum went scurrying away across the yard. Then we went out.
Okay.
I like
Possums
it.
are little furry dragon beasts. If you see
Yeah.
their face up close,
All right.
it's awful.
All
Mary
right.
Magdalene.
Mary Magdalene, she's like at least best of the best. If again, just for like how she's been treated since, like in like her character maligned,
Yeah.
And
and hey,
Jesus might have been banging her.
yeah, she may have been Jesus's girlfriend. So I think like
And she may have written the book of Hebrews.
right,
But we cannot confirm. So
Yeah.
yeah.
that's the
So
problem.
She did bring Christianity to France, more or less. Like there's
yeah, which
so
I
many
mean,
places up there named after her. So the legend goes.
yeah, which is like, but also like if you're mostly known for spreading Christianity, like is that a good thing?
I don't know. Her like
Yeah.
Hebrews
So maybe
kind
that's
of
keeping her
already.
out of God tier. Like she did, like she basically became part of the problem in that way. But
Yeah.
so I'll put her
But was
best
she a
of best
bad
because, like,
person about it though?
yeah, well, I guess just as she was in the Bible, like she seemed cool.
Yeah, she seemed all right. Yeah,
So yeah,
washing Jesus' stinky feet with her hair, his feet with her hair. Yes,
yes,
please.
right, right.
Right.
All right. So Pilate, the man who washed
God
his
tier.
hands of God
God
tier.
tier.
Okay. Well, I
What? You
mean,
know what? You want to know why?
I do,
Because
I do.
Pilate
Wait, who is this?
Pilate.
is technically a hedonist and tried to solve the solve the what is it, Passover issue, because when Jesus was arrested and all that crap, and he tried to go by the rules, but at the same time is that because the Bible is so skewed towards being pro Christianity because the plot demands it again. Um, it's like asking a Buddhist like what Christianity is, or even it's basically what I'm saying is that because technically he is an outsider to all of this, and it's like how the Bible frames him is that it's like he because of the plot demands it, he has this internal struggle and all that kind of crap. but essentially, he just follows the rules and tries to be fair enough. But because of the fact that Christianity won over time, they just throw him under the bus. So for me, that's God tier for me. So I don't know.
All
If,
right.
Based
Which-
on what I know about him from history, I would probably say he's a bad dude.
Yeah, but just from where he is in the Bible, again, he's an integral part of the whole story
correct.
of
Okay, yeah,
Like-
yeah.
yeah.
I'm not excusing behavior. Like
No, I
Right,
get you.
right.
No, the whole
But-
integral
Yeah.
thing. Like, yeah, if Judas is where he is, then yeah.
Right. So, all right. So next up we got Paul, and I'm willing to put him right in lukewarm because like fuck that dude. Like
He was barely even a Christian.
also,
I mean, the disciples were like, "And who are you?"
yeah.
and he was also way too obsessed with, no butt stuff, no, like basically you lived your life as a eunuch.
Yeah, it's like, come on, Paul. Not even the Old Testament was that into condemning it.
Yeah. Anyway,
Come on, man.
So yeah,
Yeah, and also like basically like if you have any problem with how Christianity is anymore, it's probably Paul's fault.
yeah,
Like it's
Paul's
all
fault.
it's all based on him instead of Jesus for the most part. Anyway, even like the parts that are based on Jesus are mainly based on Paul's interpretations of Jesus. So yeah,
I agree with Aunt Jert. Paul's an evil incel who does seem like he would be too obsessed with dude's jawlines.
faux show.
Have you ever
All right.
like I've seen videos where people like cover like an incel chat, and I didn't know it was possible for that many people to find each other and not know that they're all gay. Because the way
Poor
they
thing.
obsess about like dudes' appearances, like the only other people who do that, like
Wow.
it's amazing.
The Old Testament wasn't even that anal about anal, man. Get over it. He was just bitter because Timothy kept missing and being a thorn in his side, and he's like,
Make the Old
dude,
Testament blush.
yeah, all right, yeah. Dude tried to make the whole religion about his little hallucination instead of Peter's little hallucination, right? It's like competing
Dueling
hallucinations. Like, yeah, isn't evil incel an oxymoron?
Or it's a tautology. Or it's just you're repeating yourself, but also if you're an incel, you're evil, so it's just redundant.
But also, anyway, all right. So Silas, I just remember him as being like Paul's traveling companion. So even though I don't remember too much about that guy in particular, but if you're like best friends with Paul, I'm like, I don't know how you're any better than bad. So
I would go mid, but okay, but that's just like not like
yeah, I mean, who knows? Like maybe he was coerced into it. Like maybe Paul made him. Maybe like that was part of his like naive, like I'm gonna change the world phase. And he's like, oh fuck, this guy's crazy. And then he like,
Or he's like,
fucked up. Yeah.
if you don't become my servant, I'm gonna tell people we did it.
Oh, okay. So further clarification from Maya. Yeah, evil implies they think. Good point. So yeah, there's your oxymoron right there. So
Well, I don't know. You can be an evil NPC.
Anyway, all right. So Stephen, the first martyr. Again, I'm just like for someone that important and for how little I care, I'm just like just because it's funny. So Timothy, probably like maybe like Paul at least wishes he was his boyfriend. Kind of get that vibe. So I'm like, It could be good.
I mean,
I don't know.
Paul thinks highly
Or
of him.
oh yeah, so if Paul thinks that highly of him, like how good is he really?
But is Timothy his better half? Then he could be better.
Ooh.
Does Timothy make him want to be a better man?
All right, so we'll put him in good because he tried. All right. But, all right. Zoom back out. All right, there we are. All right, so all right, we got two left. From Revelation, we have the false prophet and the Antichrist. I don't remember anything about the false prophet in particular, other than he was able to like lead a bunch of people astray from.
False prophet. Okay, just give me a second.
Yeah, because I almost feel like we're kind of what most Christians would think of as a false prophet. So maybe that's us. I'm like, we're pretty good.
And most
We're
of
not-
them think Trump is cool, who is actually kind of a false prophet more than we are.
Yeah. Yeah. So I might just put it like best of the best because fuck it. I mean, he's cool.
I mean, if he's leading people, devout people astray, good work. I mean, that's not easy.
Right. But I mean, apparently, I'm told that's what we're doing.
He's the best at what he does.
Yeah. There you go. And then the good old Antichrist. I mean, so but if
He
he's
is
like
an imposter. He is
yeah,
cosplaying as Jesus.
Yeah, we should have the Whore of Babylon on the list. Like, fuck yeah.
My goodness.
But okay, and so Aunt Jur, yes, Timothy is the book that tells women to shut up in church, but also in his defense, Timothy didn't write it.
Correct.
It was written to Timothy. Now we don't know what Timothy did with that information, so it's hard to say.
Well, somebody saved the letter long enough to make copies of it that it survived. Because as we all know, the more copies you have of something, the holier it is.
Well, the false prophet. Do you know any verses specifically that they?
I think it was a passing reference.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't remember at all. But so with the Antichrist, my thing with him is okay. So if he's like the opposite, so the Antichrist is supposed to be like the opposite of Jesus. But if Jesus is mid, what's the opposite of mid?
Best of the
Lukewarm.
best.
I mean,
So the Antichrist kind of sounds like a fascist in the Bible.
Because to
that's
me,
true.
but because to me is that the idea of the Antichrist is essentially, again, like Satan. It's just a scapegoat for the plot, or
Right. Or like, but if we're wanting to go like at least what I consider just the amusing route, like said, what's the opposite of mid? Like, so I'm like, I don't know if you can really go anywhere except like circling all the way back to mid. Like, because part of me just loves like just putting Jesus and the Antichrist just in the same tier, like right next to each other. I kind of like that as well.
Because one is LARPing as the other, and who is who?
Right. So,
like, it's your tier list,
Yeah.
but it's just in my interpretation, Antichrist is just a label of a scapegoat for the said religion to say so. It doesn't exist. It's just a label that people have
Right.
negative connotations to it,
right.
so
yeah,
that the plot makes sense.
right.
And weirdly, like Christians use that label for so many people, except the people that actually fit the description of the Antichrist. Like Trump, had a wound in the same place.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, like he had a head wound that people like marveled at, and also like people wearing their mark on wearing his mark on their foreheads with all the MAGA hats. I'm like, that's
we're wearing bandages on their ears at rallies.
yeah, that bullshit and
Trump derangement syndrome.
But that's just my 2 cents of how things are.
Yeah,
Or should be.
Yeah.
The other one before the Antichrist would be
The false prophet.
False prophet is basically the same thing. It's a plot device.
yeah.
Yeah.
as far as I can see. Like I said, the Antichrist and the false prophets are just plot devices.
Yeah. But I'm just kind of like looking at them again, just as characters in the story. So if you're just looking at the story, like, okay, with whatever they're calling the Antichrist or the false prophet, like, what do I think of this character? I'm just like, but yeah, at the end, I think it really just comes down to I just think it's funny to put the Antichrist in mid right next to Jesus, but
Yeah, I
That's
like
just
it
me.
that they're tied.
yeah.
Well, you don't. Well,
All right.
well, at least the minimum thing is that you don't care. Like you don't care.
Yep.
if
That's the important thing. Yeah.
That's what matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't care
It-
that
it's the lack of-
Antichrist, like the Antichrist, is real. You don't care if the false
Yeah.
prophets are quote unquote real
Right.
because
Yeah, it's as they say, it's the lack of thought that counts.
I mean, wouldn't the
So-
opposite, like, so mid is like mediocre, like zeroed out, right? So
Mhm.
the opposite of zero would be infinity,
Hmm.
yeah, because
which is kind of
So-
the same as zero.
because
See,
technically
but,
the
but,
other
but William Lane Craig says infinity is impossible. So
And therefore,
Because he
God, who is
fucking knows.
infinite,
But the other interpretation of false prophets and the Antichrist is like false prophets from a non-built, like a not as the plot device, but as a people that you can see throughout the world, like out in the world, out and about. It would basically be the essentially the four horsemen. Not that not
like a
that
way to
they
marginalize
actually
people?
follow.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yes. It would basically be the Hitchens, the philosophers, Nietzsche, Jean-Paul Sartre, Spinoza. Basically, those would be the false prophets that we essentially give birth. Even Socrates, and all those folks that came before us, as the ones that would basically give us the antidote from the religion. And as for the Antichrist, it would basically be us because we reject,
Hmm.
their divinity, or because we think it's a lot of problems. Problematic. So
I don't know. Prove us wrong.
Yeah.
And if the response is, well, we can't, you just have to have faith. It's like, so what you're saying is it's true if you believe it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or my response to people say, well, you have to have faith. Like, well, I don't.
That doesn't make it true.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
but
So
that's my final thoughts.
nice. All right. And speaking of final thoughts, so here is the tier list. Like, this is the now definitive, like, final say on all characters in the Bible, at least that we mentioned. But so I also just love this as an isolated thing. Like, if you were to like tell like most like Christians, like, don't tell them like which tier this is, but just say that, like, okay, one tier contained God and Paul. They're like, okay, good. And Joshua, all right, still good. And Herod. They're like, what the fuck what do they have in common?
Also,
That
people would
amuses-
assume that like
No.
they say, surely no thought was put into this. Oh, you have no idea.
Like, we spent over 5 hours. Well, okay, over 5 hours on the episode, not necessarily just on the tier list, but still, at least 4 hours on the tier list. This, like, we had like input from multiple people, both like on stream, in the comments. So that this
Varying
was well,
opinions too.
yeah, this was well thought out, and also well not given a fuck about as well. At the same time, it was that in depth that we both like really cared and didn't give a shit. So all at the same time.
We're mid
Yeah.
and bad heavy, and it's not the people you would expect. I like it.
But
So I will be saving this and like probably posting it like on our like YouTube and Facebook pages. So yeah, so if anyone wants to go on there and like save this image and just send this send this to people like, hey, some people came up with this. You want to watch their show? It's
But then again,
it's a good time.
like I said, the like this tier, like unless we bamboozle into theists reviewing like our commentary and our tier list, they're never going to see this or never want to see this because it does not fit. You know,
I don't know.
But hey, but it fits us, and that's really all I care about.
I
So,
still,
yeah,
I still
as
like the
Andrew
idea
says-
of just somebody coming, like the algorithm shows them this. It's like in with their like preacher content because it has happened every now and then. Somebody will see it, and then they feel the power. The power of Christ compels them to comment, like they need to rescue God. And
yeah. Yeah, that's always amusing. All right, so folks, so here's our tier list. If you're watching now or watching later, let us know in the comments where you agree, disagree, how awesome you think it was, or
anyway,
or if you think coming up in June, like per Ember's suggestion, like do a tier list based on like how either like how LGBTQ different characters are, or maybe just like how LGBTQ friendly, how like maybe just that could be a fun thing for Pride Month. Do like something on that theme. But
I would say it's just like LGBTQ, not divergent, but just like floater kind of. Anyway, just what I mean is, like I said, is that you can have, just because you're LGBTQ doesn't mean you can be an asshole as
no,
Paul.
I don't
As
think anyone's
Paul.
arguing
Right.
that.
yeah,
You know,
there's that
it's-
that aspect of it. Yeah, for sure. Just like any group of people, like there's assholes everywhere, for sure.
I
All right.
personally have not met one.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
not
that's
to
true too.
Yeah, okay. So, anyways, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Chris. Yeah, good to have you. Good to talk with
good to
you.
have you.
And and also like we said, like thanks so much for like sharing so much like about your story and your background. Yeah, it's been cool to just get to know more, get to know you more, and yeah, glad you were comfortable sharing all that. And yeah, thanks
Yeah.
for all the input. It was great, man. Yeah.
You're welcome. All right. See you guys.
All right, you have a good night,
Right.
man.
All right.
All right.
I was
So there's
just,
the tier.
I was just thinking about what James/Alfred jumping on earlier, and he he was just like sound like he was just checking to see if it worked.
Yeah. We're like, okay,
Like James/Alfred never change.
please and thank you. So, all right. Yeah. So, like I said, there's a tier list. Screenshot it, whatever. Like I said, I think there's a way on here. I can save that. I'll be posting that too, like the pages and stuff. So, if you want to look at it later, but yeah.
Oh wait. Sorry.
There it is.
Earlier, no, it's not that I haven't met any assholes. It's that personally, I have not met a queer person who's an asshole. I do know they exist, but I have not met any personally. So
Yeah. All right. But real quick. All right. I just want to make the thumbnail. So Matt do a pose. It's like, look at that.
behold.
All right. Somewhere in there may be a thing I can use. All right. So thanks everyone for everyone's input on that. That was a lot of fun. So it's good to hear all your thoughts and opinions and agreements, disagreements, all that. But yeah, I'm gonna test my mic by jumping onto a random stream. Yeah, that was the thing. Now, I guess for
He's
for
like,
him,
oh, I didn't expect there to be people.
no, I guess this for people who don't know James, like it wasn't like completely random for him. Like he's been a follower of the show for a while. Like he's one of our Facebook top fans, if you didn't know. But yeah, it was cool to briefly interact with him Because
Yeah,
like,
we've offended him multiple times, and he has stormed off and keeps coming back. And one time
Yeah.
he accused me of being like horribly anti-Semitic, and then came back. So
yeah, I
and
don't
I
get it,
wasn't.
but
I was just like,
yeah.
hey, people doing terrorist things are bad. He's like, yeah, but
Or I think just the fact that we were like comparing anything like in any degree to the Holocaust. He's like, you can't compare anything to the Holocaust. There's nothing like no, we're just
Yeah.
saying like
I was saying like, okay, like every people's own genocide is their own Holocaust. Like it's I wasn't gonna say like which one was the worst.
yeah, or we were also just talking about the way things are going like right now in the United States. It's like this is what like Nazi Germany looked like before it was full on Nazi Germany. And he's like, you can't compare that. Like, I know, but that's the point. Like, we're making the comparisons now before it gets to that point. So people recognize it now before it gets there. But yeah. All right. Ooh. Do a televangelist tier list sometime.
That would take research, but that could be fun.
Yeah, because fortunately I'm actually not super familiar with a whole ton of televangelists.
What's that one guy that looks straight up like a demon?
Ooh. Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about, but
he has the evil eye.
Yeah. Or now apologetics YouTubers. That's a tier list I could do. So
William Lane Craig is probably the best. He's probably the best. For
but that's
what
again
they're
like
actually trying to do, I think he's the best.
But again, it's like that's going to be
right.
the question. Like, what's the criteria? Like, how good are they at being apologists, or what? Or kind of like what we were doing, like with the Bible characters. Like, there's how they're written in the Bible, but then there's what do we just think of them? Oh yes, the tube full of demons. That's why he needs his own private jet because he can't fly commercial. That's just a tube full of demons. I can't remember his name, but I'm cool with that. But that's all right. Like, Aunt Jer reminded me. I forgive you.
Yes,
yeah,
he has.
Was he the one who tried to just like
he scolds the reporter, and it does not look like he has pupils. It just looks like he just has like black eyes.
Yeah, or he's the one who tried to just blow COVID away. He's just like, I blow you away. He literally this way, like COVID's gone. It's like. And then thousands of people subsequently died. So thanks, Ken.
It's like, look how serious he is at not giving a shit. So intense.
Yeah, so there's an idea.
About being a complete waste of time.
So yeah, I think maybe like doing a tier list of YouTube apologists, that might be fun sometime. But yeah. But speaking of things being done on the show, at least as far as me, I won't be doing things on the show for the next couple weeks because I'll be with family Christmas Eve and have other plans New Year's Eve, which are the next 2 Wednesdays. Matt may or may not be on. I don't know, Matt, if you have any plans on doing just a solo show or
probably not New Year's Eve because I think we'll be at the in-laws. Yeah.
But if you do something for Christmas Eve, like I said, I'll be with family, but I may just like hop on at some point. But yeah, I won't be able to be here like for a full show or anything. But yeah, let me know. And also depending on whether we do anything or on Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve, I don't remember the exact count or when it will be, but we're coming up on our 100th episode. So that'll probably be sometime in January. But also speaking of January, that's when we're starting our new and I think first ever like actual series where we'll be covering a series of sermons about deconstruction from our former church Crossroads. And if you're wondering where they go with it, they entitled their series Rock Solid, on a series about deconstruction and how you're supposed to do it. So
they are probably one of the best, if not the best, at what they do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's respect, but not a compliment.
Right. Now we have covered Big John Steele, I think once before.
Yeah,
that was a
he's rage farming. That's what he's a rage farmer.
Yeah, that was a fun episode. So yeah, if you haven't seen that, go back and watch that one. Yeah. So
There's also that girl
Copeland has
that-
tried to blow a lot of things.
Just that Australian girl who's like, "Hey, atheist, answer me this," or whatever the fuck she says. She's a rage farmer too.
Yeah. So it's all good times. So all right. But yes, it is going to be a good time. So yeah, coming in January, our series on Crossroads series on deconstruction, and man, that's going to be some work because we're going to be covering like full sermons every episode. So that means we're going to actually have to like do some pre-planning and like taking notes and stuff, which we normally don't do.
And
So-
probably snip it down.
yeah, well, like kind of like we did with like back when we did Derek Lambert's big. I'm doing an integrity and leaving the atheist cult. Like when we like that was one. Like what became like one of our most popular episodes. I think what kind of put us on a lot of people's radars, at least that are here. Which
And the title of it was Derek Lambert is a big, strong man.
oh, but first, no, it was Matt's back, and
Oh yeah,
because also
He
what I
was
love
second
about
billing.
this, yeah, because that was like right after Matt had his back surgery, so I love the fact that even
I
if
was
Derek
on
did-
oxy and muscle relaxers and couldn't sit up.
Yeah, but I also love about that, like, so if Derek or like any of his fans or whatever were like watching it, like, to be like, oh, let's see what they're doing, like, just what they're talking about, like, hoping,
Talking
like,
about this fucking invalid.
yeah. So I just love, like, they're like, oh, they're taking Derek so seriously, they're doing an episode, but we devote like the first half hour or so is literally just like talking about Matt and his back surgeries. They're like, oh, we're second bill into this, and I just love. To imagine their reaction to that. It amuses me. So yeah, but if you want to go watch it, like I said, I think it was a good episode. It is in
That's how
our
Dr. Kip
create
found us.
yeah. And I created a playlist for those who follow us on YouTube. One of our playlists is just our favorites. That's one of the one that's in there. It's a mix of episodes that are just our favorite episodes, or a couple that we think are good, just like introductions to us. Like if you weren't familiar with us, like there's our very first episode. There's the solo episode I did, like not this past summer, but the summer before, where just going very in depth into my story. We're still waiting on Matt's like super in depth solo episode. Hopefully that'll be coming whenever he wants to. That's up to him. But yeah,
Should be soon.
awesome. I'm looking forward to it. So, but yeah, so. Yeah, so like I said, we'll keep you posted on whether Matt will be doing anything for Christmas Eve or anything. But other than that, we'll definitely see you back here in January for the Crossroads deconstruction series that we'll be picking apart and having fun with, and all kinds of ragey goodness. Yeah. Anyone who expects... I feel like you were talking about us, whether or not you were. But I'll take it. I think that's about all I got. Matt, was there anything else from your end, or?
No, we could probably just sign off.
All right. Well, cool. Well, again, thanks everyone for hanging out. Special thanks to Ember and Chris for jumping on, and James for briefly jumping on. I was going to say thanks
James
for
proving
them
he exists as Alfred.
Yes, we appreciate that. But also thanks to Ember and Chris for actually helping and contributing to the tier list. That was good stuff.
Wait, what's the guy's name on Office Space with the stapler?
Milton.
Was or was not James Alfred giving Milton vibes?
Maybe slightly. So Fox says no pressure map, but I'm going to need that solo story in 3 weeks. Demand avoidance activate. Well played.
I'm doing
Well
it tomorrow.
Well, I mean, fair enough. I mean, Jimmy hasn't rebooted his show yet, so I mean, it's there. So,
Jimmy.
we love Jimmy. We hope he reboots his show at some point. But yeah. All right. So
He's busy having Facebook opinions.
And a life, maybe. Who knows?
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Most people have those.
Yeah. Jimmy definitely does seem like a person who has a life. If you don't know who we're talking about, check out Jimmy Ligon. He's been on our show a couple times. Yeah. Friend of ours. Yeah. Good dude. Anyway. So yeah, I think that's yeah, we feel it. Appreciate you. All right. So you notice how you can do that without doing the
Right.
Roman salute after that. So you can just yeah, I feel you. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. All right. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. This was a lot of fun. Yeah, at least I had a lot of fun. Seems like other people had fun too, and I appreciate that. You know, people
Dr.
having
Gibb.
all right. Well, all right. Well, all
You
right.
woke up
Looks
just
like
in time.
better wrap up real quick here. Yeah, so that's all I got. And happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all that from me. I'll see you next year. Matt may or may not see you before then. We'll keep you posted. All right. Take us out.
Well, may your things and stuff be forever with your people.